The demon realm has long been considered an extremely dangerous land where no one dares to set foot. That's because this place is the den of incredibly fierce and brutal monsters. Even world-class S-rank hunters are as good as dead if they run into them. Yet, just at the sight of this young man's silhouette, the whole pack panics, trampling over each other just to bolt out of there. It turns out that just a few days ago, right after he arrived, he casually took the final boss's head with a single move. He possesses the ability to turn any part of his body into a weapon. Even immortal demon beasts have been skinned by him to be turned into fur coats. Since then, every time the monsters see him, they switch to coward mode and play dead, fearing they'll get thrashed by this human guy. Because even though he looks human, he's actually the strongest chimera ever bred. After being worked to the bone by his corporate masters, his body reached its limit. Eventually, they decided to send him on one final mission to the demon realm, with no return ticket. Poor number 17 is now nothing more than a disposable tool left in chains to await his death on the battlefield. In the Rocky Mountains of the demon realm, a fierce battle is raging. Monsters flying in the sky are constantly being torn apart by razor-sharp beams of light. On the ground, number 17, in the form of a bizarre creature with sharp claws, is on a killing spree, turning the battlefield into a heap of ruins. From deep underground, a giant monster with a mouth like a blooming flower emerges, letting out a roar to show off its power. Facing the massive enemy, number 17 doesn't flinch. A surge of bright blue electrical energy gathers before he fires a massive bolt of lightning, swallowing the entire target whole. The monster only has time to scream in agony before being blasted to bits by that devastating attack. Witnessing such terrifying power, the group of hunters watching from afar is completely stunned. That's incredible. It wiped out the entire swarm in one blow. However, worry is still written all over their faces, because the gate shows no sign of closing, even though it's already the third day. One of them spoke up to reassure the others, "Don't worry too much. No matter how many monsters come, we can handle it as long as we have that S-rank chimera." Meanwhile, the hunters started cleaning up the remaining small fry. Someone said, "We just need to take care of these few stragglers." Just then, the signal that the gate was closing came through, making everyone ecstatic. Perfect timing. The gate closed right when we're supposed to clock out. "Let's get out of here and grab some drinks, boys." As the group hurried toward the exit, a female hunter looked back at number 17 and asked, "Wait, aren't we taking that thing back with us?" Her colleague quickly brushed her off, insisting they had received orders not to bring it back. Although the girl felt a bit of pity, considering the value of an S-rank chimera, and was grateful that the team avoided heavy casualties because of him, the other hunter replied coldly, "Don't empathize with it. Technically, that thing isn't a living creature. Things like that only know how to follow orders." Abandoned in the middle of a monster horde, number 17 continues to fight desperately, even though his body is reaching its limit. In his mind, only a cold notification appears. The mission this time is only to ensure the hunter's safe retreat. Facing the final giant monster, number 17 concentrates all his lightning power and releases a massive pillar of light, vaporizing everything in sight. The cruel instructions of the director echoed in his head. "Do you understand? Nothing else matters but that. When the mission is over, you don't need to return." Number 17's body is now completely shattered, his breath fading as he's left all alone in the desolate battlefield. His last conscious thought was just a fragmented memory of securing the retreat before he finally collapsed onto the cold ground. The final mission is complete. The result of the battle was astounding. Not a single hunter died, while the total number of monsters killed reached 1,823. As his body began to dissolve, fragments of his erased past suddenly flooded his mind. Before he became a killing machine, he used to be an ordinary human, kidnapped when he was only 9 years old. Even though his brain was too damaged to fully understand the images replaying like a movie, number 17 still watched them in silence. The story rewinds to 79 years ago, at the Sector 13 orphanage. The young boy back then was being harshly scolded by the manager. "You threw stones at your friends just because they teased you. How many times has this been?" Facing the child's silence, they coldly declared, "We can't look after you anymore." The boy was kicked out into the blinding white snow and collapsed from exhaustion and the bone-chilling cold. Right then, some strangers appeared. They gathered children drifting from the slums like merchandise. It really was a case of going from the frying pan into the fire. The boy was quickly placed on an operating table, bound with heavy chains, to make sure he couldn't escape. When asked for his identification, the cold answer came, "number 17. The researchers began documenting the experimental process. Then they plunged a syringe filled with S-rank mutant silkworm cells directly into his body. The brutal experiment began as the men in white lab coats watched number 17's reaction closely through the monitors. They gasped in shock. What? No side effects at all. Even though he had gained special powers, his appearance and human personality remained unchanged. Realizing he possessed a unique physique, they decided to keep injecting him with whatever they had, until they got a reaction. 64 years ago, amidst the city ruins, number 17, now a teenager, gathered a glowing blue energy in his hand, wiping out a giant bee monster that was threatening the civilians. A woman hugged her small child tightly, sobbing, "Thank you for saving us." moving to the mark of 59 years ago. Standing in the middle of a battlefield covered in monster corpses, number 17 suddenly froze as a rush of chaotic thoughts hit him. He wondered, wait, why am I here? What am I doing? Just then, the researcher appeared behind him with a sinister smile. He cackled with extreme excitement. Finally, the side effects have appeared. 54 years ago, the experimental reports were being meticulously recorded. The result of injecting over 500 different types of monster cells over the course of 15 years had created a hunter who was at least S-rank with immeasurable power. In a dark room, number 17 was shackled to a chair, his body deformed with sharp claws and covered in wounds. But the researcher proudly declared, "Number 17 is the greatest masterpiece of our laboratory." 20 years ago, a hand reached out with a piece of food and asked gently, "Number 17, you're very kind, aren't you?" In number 17's memory, he was just a terrifying tool in the eyes of the world. "See, I told you he would eat it." While the woman next to him could only gasp in pure disgust, panicked parents covered their children's eyes shouting, "Get away from him, don't look at that freak." Flashback to 3 days ago, in the middle of a blazing battlefield. Number 17 in his monstrous form poured every ounce of his strength into unleashing a massive burst of lightning energy. As the final beast collapsed, his consciousness began to fade with a single thought. The mission was complete. In the middle of a desolate valley, a long path littered with monster corpses stretched out under the setting sun. Silence fell over the ruins, but then, from the piles of bleached white bones, a strange light suddenly erupted with intense power. That was number 17, the Chimera hunter carrying 527 different types of monster cells within him. Right there, in a place that seemed to hold only death. Strands of muscle and blood vessels began to sprout, miraculously wrapping around his spine. You'd think he was a goner, but nope, he's pulling a total action movie revival. An earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted, marking the final transformation of the lab's greatest masterpiece. Out of the smoke and dust, a pair of bare feet stepped onto the ground. Number 17 had finally regained his human form as John Dogun. Staring at his hands in shock, he whispered to himself, What's happening? Am I human again? Standing in the middle of a canyon split in half by destructive force, he realized he truly had been reborn. However, his joy was short-lived when he sensed that the monster cells were still active within him, which meant he wasn't entirely human. Seeing that the lab hadn't come to retrieve him yet, he realized with a bitter taste in his mouth that he had been discarded. Honestly, being dumped like trash is a blessing in disguise, man. Even the test subject ID on his wrist had vanished, finally freeing him from a life on the run. John Dogun figured this miraculous transformation must be thanks to the fire attribute monster, the one capable of reviving 3 times as long as its core remains intact. It seemed his human cells had perfectly fused with the Phoenix cells, not only healing his body, but restoring it to its absolute prime. That foggy, dazed feeling from the lab experiment's side effects was finally gone, replaced by a level of mental clarity he'd never felt before. Even the counter-command magic was gone. John Dogun asked himself, so, can I finally live like a human now? To him, number 17 was just a soulless tag for a lab rat. Now it was time to reclaim his real identity. He remembered a researcher's mocking words about his twisted personality, along with someone else's advice about how he should try helping others to save thousands of lives. With a faint, cynical smile, he muttered the name John Dogun and scoffed, "How's a stray cat supposed to save anyone?" Shaking off those stray thoughts, he decided, whatever, I'll just keep living for now. When the thought of revenge crossed his mind, John Dogun realized the flames of hatred inside him had cooled down. It had been way too long, so revenge could wait. He'd just handle things as they came. Even though he knew he couldn't return to a normal life, he believed that if he just kept moving forward, he'd run into those bastards sooner or later. With a go-with-the-flow attitude, he stood on a high mountain peak, gazing out toward the distant horizon. John decided right then and there to try living as a human from this moment on. But then a very practical problem hit him. Oh crap! Where are my clothes? He couldn't even remember the last time he'd worn actual clothes. Walking buck-naked through the wasteland, wondering where on earth he could find something to wear, he suddenly spotted a river up ahead. John Dogun started scanning the area for anything to cover himself with. Suddenly, he froze when he saw the carcass of a massive creature with pure white fur lying in the tall grass. Looking closer, he figured this was likely the result of a territorial dispute. Even though the monster looked powerful, there weren't any visible external wounds. John Dogun concluded it probably died of poison, but that didn't bother him one bit. Perfect timing, he thought I needed some hide anyway. To skin it, John Dogun needed a knife. He immediately transformed his hand into a cold, razor-sharp blade, recalling the anatomy lessons he'd been forced to learn back at the lab. First a vertical cut down the belly, then used the shears through the armpits. Putting his thoughts into action, he decided to give it a go. But the moment his blade touched the skin, a thick cloud of purple smoke suddenly erupted, startling him. It was a potent toxin from the monster's corpse, but it didn't affect John Dogun's body in the slightest. Even as the stench grew unbearable, he casually continued his work. Man, this stinks. But I gotta get this skin off. After fumbling around for a bit, he finally finished and draped the animal skin over himself. They're not bad for a first try. Seeing the river again, he headed over to the water for the next step, washing the hide. But when he lifted it out of the river, he was baffled. Wait, I thought this was supposed to be soft. The hide was stiff as a board. He realized monster skin is naturally tough to begin with, and this hadn't been treated at all. Then, an idea popped into his head. John Doe started pummeling the hide repeatedly with his fists to soften it up. As he worked, he wondered, this is how you tan leather, right? Yeah, probably. After a fair bit of effort, the fur finally became soft, much to his satisfaction. Nice and soft. It fits like a glove. He held it up to his body and saw that the size was actually quite decent. While John Doe was busy shaping the hide and tearing holes for his arms, the bird he thought was dead suddenly snapped its eyes open behind him. John focused on finishing his new outfit with a piece of rope around his waist. Admiring his handiwork, he thought proudly, fits like a charm. But then he noticed a purple stain on the garment and muttered, the poison didn't wash all the way out. But being the easygoing guy he is, he just shrugged it off. Too much work, whatever. Good thing he's a chimera. A normal person would have logged out of life a long time ago. Just then, a chirp from behind made him turn around to look at the little bird. Oh, you're not dead yet. Strangely enough, John Doe seemed to understand what it was trying to say, making him wonder if he was just imagining things. Looking at the bird gasping for air after being skinned alive, John realized it must be some kind of immortal species. If this were the old him back when he was a hunter, he definitely would have finished it off without a second thought. But now, seeing as his opponent was so weak and posed no threat, he decided to show some mercy. There was no need to kill it right now. With a relieved smile, he said to the tiny creature, "Guess we're both lucky, huh? This is my second shot at life, so you better stay strong and live on. If our fates cross again, maybe we'll meet later." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the little bird behind. With his wardrobe malfunctions sorted out, John Doe started looking for shelter. Now I need a home. He stepped into a deep cavern, but the silence was quickly shattered by strange noises. Out of the darkness, a giant centipede with thick armor and razor-sharp mandibles suddenly lunged out, screeching a warning at the intruder. Facing the massive monster threatening him, John Doe remained completely unfazed. John Doe looks around and nonchalantly remarks, "Why's this place so dark? And with a centipede this huge, how's anyone supposed to live here?" Facing the massive centipede, John Doe doesn't flinch. He swings his arm in a powerful strike, tearing through its body and sending green ichor splashing everywhere. Feeling like this cave is just too gloomy and unfit, he coldly leaves. His next stop is a mountain range covered in pure white snow. Looking at the scene before him, John Doe just sighs. Food's gonna be hard to find here. He casually steps over the corpses of snow monsters to keep searching. John Doe starts getting picky, rejecting one location after another. First, he complains about the stench of a mushroom forest, then he bypasses a damp, low cave. He even turns down a scorching volcanic region. It's only when he stands on a high cliff, looking down at a majestic waterfall flowing through a lush green forest, that he's truly stunned. Whoa, this view is fire. I didn't think it'd be this gorgeous in person. Wanting a closer look, John Doe hurls himself downward. Seeing the crystal-clear water teeming with fish, he nods in satisfaction. Clear water and plenty of fish, even when fierce saber-toothed fish leap up to attack. He only thinks about catching and grilling them like he's on a camping trip. A bright idea strikes him, and he tells himself that building a house right here is a great choice. The deeper he goes, the more John Doe is drawn to the vibrant yellow flowers and the fresh air. He feels his soul finally starting to relax. With a slight smile, he officially makes a decision for his future. Alright, settled. My home is officially going to be right here. A single leaf drifts down in the peaceful silence, marking a new beginning. But that peace is quickly shattered as blue lightning suddenly streaks across the sky. A spatial portal rips open mid-air, and a strange object plunges down at terrifying speed, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. From the thick clouds of dust, a small robot with a glowing red eye emerges. It scans the surroundings and asks, "Wait, hold up. Is this the Demon Realm man?" Meanwhile, John Doe strolls through the forest. The first thing he does is prepare a clearing. Golden threads of energy radiate from his fingertips. As he begins marking and cordoning off the construction site, he swings his hand, controlling those razor-sharp threads to slice through ancient trees in the blink of an eye. Looking at the space he just cleared, he's satisfied. Got the land. John Doe then uses his energy to lift and sort out the best logs. Standing in the middle of the clearing, he tells himself he has enough wood but notices the ground is still a bit uneven. He channels his inner power and delivers a heavy blow to the ground to level it out. Standing in the middle of the spacious yard, he exclaims, "Wow, this is great, gets plenty of sun." John Doe is amazed to realize he can now move exactly how he wants. He effortlessly lifts a giant tree trunk with one hand, beginning the process of driving stakes into the corners to set the frame. He slams each massive pillar down one after another. This feeling of control makes him wonder, is this what free will feels like? Congrats on escaping your life as a lab rat. John Doe feels genuinely happy about building his first home. Next, he quickly lays down wooden planks for the flooring. Since he doesn't have any nails, he comes up with the clever idea of using slime from a snail-like monster. He uses it as an adhesive for the walls. He knows this stuff dries as hard as rock, though he's a bit worried about whether it's waterproof or not. After finishing up and adding some extra layers of protection, he puts his hands on his hips and looks at his work with pride. Good. This should keep most monsters away. Looking at the completed house covered in slime and spider silk, John Doe feels incredibly satisfied. So cozy. I love it. But after observing it for a while, he feels a bit uneasy, like something is still missing. What am I missing? He tries to dig through his memories of old educational videos. They were about model homes from the era before the portals opened. In those films, a normal house always had a garden and a pet. John Doe wonders if the front yard needs something to grow or if he's missing a dog. But in a hellhole like this, where on earth would he find one to raise? He squats down looking at the empty patch of land, debating. Maybe I should plant a vegetable garden, but if I do, the screams would probably keep the whole forest awake. But in this harsh demon realm, finding something to plant isn't easy. Suddenly, an idea flashes. There's a snowy mountain nearby. Gazing at the towering peaks emitting a thick black aura, he hatches a bold plan. I'll plant mandragoras. According to what he knows, the ideal environment for mandragoras is on snowy peaks where the demonic energy is thickest. Walking through the white snow, John Doe mutters, "There's plenty of snow here, so I guess I can call it a snowy mountain." This sight unintentionally brings back painful memories of the day he was kidnapped. It was snowing heavily back then too, and he was so cold that he felt relieved when someone came to take him away. Looking at his bare feet, walking calmly on the cold snow, he tells himself, "Come to think of it, being a chimera has its perks. I don't have to worry about freezing or starving to death." As he climbs higher, the demonic energy thickens, signaling he's close. When the snow begins to thin out, lush green sprouts appear in the barren land, making him excited. There they are. Glad I didn't come all this way for nothing. Since mandragoras are monsters incredibly sensitive to stress, where even a tiny change in environment can kill them, he decides to pick the young ones so they're easier to move. I'll take the little ones. They'll be easier to raise. They should adapt quickly. He begins to lift the roots of a sprout. But he doesn't forget to remind himself, I should probably cover my ears. These things scream really loud. But as soon as John Doe lifts a mandragora sprout, instead of the soul-shattering scream from the legends, it only makes soft, innocent little chirps. He stares in confusion, wondering, wait, what's this? He picks up a few more, but they're all silent, even nuzzling his hand like they're dreaming. John Doe wonders, are these little guys talking in their sleep? In reality, a mandragora's scream only happens when facing humans. In the human world, the low demonic energy keeps these plants in a state of extreme stress. So if they're forcibly uprooted, they scream at the top of their lungs and die instantly. But this is the demon realm, their natural habitat, so the lack of screaming makes sense. However, John Doe still finds it strange that they aren't resisting or running away even at this stage of growth. A theory suddenly occurs to him. Maybe these little guys think I'm a plant too, which is why they're so docile. He suddenly remembers that he also carries mandragora cells within him. He smiled with satisfaction because this kept the saplings from getting stressed, then nonchalantly tucked them into his belt to carry home. John Doe began to daydream about taking good care of them so that later he could ask for a few roots for tea or eat them with some fruit. He reminded himself that he meant to bring them back as ornaments, but since they were so tender, he might just turn them into a salad instead. While he was lost in his gardening plans, frantic screams for help suddenly echoed through the lonely snow-covered mountains. John Doe stopped in his tracks, realizing there were hunters nearby. He wondered why they would come to such a dangerous place and decided to head toward the gate to check things out. At the scene, 2 hunters were in a truly dire situation. One of them, heavily injured, gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, they turned us into bait just so they could run. The other hunter screamed in terror as he saw a pack of ferocious snow monsters return to attack. The creatures with their razor-sharp teeth charged forward like madmen. He was forced to use all his strength to conjure a glowing blue energy shield to hold them back. In his despair, seeing the defense about to shatter, he wailed in regret. I should have just stuck to doing chores. Why the hell did I volunteer to find the Chimera someone? Please save me. The hunter's desperate cries rang out through the blinding snow. Just as the monsters were about to pounce, a massive surge of energy descended from above, causing a terrifying explosion that blew everything away. Through the thick dust, the 2 hunters looked up in shock, unable to believe their eyes. What on earth was that? From within the gray smoke, the silhouette of a man slowly emerged, leaving them stunned. Is that a person? It was John Doe. He stepped forward calmly, his cold gaze fixed on the growling, threatening snow rabbits. A surge of pitch-black, fiery killing intent erupted from his body, creating a terrifying pressure that made the once vicious B-rank monsters tremble in fear. Survival instincts kicked in, and the snow rabbits scrambled away in all directions, leaving the 2 hunters speechless. No way. B-rank monsters are running away. Once they regained their composure, they hurried over to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. They introduced themselves as Odu and Kim Tae-hun. But when they heard the name John Dogun, they were completely clueless, having never heard of a high-level hunter by that name before. John Dogun looked at their pathetic state and asked bluntly, "What are you guys doing here? You look like D-rankers at best. You should know how dangerous these snowy mountains are." The man admitted bitterly, it was for the money. When you're poor, you have to take risks. There was a request to capture a chimera alive with a huge reward. Hearing the word chimera, John Dogun flinched for a moment. But when Kim Tae-hun explained it was a mechanical creature that had jumped through the gate while escaping, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it wasn't him. Planning to leave after taking the gate, Crystal John Dogun noticed they had nothing left on them, and asked about their equipment. Odu clutched his bleeding wound, teeth clenched in rage because their teammates had borrowed their gear and bolted. He bitterly realized his mistake. We should have known something was up when they let B-rank hunters tag along. Thinking about how all their gear had been stolen, he asked John Dogun tremblingly, Are you planning to head back? We're almost at our limit. You know what happens when you get infected by demonic energy. In reality, how long a hunter can last in the demon realm depends on their awakening level. If they don't return to the human world to purify themselves, they'll surely die. While John Dogun was completely unaffected thanks to his special body, his eyes suddenly turned sharp as he sensed a strange energy source. There it is. He stomped his foot, creating a deep crater, and blasted off into the air at a terrifying speed. The two hunters could only shout after him in confusion. Hey, where are you going? Take us with you. Their desperate calls grew fainter until they vanished into the white snow. In another area, the small robot was still quietly observing its surroundings with glowing yellow eyes. It silently assessed the situation. This place seems dangerous. Suddenly, the group of traitorous hunters rushed out from behind and surrounded it. Now's the time, catch it now, everyone get in there. Seeing the enemies closing in with weapons drawn, the robot immediately switched to combat mode, its eyes turning a blood red full of killing intent. It coldly concluded, danger detected. Fine. I'll just wipe them out and be done with it. John Dogun glided to the scene, but all he saw was a wasteland. Looking at the gear scattered in pools of blood, he wondered, am I too late? The hunters seemed to have scattered in a panic, leaving behind strange, childlike footprints mixed with the tracks of a beast. He recalled the description. It was a mechanical test subject made of liquid metal. It had the ability to transform into any shape from a wolf to a poisonous snake, even though it was only the size of a child due to the scarcity of materials. But the fact that it had wiped out 5 B-rank hunters on its own made John Dogun smirk. Not bad. Meanwhile, Odu's condition had become extremely critical. He slumped against the base of a tree, his breath coming in gasps. I think I'm done for. My body. The demonic energy has destroyed it. Kim Tae-hun held his comrade tightly, crying out in pain. Don't talk like that. Your kid is about to be born, remember. In his dying moments, Odu could only muster a final message for his wife. This left Kim Tae-hun wailing in desperation, praying for a miracle. And then a pair of bare feet stepped forward amidst a blinding light. Kim Tae-hun looked up, stunned to see John Dogun appearing like a god, but on his back he was carrying all the luggage and gear that the other hunters had left behind. Wait, John Dogun is carrying all our stuff back, Kim Tae-hun stammered in shock. He quickly fell to his knees, bowing his head frantically. Please, John Dogun, we beg you, please save us. John Dogun looked nonchalantly at the closing portal and muttered, Oh, that's right, I'm out of gate-opening stones. He knew well that in this lawless demon realm, once you lose hope, it's game over. Seeing John Dogun, still hesitating, Kim Tae-hun tremblingly pulled out some checks. This 2 million won is our only ticket to stay alive. Please just one purification pill. He stared at the stack of money in the hands of a hunter standing on the brink of death. John Dogun thought to himself that while it was worthless now, it would definitely be useful when he returned to the human world. He casually handed the crystal to the two of them, and spoke. Here. John Dogun looked thoughtfully at the stack of money in his hand and asked, The gate crystals used to be 200,000 won, right? Kim Tae-hun replied, with surprise, No, they're about 1 million won now. Why is that? John Dogun walked over to the fainting Odu. He reached out and muttered, I just thought this felt like a bit too much. Immediately, John Dogun placed his hand on Odu's chest, releasing a brilliant surge of blue mana that enveloped his body. Kim Tae-hun screamed in panic, John Dogun, are you transferring mana? He knew very well that mana transfer was something even A-rank hunters were terrified of, because if the mana from two different people clashed and became tangled, their mana cores would shatter, and both would lose their lives. But then, a blinding light suddenly burst forth. Oh, Du snapped awake, clutching his chest in disbelief. Wait, the demonic energy is gone. Did I really come back to life? The two hunters threw their arms around each other, sobbing with pure joy. We're alive, Kim Tae-hun. We actually made it. John Dogun, however, couldn't care less. He turned and walked away. Behind him, the two of them collapsed to their knees, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Thank you, John Dogun. We'll never forget what you've done for us." Their minds were racing with pure awe at John Dogun's true power. Without an incredibly massive pool of mana, purifying miasma by force like that is simply impossible. After his long journey, John Dogun finally made it back to his little log cabin tucked away in the deep woods. He scanned the area and nodded with satisfaction. Nice, everything's still in one piece. No uninvited guests dropped by. John Dogun leaned down to check the mandragora seedlings tucked into his belt. You guys awake. The trip must have been rough on you. Look at those wilting leaves. He gently set them down in the clearing in front of his house. Time to get back into the dirt. But the mandragoras didn't seem happy at all. They started letting out these little sulky whimpers. Not a fan. You guys don't want to leave me. He suddenly realized they might be hungry after going so long without any nutrients. He held out a finger glowing with a single drop of vivid blue mana. Oh, are you just hungry because you couldn't eat during the move? How about a little mana? You guys usually love this stuff, right? Raising monsters really is just like having pets. The tiny mandragoras perked up instantly after getting that boost of mana, making John Dogun wonder if they were even monsters at all. Pushing that aside, he sensed a strange energy tailing him and immediately guessed it was the very thing those hunters had been looking for. Even though he knew exactly where the robot was hiding in the bushes, he didn't miss a beat. He figured if it wanted something, it would show its face sooner or later. Back inside, John Dogun carefully stashed away the cash he'd just earned for a rainy day. Then he excitedly started digging through the backpack to see what kind of loot he'd scored. Inside was a literal treasure trove for someone living off the grid, everything from a mini gas stove and 8 gate stones to spare clothes and a sleeping bag. John Dogun was impressed by how well prepared the hunters were, but what really got him hyped was a pack of spicy instant noodles. With his stomach growling, he decided, perfect, I'm starving, time to cook some ramen. The recipe called for 500 milliliters of water, so John Dogun headed to the stream to eyeball it. Right then, a massive monster fish lunged out of the water to attack, but to him, it just looked like a great side dish. Well, people usually put all sorts of things in ramen, so fish should be good too. Man, that topping is way too big for that pot. He kept looking for substitutes for eggs and onions until he stumbled upon a nest of strange-looking eggs. These are eggs, right, they'll do. Not stopping there, John Dogun climbed a tree to grab a few herbs to use instead of green onions before heading back to start the fire. Got the ingredients, time to head back. He had no idea that the little robot was still tailing him, watching with pure curiosity. He's actually cooking. Standing over the lit gas stove, John Dogun started looking awkwardly at the giant fish, having no clue when the right time was to throw it in. Deciding to just wing it, John Dogun dumped the whole mess of ingredients into the pot and muttered to himself, I guess as long as I boil it all, it'll be fine. Even though a little voice told him that mixing things like this wouldn't end well, he didn't care. The pot started bubbling furiously, sending up a plume of thick black smoke and a bizarre smell. The mandragoras nearby had to pinch their noses, their faces twisted in pure disgust like they were about to pass out. Even John Dogun started having second thoughts. Wait, is ramen supposed to smell like this? That pungent aroma drifted far, catching the attention of the robot hiding nearby. It couldn't stop sniffing the air, its empty stomach, making it lose all self-control. It smells so good. I want some so bad I'll just pretend to be a pathetic dog to beg for some. It suddenly remembered seeing in a lab that humans love dogs and often share their food with them. The mechanical creature immediately shifted its form. It turned into a scruffy little brown dog and started faking a limp, letting out pitiful whimpers as it approached John Dogun. Even from a distance, John Dogun saw right through the clumsy performance. He knew exactly that this was the same mechanical creature that had been stalking him for a while now. Watching it fake an injury to try and milk some sympathy, he figured it was still pretty young and just learning the ropes. Still, John Dogun couldn't help but wonder how something like this managed to escape a lab and end up all the way out here in the demon realm. Seeing the little dog wagging its tail excitedly, John Dogun flashed a smile and gave a friendly invite. It's done. Want a bite? The dog immediately let out an excited bark. In front of them sat a pot of ramen with a horrifying color featuring monster fish heads and strange eggs floating around. John Dogun picked up a bite and told himself, it only looks a bit terrifying. Let's see if this taste sends me straight to the afterlife. And so the man and the dog enjoyed their special pot of ramen together in the peaceful clearing. The moment he took a bite, a familiar flavor exploded in John Dogun's mouth. Memories of when he was 7 huddling around a steaming pot of ramen with the other kids at the orphanage came rushing back. The image of them eating and laughing together was suddenly crystal clear. John Dogun closed his eyes to savor it, his face filled with pure contentment. Yeah, this is the taste. In that moment, it felt like he was truly alive again. Under the glow of the stunning sunset, he softly whispered, this is actually really good. Meanwhile, the mandragoras in the back were still writhing in agony because the overwhelming stench of the ramen had completely drowned out every other scent in the forest. Once the meal was over, John Dogun sent his guest packing. All right, you're fed now, beat it. The little dog dejectedly turned to leave, still committed to the role by limping away. But John Dogun noticed something off immediately and called it out. Wait, wasn't it the left leg before? The robot jumped, a look of pure panic washing over its face. Realizing it had faked the wrong leg, it bolted into the bushes. After finishing the dishes, John Dogun decided to try washing the clothes he'd found. He told himself he couldn't keep dressing like a caveman in animal skins forever. Even though he didn't have the fondest memories of laundry detergent, he gripped the wooden stick and reminded himself to be extra gentle. If he scrubbed too hard, he'd ruin the delicate fabric. But with the physical strength of an S-rank Chimera, even while holding back as much as possible, John Dogun's swing still generated insane pressure. A massive boom echoed as the ground by the stream was ripped open, and the wooden stick shattered into splinters in an instant, leaving even him stunned. Looking at the broken wood, John Dogun just sighed to reassure himself. The stick's done for. Oh well, I've got more sets to break. He glanced toward the bushes where that mechanical creature had just transformed into a rock to hide. From the moment he ate his noodles and washed the dishes to when he admired the bright yellow crocuses, it kept shifting its shape. It went from a fish in the water to a dry log just to get closer to him, but it absolutely didn't do anything. That piece was suddenly shattered when a tiny bee started buzzing around the robot log. Instantly, the robot panicked and reverted to its true form. It sprinted away for dear life, screaming in terror. Bees, bees, I hate bees. Witnessing that hilarious scene, John Dogun realized that this creature's mental age probably wasn't even 5 years old. Its mechanical and stiff way of speaking was a common reaction, seen in Chimera, children who had knowledge forced into them in a laboratory. Ignoring the annoyance of his stalker, John Dogun stood up to look at the blooming crocuses. He sighed in admiration. Ah, these crocuses are so beautiful. After a bit of a struggle, he finally finished the laundry, holding a white t-shirt in his hand. He let out a sigh of relief. Doing laundry is more exhausting than I thought, but at least I got this washed. Even though the shirt looked a bit small for his muscles. He decided to hang it on the clothesline in the middle of the forest, since he'd already put in the work. If I wear this, it'll probably turn into a crop top showing off my six-pack. With everything finished, John Dogun turned to leave, planning to check on the mandragoras he'd just planted. The moment he left, the robot rock sneakily crawled out of the bushes. Watching his back, it muttered, "That man is wearing clothes now, so I have to wear clothes too." No sooner said than done, it reached out its mechanical hands and grabbed the white t-shirt off the line and pulled it over its head. "Sold, I'm taking this shirt." A strange light enveloped it, and then from within, the white fabric. The creature transformed into a little girl with long, flowing brown hair. Meanwhile, John Dogun was standing in front of the mandragora sprouts with a worried expression. Why are these little guys acting so strange? Seeing the leaves starting to wither and the roots drying up, he realized something was wrong. Leaning down to till the soil with his hoe, he wondered, "That's weird, I pulled all the weeds when I was gardening." Suddenly, a bunch of hideous monster worms burst out from underground, ready to attack. John Dogun quickly swung his hoe, sweeping the pests away. He blamed himself. "I should have tilled the soil more thoroughly. I almost let them die." Standing up to look at the empty patch of land, he decided he should make a proper garden. About the size of my house should do it. While he was lost in his new plan, John Dogun suddenly froze when he realized someone was watching him. From behind a giant ancient tree, the little girl from before timidly poked her head out. "Hey John," Dogun thought to himself. "A girl this time. Is she finally going to talk to me?" He responded calmly. "Yeah, hey there." Her human debut was actually pretty cute, guys. The girl pointed curiously toward the wooden cabin. "Is that your house?" After John Dogun nodded in confirmation, she asked another question. "So, are you a native here?" Seeing her innocent face, John Dogun felt like teasing her. "That's right. What tribe do you belong to?" The unexpected question made the girl jump. She stammered, "A tribe." To cover her embarrassment, she started waving her arms around, making up a story. I come from way beyond that waterfall over there. It's super far, so far that you'd never find it." John Dogun smirked and challenged her. "Really? If it's near a waterfall, could it be the Pineapple Tribe, seeing a way out?" The girl nodded her head vigorously. "Exactly. I'm a genuine local girl from the Pineapple Tribe." John Dogun glanced at the shirt she was wearing and added one more thing. "But isn't that outfit actually mine?" The girl immediately puffed out her chest and argued, "In my tribe, whoever finds it first owns it. It's mine now." Seeing that adorable stubbornness, John Dogun just gave a small smile. "Fine, you can keep it." The girl's face lit up with joy, but her smile quickly vanished when John Dogun asked why she was here. Nari looked down and whispered a confession. "Well, actually, I was kicked out of my tribe, so I wanted to ask you a favor. Can I stay here with you?" John Dogun asked back, a bit surprised. "Live here." The girl started to get flustered, wringing her hands nervously. She softly explained that there were no bugs here, and there was even a house, so she felt very safe. Looking at the child's pitiful face, John Dogun thought she really did need a place to rest. He nodded in agreement. "All right, but if you want to stay, you have to work." Hearing that Nari was overjoyed, her golden orange eyes sparkling. "Understood, you can give me any job." John Dogun immediately assigned her first task. First, I need to till this field again. Can you help with that? He wanted to build a better home for the mandragoras. Nari didn't hesitate for a second. She eagerly grabbed a wooden pole. Leave it to me. I'm super strong and I'm great at using my power. Right after that, she took off like a whirlwind, tilling the ground with such terrifying strength that dust flew everywhere. John Dogun stood there watching, unable to hide his amazement. He realized she wasn't even trying to hide her identity, or maybe it was because she'd lived in a lab for so long, that she had no idea how a normal child was supposed to act. He called out, "By the way, what's your name? I'm John Dogun." The question made the girl stop in confusion. A name. Since she didn't have an official name yet, she decided to pick a really cool one for herself. She suddenly remembered the beautiful flowers she had seen the other day. She held her wooden pole high and declared proudly, "It's decided. My name is Nari, and don't you dare call me Nari." John Dogun muttered Nari. That made the girl irritably insist one more time that it was Nari. Thanks to her strength, the large garden patch was finished in no time. John Dogun also managed to put up a stone fence around it for protection. Seeing the fresh, loose soil, the tiny mandragoras were incredibly excited. They started jumping around and cheering happily. Watching the little plants enjoy themselves, John Dogun told himself he should have done this sooner. But then he heard sniffing behind him and turned to see Nari on the verge of tears. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" The girl choked out, "Seeing those mandragoras, they remind me of my friends." John Dogun was a bit skeptical, because he knew very well that in that hellish laboratory, there was no such thing as friends. Suddenly, a piercing roar tore through the peaceful atmosphere. It echoed across their entire little garden. "Don't be too shocked. It's just some monsters hunting each other." John Dogun calmly reassured her when he saw Nari looking, panicked by the screams echoing from deep within the forest. Trembling, Nari recounted that before coming here, she had seen a monster that looked like a baby chick being attacked by a whole pack. Seeing the pained expression on her face, John Dogun asked point-blank, "Wait, do you want to save that monster?" Realizing that Nari was still being affected by brainwashing commands that kept her from acting on her own, John Dogun decided to offer a suggestion instead of an order to help her break through her psychological barrier. "If you want to do it, just go. You're just going to stand there and watch it die." That was all it took. Nari instantly leaped into the air, charging toward the battlefield at a terrifying speed. Down below, the small white monster was curled up completely helpless against the sharp claws of a swarm of giant mantises waiting to tear it apart. "Don't bully it." Nari screamed and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the surrounding monsters flying in an instant. Her eyes burned with determination as she looked at the tiny, trembling creature at her feet. "I'll save you." This act of bullying unintentionally triggered a painful memory from the lab where other children had frantically beaten a small test subject, all because they were terrified of being put into dangerous experiments. The screams of, "We want to live too," and the ruthless punches from back then replayed vividly in Nari's mind. Her anger exploded. Nari roared through her tears, "Stop it, this kind of bullying is wrong." She poured all her strength into her fists, creating earth-shattering energy blasts that wiped out the swarm of mantis monsters. Flesh and green fluid splattered everywhere under the terrifying power of the Chimera girl, who was furiously protecting the weak. How awesome is that, folks? Meanwhile, John Dogun was calmly at home, tending to his mandragoras. The peace was quickly shattered when Nari rushed back, clutching the small monster in her arms. Its eyes were squeezed, shut its face, a mask of panic. "Big bro, it won't wake up. What do I do?" John Dogun tried to calm her down. But when he got a closer look at the pure white creature with a tuft of fire on its head, lying motionless in Nari's hands, he froze in astonishment. A thought flashed through his mind. "Wait a minute, that monster. It looks familiar." Nari burst into tears, her golden-orange eyes overflowing as she hugged the tiny creature and yelled, "John Dogun, help. Is it dead or something? I keep calling it, but it won't wake up." She trembled with fear, worried that this poor little monster was on the brink of death. John Dogun came closer, calmly observed it, and then said softly, "Let's have a look." He channeled vibrant blue mana to his fingertips and touched the white creature. After a thorough check, John Dogun let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it seems there are no fatal wounds. Seeing its faded color and tiny size, he was suddenly reminded of the giant bird he'd encountered before. He realized this was the same type of immortal monster, but for some reason its recovery method caused its body to shrink completely, unlike his own. Seeing John Dogun lost in thought, Nari asked anxiously, "How is it? Is it really dying?" John Dogun replied casually, "Don't worry, it's not dying. It just fainted from hunger because it hasn't had anything to eat." Hearing this, Nari repeated blankly, "Malnutrition." John Dogun explained that all it needed was a little mana infusion and it would recover on its own. However, looking at the little bird lying there as limp as a pancake, Nari's heart softened. Memories of her loneliness in the lab flooded back, and she hugged it tightly, pleading, "Big bro, if we just leave it like this, it'll die. Please, can I keep it? I want to take care of it." She promised to raise it properly and feed it well. Her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at John Dugan. He smiled, thinking to himself that when this creature grew up, its size would be formidable. But he still indulged her. "Alright, fine, you can keep it. When it gets bigger, it can be a guard for the house. It'll save us some trouble." Nari squealed with excitement. Really? Just then, the little bird slowly opened its eyes, wondering dazedly where it was. But as soon as it saw John Dogun's face, it froze in terror. Horrifying memories came rushing back, making it tremble. It recognized that face as the one belonging to the guy who had stripped its family bare last time. And while Nari was still hugging it happily, the poor bird could only sweat bullets. It realized it had just fallen into the hands of the Grim Reaper. Nari lifted the small bird up, her golden-orange eyes shining with joy when she saw it was awake. "Looks like it's awake. It's cooing like a pigeon." Contrary to her excitement, the bird was utterly bewildered to see a human child in the demon world. Nari was completely oblivious. She hugged it tightly and cooed, "You're finally awake." Being squeezed to the point of suffocation, the bird cried out in desperation, "Let me go." Witnessing this, John Dogun froze in astonishment. He wondered if he had actually just understood what the creature was saying. After fumbling around for a bit, Nari had wrapped the little bird up tightly in bandages like a mummy, and proudly declared, "Treatment complete." The poor creature could only lie there and take it. It was crying its eyes out because it couldn't move. "Big bro, I thought of a name for it." Ignoring the bird's screams to be set free, she calmly decided, "Since it keeps cooing like a pigeon, let's call it Goo." John Dogun, who was carrying large logs on his shoulder, nodded in agreement, thinking the name wasn't half bad. Feeling insulted at being given a random name when it already had one, the bird didn't even have time to protest before Nari poured a whole bucket of water on its head, thinking it was crying because it was thirsty. Seeing the soaking wet bird flopping around and choking on water, Nari asked worriedly, "Big bro, it's soaking wet now, what should I do?" John Dugan realized the girl had absolutely no idea the creature was begging her to stop giving it water. He thought to himself that it was probably best to tell her to stop. With Nari caring for it like this, it would be a miracle if Goo survived. Left alone, John Dogun looked at the growing pile of stuff and decided to build a shelf to organize everything neatly. He started taking measurements and used his sharp blade to slice through the large logs. But a strange sound as the blade hit the wood made him stop, puzzled. Looking at the uneven cut on the log, John Dugan muttered in confusion, "What the heck? I did it the exact same way as the table and chairs." Suddenly, a voice came from the wooden table. "It's a different type of wood. The one in front of you is a softwood." John Dogun instinctively asked back in surprise, "Oh, so different woods have different hardness levels." The bird Goo casually lectured him, "Of course. You don't even know that." When John Dogun curiously asked about the hardest type of wood, Goo didn't hesitate to reply, "How lame. Redwood is the best, obviously." Halfway through its sentence, it suddenly froze, sweating profusely, as it realized it had just slipped up and revealed its ability to communicate. John Dugan stared at the little bird, stunned, then blurted out, "Wait, you can actually understand what I'm saying." Goo backed away in a panic, flusteredly telling itself, "That's impossible, unless it's telepathy." John Dugan casually asked about the redwood trees he couldn't find around here, then wondered if Goo's habitat was in this region. The little bird was sweating bullets when it saw John Dogun block its telepathy. It stammered, You can hear me." John Dogun crossed his arms and explained that it wasn't exactly hearing more, like the words were just automatically appearing in his head. John Dugan silently assessed that this was definitely an extremely rare type of intelligent monster, one he had only ever heard of but never seen with his own eyes. Suddenly, he asked, "We've met before, haven't we?" Goo admitted, "Yeah, I've actually really wanted to see you again." John Dogun was surprised. "You wanted to see me? Why?" Goo replied, sincerely, "Whatever the reason, you saved me." It remembered the sight of John Dogun's back as he saved it from a fire long ago. Goo had promised itself that if they ever met again, it would definitely help him just once. It turns out when its power was stripped away, the poison in its body disappeared too, leaving the immortal core intact so it could survive. Hearing that John Dogun got straight to the point, "Great. Now can you do me a favor?" Seeing Goo look stunned, he pointed at the pile of wood he was working on. The little bird immediately regained its spirit and flapped its wings excitedly. "Sure thing, follow me, I'll show you where the red trees grow." Elsewhere, in the middle of a blazing sea of fire, Nari was running away in her lab coat, gripped by absolute panic. The little girl screamed, "Get away from me, I hate the lab." The heat from the constant explosions hit her back, making Nari cry out in pain. "It's so hot." Another massive explosion erupted right behind her, knocking the exhausted girl to the ground. Nari was trapped in her worst nightmare. Memories of the lab and the roaring flames consumed her mind. She gasped for air, terrified. She was afraid they had finally found her to take her back. In the middle of the raging fire, a man with long black hair stepped forward holding a tracking device to confirm his target. It was a mechanical creature capable of shapeshifting. Despite feeling a bit hesitant about attacking a child, he coldly decided to prioritize his own life. He gathered firepower in his hand, declaring he would end it all right here. Just as the flames were about to swallow, Nari John Do-gun suddenly appeared casually, putting out the attack with one hand. With Gu perched on his shoulder, he let out a tired sigh. He just wanted to finish building the cabinet so he could finally rest. Seeing Nari panicking because she was so afraid of fire, John Do-gun knew he couldn't just stand by. He looked straight at the hunter and called him a scumbag. What kind of man bullies a little kid dude? The hunter was stunned by John Do-gun's sudden appearance. He wondered what group this man belonged to, looking like some kind of caveman. He warned John Do-gun to beat it, saying his only target was the mechanical creature. But the response was just a deadpan remark. Save it. I'm in a hurry to finish a cabinet. I don't have time to listen to your rambling. Furious at being ignored, he roared and unleashed his full firepower. He created a massive firestorm aimed straight at John Do-gun. Without flinching, John Do-gun simply raised a finger, gathering a brilliant blue light. His counterattack was so powerful it tore through the wall of flames, creating an earth-shattering explosion before the hunter could even react. He could only gasp in shock before being blasted away by the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, John Do-gun turned to the sobbing Nari. He comforted her, saying if she was scared, she should just give the enemy a good punch. John Do-gun walked over to the face-down body and grabbed the man's long hair to pull him up. He planned to give him a piece of his mind if he dared to pass out again. However, a shocking truth revealed itself, making even John Do-gun freeze. All that long black hair was actually just a wig. It revealed the hunter's shiny bald head as he lay there gasping for air. John Do-gun stared blankly at the wig in his hand and muttered, "What the hell? This guy's bald. He's so young too." Seeing the shiny head of the person who had just threatened her, the fear vanished. The little girl burst out laughing. "Ha, that bald head is so funny. I'm not scared anymore, mister." John Do-gun realized this guy wasn't actually a formidable opponent that Nari couldn't handle. To help her understand the enemy's true nature, he used Gu's telepathic ability. He looked through his memories and shared them with Nari. John Do-gun's eyes glowed gold. This should help you understand. A wave of brutal memories rushed back, taking them to that cold lab years ago. A researcher with a sinister smile stared at a trembling liquid test subject that was trying to hide. "Oh, avoiding me now. Looks like your instincts are kicking in." He casually gathered blue flames in his hand and ordered the poor creature to come closer for a cruel durability test. John Do-gun gently patted Nari's head and praised her. "Good job, Nari." He thought to himself that overcoming trauma is never easy, so this was truly a huge step forward for her. Turning back to the hunter face down on the ground, John Do-gun wondered what to do with him next. Meanwhile, Gu flew over curiously, repeatedly pecking at the defeated man's bald head to investigate. Suddenly, Nari cheered excitedly. "I have a great idea." A mischievous look appeared on her face. Her idea was to tie the hunter up tight and hang him upside down. He was hung right under a crashing waterfall. The girl declared triumphantly, "Now that you're soaking wet, you can't start fires anymore. You're not scary at all, Mr. Baldy." With water pouring onto his head, the hunter could only suffer in silence bitterly, thinking he hadn't come to the demon realm just to be humiliated like this. Nari continued to scold the evil Baldy. John Do-gun walked by carrying a pot of water and didn't forget to remind her, "Now, Nari, don't laugh at his bald head even though it really is hilarious." Realizing Nari had recovered her spirits faster than expected, John Do-gun strolled toward the stream. Gu flew after him to ask what he was doing, and he casually replied he was getting water to cook ramen. At the mention of ramen, Nari cheered ramen. "Your fish ramen is the best." When John Do-gun teased her, asking if the pineapple tribe ate fish ramen too, the girl stammered in embarrassment and quickly jumped into the water to avoid the question. The hunter Nam-ki-seo watched John Do-gun in terror. He secretly estimated that with such terrifying power, he must be at least an A-rank hunter, or perhaps a hidden master, with immeasurable power. While John Do-gun was wondering if he had enough water for 3 packs of ramen, Nam-ki-seo could only wallow in self-pity, feeling mistreated as he watched others prepare to eat while he was tied up. Just then, Nari burst out of the water, holding 2 giant monster fish in her hands and shouted proudly, "Fish ramen coming up. I just caught 2 supersized sea monsters for the toppings." Seeing that Nari had caught too many, John Do-gun said, "We only need 1, so let the other one go." The girl happily obeyed and urged him, "Okay, quick, put it in the pot." Witnessing this, Nam-ki-seo, hanging upside down under the waterfall, was horrified. If they boil that thing, it's going to smell so fishy. He grew even more panicked as he saw John Do-gun pouring way too much water into the pot. And why so much water? Looking at the two of them happily preparing a disastrous meal, Nam-ki-seo screamed internally, "Do these people even know how to cook ramen?" He couldn't just stand by and watch the ramen be ruined. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop, let me cook. Watching you two is just ruining a perfectly good pack of ramen." Immediately, the hunter was untied and stood before the stove with the mindset of a true chef. To others, it was just a normal pack of instant noodles. But to Nam-ki-seo, right now it was a life-or-death mission. Sitting under the intense pressure of John Do-gun and Nari's gaze, he told himself ramen is already delicious on its own. "I'll just cook it by the book." even though I don't actually know anything about cooking. Since he was cooking 3 whole packs, the amount of water could only be measured by instinct. Nam Ki-seo watched intently as the pot of water began to boil vigorously. First, he added the noodles and soup packets to the boiling water. The precise requirement was to cook them for exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Since he didn't have a timer, Nam Ki-seo came up with an incredibly professional method. No timer, no problem, he'd just use his psychic powers. 270 heartbeats, and the noodles would be cooked to perfection, not a second off. He focused intently, listening to each of his own heartbeats to keep perfect time. When the count hit 270, Nam Ki-seo roared. Now then, he used his chopsticks to lift the noodles high into the air to give them the perfect chewy texture. The most important part of making delicious ramen is the technique of lifting the noodles high, allowing them to make contact with the air. This helps the strands firm up and achieve that perfect chewiness. Nam Ki-seo focused his entire mind on each movement, thinking to himself that if he only had some kimchi, it would be absolutely perfect. But in this demon realm, that was a luxury. Looking at the pot of steaming ramen, he smiled with satisfaction, knowing he had done his best and had no regrets. Nam Ki-seo's heartfelt ramen masterpiece was now complete. With its flavor and nutritional stats reaching near absolute levels, Nam Ki-seo confidently offered, "Would you all like to try some?" The moment she saw the ramen, Kim Nari exclaimed in amazement. "This is completely different from the ramen you make." This forced John Dogun to admit it too. It's true. This heartbeat-timed ramen is on a whole other level. After John Dogun took a bite, all 3 of them began to dig in. Instantly, an explosion of flavor transported them to a paradise filled with brilliant light and the sound of angelic trumpets. John Dogun was stunned, lost in thought. This is the taste of purity." Kim Nari shouted with excitement as she ate. "Mister, this is the most delicious thing I've ever had." Even the bird Gu couldn't help but wonder, do humans get to eat this every day? Faced with everyone's enthusiastic response, John Dogun had to concede. "Let's just finish eating first." In just a few moments, the pot was wiped clean. Gu rolled onto the table completely stuffed. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Nam Ki-seo scratched his head and asked with a laugh, "Haha, so did it suit everyone's tastes?" John Dogun put his chopsticks down, looked straight at Nam Ki-seo, and said, "Seriously, that ramen was too good. I can't just accept it for free. Tell me what you want. Name your price." Nam Ki-seo froze for a moment, swallowing nervously. Suddenly, the bald hunter dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead to the ground, much to John Dogun's astonishment. Nam Ki-seo shouted, "Please take me as your disciple, I hunter." Nam Ki-seo, "Want to be as strong as you, sir?" John Dogun could only stand there frozen with a bewildered expression. He asked, "Since when am I your master? What would I even teach you?" Nam Ki-seo remained on the ground, shamelessly flattering him. "Sir, you are the strongest hunter I have ever met. I see that you've settled down here, sir, so I can cook many other dishes for you. I'm actually a certified chef." He even started bragging about his family background to vouch for his skills. "My dad owns a small chicken restaurant, so I'm an amazing chicken fryer. I'm telling you the truth." Seeing that John Dogun seemed to be swaying, Nam Ki-seo pressed on. "Going back and forth through the gate for necessities and clothes is a pain, isn't it? Let me be your errand boy. Of course I'll pay tuition too. I really want to learn from you, sir, so I can reach A rank." John Dogun thought for a moment before asking a question of his own. "Let me ask you something first. Why did you attack Kim Nari? Was it for the bounty?" The question left Nam Ki-seo bewildered. Kim Nari was a mechanical being. Watching Kim Nari in the background, who was innocently lifting the entire pot to slurp down the rest of the broth, Nam Ki-seo could only mumble a quiet yes. His eyes began to well up with tears as he poured his heart out. "It's a little hard to talk about for personal reasons, but I don't need the bounty, and I don't need Kim Nari. All I want is to pass the hunter promotion exam, nothing else." Seeing the bald man's sincerity, John Dogun gave a cold command. "Is that so? Get up. I enjoyed the meal, so this is the least I can do." John Dogun emanated a powerful pressure as he spoke. "Let's start with a sparring match. Our last one ended far too quickly." Nam Ki-seo cheered with delight. "Thank you, sir." Just then, Kim Nari slammed the pot down on the table and declared loudly, "Mister, I want to be his opponent." To John Dogun's surprise, the little girl stood her ground with determination. "I told you before, if something is scary, you just have to smash it flat. I want to try snuffing out those flames too." Seeing this, Nam Ki-seo scoffed mockingly. "You must have forgotten, kid. The boss is just on another level, but that doesn't mean I'm weak." John Dogun cut off their argument. "Your name is Nam Ki-seo, right? Can you break that thing?" He pointed to a jet-black block of stone sitting nearby. Nam Ki-seo looked at it and broke out in a cold sweat. "That's black ironstone, isn't it? It's a type of stone that's many times harder than diamond." When asked if he could break it, he laughed nervously and waved his hands. "No way. That thing's incredibly hard. You'd have to be at least an A-rank hunter to break it." Instantly, a loud bang echoed through the area. Kim Nari had thrown a thunderous punch, shattering the harder-than-diamond block into smithereens right before Nam Ki-seo's horrified eyes. Like master, like apprentice, I guess. The bald hunter stood frozen sweat pouring down his face as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "How? How is that possible? Kim Nari now stood proudly on a chair, her eyes blazing with defiance. She held out her hand, which was radiating a powerful energy, and growled. Hey Baldy, bring it on, let's fight. In reality, Nam Ki-so was a natural, awakened being, once a promising hunter, with a wide-open future. He gained superpowers at just 8 years old, a true legendary prodigy. Combined with his diligent efforts, Nam Ki-so reached B+ rank before he was even 20, handsome and incredibly gifted. Fans swarmed him everywhere he went. This explosive growth brought him fame, and he dreamed of the day he would become the world's strongest, flawless hunter. But one day, while showering, he froze shocked by an unusual discovery. Disaster, however, had struck all too soon. At an age when most people were just beginning to awaken their powers, his hair began to fall out uncontrollably. By the time he turned 20, the crown of his head was already thinning. His hairline receded into a distinct M shape. Nam Ki-so clutched his head in a panic, screaming, "My hair!" He sought help from every clinic he could find. He was even willing to spend a fortune on hair transplants, but the doctor just shook his head in defeat. "It'll just fall out again. It's best if you give up." All of his efforts were useless. Despite his handsome looks and innate talent, the man who once shone brighter than anyone else quickly lost the light of his life. During an evaluation, a cold announcement echoed, "Number 307 Nam Ki-so." Failed Nam Ki-so collapsed to the floor amidst the jeers, his progress having come to a complete halt. In a dark room littered with empty alcohol bottles, Nam Ki-so lay sprawled on the sofa, his face completely devoid of expression. On the television, a talk show was on. They were introducing a certain doctor, Han from the Korean Research Institute. He began to speak about his fascinating research involving liquid metal, a compound that was incredibly rare, even in the demon world. With a smug smile, the 90-year-old doctor removed his hat to reveal a thick, full head of white hair, claiming that he'd accidentally spilled a tiny bit of the compound on his head, and it had miraculously caused his hair to grow back. Witnessing that scene, Ki shot up speechless at this shocking truth. When he heard the doctor announce that he would use all the remaining liquid metal to create a mechanical being for the safety of humanity, Nam Ki-so screamed furiously at the screen. Why build a robot? Make a hair growth tonic. That's what would really save the world. A few days later, an emergency notification on his phone caught his eye. The masterpiece from the Hanbit Institute had escaped into the demon world. Nam Ki-so set off at once, telling himself that there were no laws in the demon world. Whoever found it first would get to keep it. With the fierce determination to cover his bald head at any cost, he threw himself into the search for the mechanical creature. However, the harsh reality became clear as Nam Ki-so was lying flat on the ground, his face covered in dirt and injuries. Kim Nari stood beside him, cheering happily. "I won again." Nam Ki-so trembled silently, horrified by the little girl's incredible strength. John Do-gun clicked his tongue in disappointment from a distance. On the ground again. "What kind of fighting is that, letting a kid land every single hit on you, man?" Hearing this, the bald hunter struggled to get up, yelling with determination, I'll try harder. Just you watch." Meanwhile, John Do-gun had finished building a cabinet from redwood following Goo's instructions. He patted the sturdy wood surface with satisfaction. "Alright, the cabinet is done. This redwood really is solid stuff. Thanks for the advice, this will last a long time." Looking at the silhouette of the hunter still struggling in the distance, John Do-gun thought to himself, but he really does have guts. All day, Nam Ki-so had been beaten to a pulp. But deep down, the bald hunter felt a freedom he had never known before, perhaps because he had finally shed the burden of his long-worn wig. He focused all his willpower into his burning hands and thought, but why do I feel so free? Is it because I threw away the wig? Nam Ki-so roared with determination. Kim Nari once again unleashed a powerful torrent of fire that enveloped her body. Witnessing this, the bird Gu casually remarked that the man's fire control wasn't bad. But if he can't even take down a kid, it's useless. Standing beside them, John Do-gun had to admit that was because Kim Nari was no ordinary child. Refusing to give up, Ki stomped his foot to gain momentum and shot forward like a rocket. "This time I'll definitely win." Facing the blazing attack, Kim Nari remained calm and replied, "Bring it on." The moment Ki's punch was about to land, a strange phenomenon occurred that made him exclaim in astonishment. "Is this liquefaction?" Kim Nari's body suddenly melted into a mass of liquid, clinging tightly to Nam Ki-so's arm and completely neutralizing his flames. Talk about a hard counter. Taking advantage of her liquid state, Kim Nari slipped past the attack and suddenly launched a powerful kick that sent Ki flying. The impact was so strong it slammed the hunter's body into a cliff face, creating large cracks and a cloud of dust. Kim Nari jumped for joy, shouting excitedly, "I'm not afraid of fire anymore. It's all thanks to you, mister." Stuck in the rocky crater, Nam Ki-so fell silent, his thoughts turning bitter about the limits of someone forever stuck. As a B ranker, like me, I don't have any useful skills left to fight back with. However, the will of a man who doesn't know how to quit rose once more. He told himself, are a few wounds like this going to stop me? Despite his battered body, Nam Ki-so stood tall and defiant, shouting, "One more time, Kim Nari." But just as his fighting spirit was soaring, he was taken aback when he felt his nose start to bleed. Just then, John Dugun casually walked over and asked a question with a hidden meaning. How many days have you been in the demon world? Key quickly wiped the blood away and replied respectfully, today is the 9th day, sir. John Dugun advised Key to return because at his current level, if he stayed any longer, the demonic energy would surely kill him. Although he wanted to stay longer, the bald hunter reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, John Dugun offered some encouragement. But you have the potential to become an A ranker, so keep working hard. Nam Kiseo was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Me, sir. He lowered his head and confessed. He had failed the A-rank test for 5 years in a row, and people said that if you couldn't pass within 3 years, all hope was lost. But John Dugun remained firm. Don't get discouraged. You've still got a full tank of mana you haven't even tapped into. Keep it up. I believe you can do it. These sincere words of encouragement moved Nam Kiseo to tears. He choked out boss. Before stepping into the portal, John Dugun didn't forget to remind him to properly purify the demonic energy when he got back. The hunter bowed deeply, shouting with determination, "Thank you, sir. I Nam Kiseo will do my best. I hope you'll continue to watch over me." As his figure vanished behind the light, John Dugun was already planning to turn this guy into an A-rank gopher for him. He eagerly asked, "Does anyone else need anything?" "I think we're out of ramen, right?" Kim Nari cheered ramen. But John Dugun said, "That would be it for now." Nam Kiseo obediently promised to buy more next time. As they parted, Kim Nari waved goodbye. "Be careful, mister. Train hard, and you'll win next time." Nam Kiseo suddenly remembered something and asked, "Boss, where's my precious hairpiece?" John Dugun replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." Meanwhile, the bird goo on Kim Nari's head had a mischievous look on its face. Nam Kiseo had no choice but to leave with his head completely bald, constantly wondering where his precious wig could have gone. When the portal closed, Goo anxiously asked John Dugun if it was okay to trust Nam Kiseo, because if he betrayed them and brought more hunters here, it would be very dangerous. John Dugun turned to ask for Goo's opinion, knowing its ability to read others' memories. "What do you think? You can read people's memories after all." The little bird confirmed. That guy's memories are nothing but tears over his hair loss and his desperation to be A-rank. He has no ill intentions. It recalled the image of Key collapsing and crying in despair over his career and his hair. John Dugun smirked with amusement. "I like how honest he is. This is going to be fun." Seeing Kim Nari's confused face as she asked if he understood what Goo was saying, John Dugun admitted that he did. He proudly showed off his handiwork, the cabinet he had just finished, thanks to Goo's advice. "What do you think? It's much neater now, right?" Standing in the middle of the wooden house, Kim Nari looked around and thoughtfully commented, "It seems a little dark, sir." Hearing Kim Nari's comment about the house being a bit dark, John Dugun nodded in agreement. "You think so? Then let's add more windows, shall we?" The sunlight flooding in made Kim Nari cheer with delight. "It's so bright, I love it." Seeing her so happy, John Dugun smiled and praised her. "Good eye, kid. If you like it bright, we'll need some lights for when it gets dark." He explained that there was a type of stone called a light stone that could emit light on its own. They just needed to gather a few and hang them from the ceiling to keep the house bright. Kim Nari excitedly asked if they could make lamps. John Dugun then turned to Goo. "Do you know where to find lightstones?" The little bird replied that they usually appeared in volcanic regions, a place known as a land of death for hunters. Goo's voice suddenly dropped full of emotion. "That's also my homeland." The moment he heard they were going to look for light stones, Goo's face fell. Seeing Goo's mournful expression, John Dugun wondered why the idea of going home would make him so sad. The perceptive Kim Nari immediately noticed something was off. She hugged Goo and asked worriedly, "Uncle, what is Goo saying? His voice sounds strange. I think he's sad about something." John Dugun guessed that Goo was probably just worried about the dangers of the volcanic region. He decided to go by himself and told the two of them to stay home. However, Kim Nari immediately protested, "No way, I want to go too. I'm not afraid of fire anymore. I want to go to the volcano with you." Her determination took John Dugun by surprise. He silently admired how quickly the little girl had overcome her fear. When he turned to ask for Goo's opinion, the little bird also stated firmly, "I'm going too. I still have some business to take care of there." And so the three of them agreed to set out. To ensure their safety, John Dugun began using his energy to create equipment. This special gear would help the two little ones withstand the harsh heat of the volcanic region. Meanwhile, at the Mandragora garden, the young saplings were still weeding. In another part of the world, within the towering volcanic region, rivers of fiery red lava churned and flowed through the dark landscape. Suddenly, a roar echoed out. The earth-shattering roar came from deep within the ground, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal shadow with blazing eyes. It was rising amidst a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The volcanic region revealed itself to be an incredibly harsh environment, one of the 3 places hunters were warned to avoid most in the demon world. Here, the volcanic ash seared the skin, and the toxic gas and concentrated demonic energy could kill anyone who breathed it in. Information about this place was non-existent in the human world. Seeing Kim Nari cheerfully hopping around near the burning lava flow, Goo couldn't help but worry. Is she planning on jumping in there to look for eggs or something? Gu wondered why Kim Nari was fine since she was a mechanical being. But how was John Dogun completely unharmed despite not being a mechanical entity? When John Dogun admitted he was a chimera, Hunter Gu mused, I thought you chimera guys were supposed to be hideous monsters. How come you look like the heartthrob S? Base John Dogun recalled the monstrous chained-up image of his former self and replied, I used to be like that. But after I was reborn, I ended up looking human. He then asked Gu in return, is it uncomfortable for a monster to be near a hunter? The little bird confessed awkwardly, being with you isn't so bad. It's nice to have someone to talk to and you guys don't seem like bad people. John Dogun smiled, satisfied. Well, that's a relief. Kim Nari came running over, cutting off their conversation to demand she be included. Are you talking to Gu again? Uncle, I want to talk to him too. Hearing from John Dogun that Gu was curious about their identities, the girl innocently cheered with pride. He's a native of the demon world, and so am I. Her cheeky remark left Gu speechless, muttering to himself, I'm the native here, you little rascal. Following Gu's directions, the Lightstone was located here. They usually appeared near erupting lava, so the group headed straight for the volcano's crater. As soon as they reached the summit, Kim Nari cheered with excitement. John Dogun had also found what he was looking for. Oh, there's the Lightstone. John Dogun was seriously lucky. But their joy was short-lived. Through the thick smoke and dust, a giant creature with bumpy orange skin suddenly appeared, putting him on high alert. Wait a minute, is that a fire toad? That massive monster seemed to be crying. Tears streamed down its rough face, leaving Kim Nari utterly shocked. Uncle, look, there's another one up ahead. Looking closely, John Dogun realized the motionless fire toad in front was the female, and she was dead. Gu explained that only females carried the clusters of eggs on their backs during mating season. However, when the female dies, all the eggs die with her. This was because the temperature at the crater's edge was now too high for them. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Kim Nari said, that poor toad, he got so thin after losing his mate. He looks so miserable. John Dogun thought for a moment, then told her Kim Nari, wait here for a second. With that, he suddenly leaped down the cliff face. He charged straight toward the two monsters. Kim Nari screamed in panic, Uncle, where are you going? His reckless action made even the bird Gu turn pale. What are you doing? Get back here, John Dogun. That fire toad is extremely sensitive right now. Don't go near it. Despite the warning, John Dogun continued to saunter closer. Sensing the stranger approaching, the fire toad took a deep breath and spewed out a colossal torrent of firepower that engulfed the entire surrounding area. Kim Nari screamed in despair. The toad was trying to blow up the whole volcano, but her uncle just stood there calmly in the middle of the blaze. Yet, amidst the sea of fire, he gently reached out and touched the monster's head, saying in a calm voice, just lie down now. Immediately, the fire toad collapsed to the ground like a small mountain. It turned out John Dogun had used a bit of paralyzing venom from a naga cobra to temporarily knock it out. He told himself it would wake up soon enough. Seeing Kim Nari's worried questions, he replied calmly, don't worry, I've got top-notch fire-resistant armor. This fire is just warm enough for a sauna. Standing between the two monsters, John Dogun looked at the female's corpse and thought to himself that while he couldn't do anything for the dead, the remaining lives still deserved a chance to live on. He channeled his mana, which radiated out as shimmering golden energy threads covering all the eggs on the dead toad's back to protect them from the lava's heat. John Dogun finished using the energy threads to securely tie the cluster of eggs onto the male toad's back, hoping they would soon be revived. The toad woke up croaking. It gently touched the female's body as if saying a final goodbye. Immediately after, it gathered its strength and leaped high into the air, making Kim Nari shout in amazement. It's flying. The fire toad soared high in the sky, not forgetting to glance back at John Dogun's group. Witnessing this, Kim Nari cheered with delight. I think it's thanking us. John Dogun smiled as he watched it go. He understood that it was only because it had seen its deceased mate that it was now leaving with the future generation. Wasting no more time, John Dogun hurried them along. All right, let's get down there. We need to mine the Lightstone and head home. At the mention of the word home, Kim Nari got excited. She rushed down and used her incredible strength to tear out the glowing rock formations. John Dogun reminded her to be careful not to drop them on her feet. Seeing Gu panting heavily, John Dogun asked with concern, Are you okay? Gu grumbled bitterly about his shrunken body. And though he denied having any friends, his hand still tightly clutched the gift he intended to give them. Even though Gu insisted, he only regretted not saying goodbye before leaving when John Dogun asked if he had left the flock on his own. Gu suddenly froze, flustered, and stammered. Well, intelligence can sometimes be a burden, because while his kind lived purely on instinct, like casually gulping down a scorpion without a second thought, Gu felt completely out of place. In a place with no thought or language. That loneliness prompted him to leave the flock and find his own path. Back in the present, Gu thought to himself that they were probably still busy swallowing scorpions. Amidst the blazing volcanic region, Kim Nari was struggling to pull something stuck in a rock crevice. With a pop, she pulled out a pitch-black egg. Realizing it was a monster egg, Kim Nari worriedly showed John Dogun a small crack on the shell, wondering if it was damaged. John Dogun observed it thoughtfully and explained that the hatchling had to break out of the shell on its own to grow up strong and healthy. Seeing Kim Nari's hesitation, he decided they should take it back, saying if they left it here, it would become a roasted egg. This was despite Gu's frantic warnings. John Dogun was still curious about what kind of creature was inside. He had already picked out a perfect spot near his house to make a nest for it. Meanwhile, Gu kept muttering doubtfully, having never seen such a strange egg before. Gu wondered who had dropped the sunstone. He smiled to reassure Kim Nari. Go wild, kid. With me protecting you, even the lava will have to make way. Hearing that the little bird also felt more at ease, the group took the opportunity to dig up some more sunstone before quickly heading back. Soon enough, the familiar wooden roof came into view. As soon as he saw the group, Nam Ki-seo rushed out to greet them. Boss, where have you been? John Dogun realized the hunter had returned early. Nam Ki-seo enthusiastically offered to carry the heavy backpack on John Dogun's shoulder, but the moment his hand touched it, he was stunned by its incredible weight. Seeing Nam Ki-seo's awkward state, John Dogun coldly ordered him to look up. Nam Ki-seo's face was now covered in bruises. The crisscrossing wounds and bandages made John Dogun wonder what happened. Meanwhile, back in the volcanic region, the gift Gu had left behind was taking effect. A packet of spicy noodles lying abandoned on the ground quickly attracted the attention of the firebird flock. Looking at Nam Ki-seo's miserable state, he was very curious. Nam Ki-seo, what happened to your face? Get into a fight, John Dogun added sarcastically. I never thought you were the type to get beaten up so easily. Nam Ki-seo scratched his head awkwardly, making the excuse that he was used to getting hit by Kim Nari here, so it was nothing strange. John Dogun thought to himself that this guy seemed overly proud of getting beaten up. To escape the awkward atmosphere, Nam Ki-seo hurried off to prepare dinner. The next morning, John Dogun sat at the wooden table, meticulously carving the sunstone he had just found. Kim Nari stood beside him watching curiously and asking questions. He explained, as he worked Uncle's carving, a limited edition ceiling light. Once we hang this up, our house will be the brightest on the block. The little girl looked at him with sparkling eyes. Wow, you're really smart, Uncle. You know so many things and you're good at explaining them too. Kim Nari continued to exclaim how capable John Dogun was. You're also very kind, and you give me a warm feeling like a father. Hearing this, John Dogun smiled and casually teased her. So how's your thorny father-in-law back in Pineapple Country doing these days, kid? The question hit a nerve, startling the little girl. She awkwardly replied that her father was doing fine. As the sun began to set, casting a pleasant warmth over the area, the bird Gu lay flat on the ground, enjoying a moment of absolute relaxation. He thought to himself that even though the temperature wasn't as high as the volcanic region, the feeling right now made his whole body want to melt from the comfort. Just as Gu was drifting into a peaceful sleep, three small dark figures with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared from behind in the twilight. It was the Mandragoras. They silently approached and then suddenly performed a combination move called the Ultimate Cuddle Formation. All three little monsters charged at the same time. While Gu was enjoying the peace and quiet, one Mandragora suddenly pounced on him. What's going on? Immediately after, the whole group of Mandragoras rushed in to attack, leaving Gu to defend himself helplessly. Kim Nari shouted, asking why they were fighting. John Dogun casually remarked that the plants were probably annoyed because Gu had trespassed on their territory. To ease the tension, Nam Ki-seo enthusiastically brought out the food. Alright, thanks for waiting. Here's some sweet and sour inari sushi, a favorite among kids. It was a dish of seasoned rice stuffed in tofu pockets that Torch had prepared with great care. He proudly boasted that the dish was both easy to make and looked beautiful, even though he had actually just used a store-bought ingredient kit. He hypes it up so much, but it turns out he just used a pre-made kit. The lavish spread on the table made Kim Nari praise her uncle endlessly, saying he was the best. John Dogun also nodded in agreement. Looks pretty good. Nam Ki-seo cheerfully invited everyone to eat. Haha, come on everyone, dig in. However, John Dogun's tone suddenly turned serious. He stared intently at the wounds on his subordinate's face. Don't try to change the subject with food. Spill it. Who painted your face like a map? Nam Ki-seo confessed that when he went to the Hunters Association to register for the test, he ran into some low-rank guys. John Dogun immediately guessed what happened. He was mocked for failing the test 7 times. Then he picked a fight and got beaten up instead. Nam Ki-seo bitterly recounted how they taunted him, saying his self-respect had fallen out along with his hair. John Dogun was confused because he could see the guy still had hair. Nam Ki-seo launched into a long-winded medical explanation that made John Dogun uncomfortable. He asked when the next promotion exam would take place. Hearing Nam Ki-seo reply that it was in the next 60 days, he immediately made a decision. Alright then, time for special training. Nam Ki-seo was overjoyed and promised to do his best. However, the first training exercise left the bald hunter completely frozen. You're going to do the dishes for Kim Nari. Looking at Kim Nari and Gu, lying flat on the floor from being too full, Nam Ki-seo do the dishes, John. Dogun pointed towards the pile of sunstones covered in volcanic ash. And while you're at it, polish these feng shui stones. They look pretty grimy, little bro. Nam Kiso was stunned because this workload didn't seem like training at all. John Dogun just coldly laid it down. If you don't want to do it, then stay a B rank. John Dogun told Kim Nari to go fishing to help digest her food, and the little girl eagerly agreed immediately. Meanwhile, Nam Ki-saw was left sullenly with a pile of dirty dishes and a heavy backpack on his shoulders. He told himself he had his own plan. Nam Ki-seo knew very well he wasn't a natural-born genius. To even reach B rank, he had to put in an amount of effort and hard work that ordinary people couldn't possibly imagine. For someone with nothing but diligence, Nam Ki-seo was determined to see it through to the end, even after failing 6 times, and now preparing for his 7th attempt. He ran for his life while carrying his gear, following the calls of his teammates. Wait for me. Over by the stream, John Dogun was leisurely fishing. Meanwhile, Kim Nari was yawning, endlessly tired of waiting for a fish to bite. She grumbled that all the fish were swimming toward John Dogun. Just then, a monster fish suddenly leaped out of the water and hit Nam Ki-seo right in the head as he was awkwardly holding the pile of dishes. It was truly one disaster after another. Because he had a fire attribute when attacked by a water-type monster, Nam Ki-seo screamed in agony as his characteristic was countered. John Dogun silently assessed that this was indeed a hard-working employee. Seeing Nam Ki-seo sitting defeated next to the pile of lumina stones, he walked over and asked why he wasn't using mana to surround himself like a protective shield. Hearing his junior admit that his training hadn't been effective yet, John Dogun picked up a lumina stone, handed it to him, and told him to hold it. Nam Ki-seo was still bewildered, not understanding why it had to be a lumina stone, when a surge of dark blue magical energy suddenly erupted violently from the rock. The heavy stone crashed to the ground, startling Nam Ki-seo because he couldn't muster the strength in his hand to hold it. John Dogun explained that this was a type of lumina stone, containing dense, unrefined primordial magic from the demon world. To use this energy source, he had to use his own refined mana to push that flow of magic. John Dogun pointed to Nam Ki-seo's chest, asserting that the amount of mana in his body was actually sufficient. The only problem was that he wasn't yet proficient in controlling the flow of energy within his body. John Dogun began to open up Nam Ki-seo's mana circuits. He explained that the flow was now circulating and instructed him to let the mana flow naturally. John Dogun also took on the role of an acupressure therapist. Under his boss's guidance, Nam Ki-seo focused all his concentration to try and lift the lumina stone once more. Although his face was distorted from enduring the immense pressure, the bald-headed hunter gritted his teeth and endured. And finally, a triumphant roar echoed as he managed to raise the glowing stone high into the air to his own astonishment. His spirit was soaring, even if it was just to wash dishes properly. Nam Ki-seo was overjoyed, cackling with laughter, as he realized that even washing dishes or cleaning up was all part of the elaborate training plan John Dogun had arranged for him. Seeing that his junior had grasped the secret, John Dogun casually handed over the rest of the dishes to him, reminding him to constantly circulate his mana throughout the task. With his spirits high, Nam Ki-seo boldly declared himself a master housekeeper who could clean anything, telling himself that he could definitely do it. Night gradually fell, the bright moonlight blanketing the small wooden house deep in the quiet forest. Inside, a lumina stone hanging on the wall emitted a soft glow. It illuminated the scene of everyone deep in sleep after a long, tiring day of training. In his dreams, Nam Ki-seo continued to mumble about his goal of reaching A rank. John Dogun was sleeping soundly, but the bird Gu was restless because it had accidentally napped in the late afternoon and now couldn't get to sleep. While watching over the monster egg, Gu suddenly noticed something strange as Kim Nari quietly sat up. Without a word, she stealthily stepped out of the house into the quiet, desolate night. Watching Kim Nari's back disappear into the darkness, Gu couldn't help but wonder what that little girl was planning to do being awake so late. In the dead of night, Kim Nari quietly walked to the stream, completely unaware that Gu was curiously following from behind. The little bird wondered where the girl could possibly be going at this hour. Standing in the cool water, Kim Nari meticulously washed the white t-shirt, thinking to herself that she had dirtied the gift John Dogun had given her. She told herself that even though it was her boss's old clothing, she still wanted to keep it very clean, so a little washing would make it all right again. Hiding behind a large ancient tree, John Dogun and Gu silently observed her every move. Gu wondered why Kim Nari had to go through the trouble of washing clothes so late at night. Looking at Kim Nari's small figure, John Dogun's heart suddenly ached. Oh no, I'm raising this child, and I'm letting her walk around in a single rag. I'm such a terrible uncle. He blamed himself for being so thoughtless. He had only thought about his own convenience and forgotten the basic needs of a child. Kim Nari cried out in delight as the stubborn stains finally disappeared. She stood up to enjoy the cool night breeze, but then jumped in shock when she saw John Dogun and Gu looming right behind her. John Dogun quickly made up an excuse to save face. He said he and Gu were just out for a nighttime stroll and asked if she had the same idea. That excuse could only fool a child, John Dogun. Kim Nari nervously nodded in agreement just to get it over with. He walked closer, told Kim Nari to stand still for a moment, and then kindly used a piece of rope to tie it around her waist, making the baggy t-shirt look neater. John Do-gun even thoughtfully tucked a bright yellow flower, Kim Nari's favorite kind, into her belt. Looking at the new dress styled exactly like her boss's outfit, Kim Nari couldn't help but feel moved by its simple, yet heartwarming beauty. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the bushes, causing a startled Kim Nari to cling tightly to John Do-gun's hand. She trembled and asked what that sound was. But John Do-gun just smiled reassuringly, saying it was nothing more than the cry of a B-rank monster, a steel grasshopper hiding nearby. He took Kim Nari's hand and they walked back home under the bright moonlight. On the way, John Do-gun kindly asked if she needed any more clothes or shoes, saying he would have Nam Ki-seo prepare them. Kim Nari smiled happily and replied that the outfit he gave her was more than enough. Even though Kim Nari said it was fine, John Do-gun still felt it wasn't right to let her keep wearing a single outfit that didn't fit. Not to mention Gu was also constantly nagging in his ear. "You stingy old man, you're just going to let the kid wear that potato sack forever." To solve the problem, John Do-gun decided to return to the slum of District 13. The moment he stepped out of the warp gate barefoot, he immediately attracted curious stares from passers-by. They whispered among themselves about his strange appearance and his shoeless feet. "What's with him? No shoes. Why is he dressed like that?" John Do-gun thought to himself. Although he wanted to bring Kim Nari with him to pick out her own clothes, the human world was probably still too much for her right now. Especially since the tracking device from the laboratory was still attached to her. How ironic that he had to use a precious gate stone just to come back to this place, to find children's clothing. Now this, my friends, is what you call spoiling your adopted daughter. John Do-gun looked around blankly, trying to find the old clothing store from his memory. I'm sure there was a clothing store here. Has it really been that long? Is it gone now? Just as he was racking his brain completely stumped, a hand suddenly tugged on the hem of his shirt, followed by an offer. "Excuse me, are you looking for a clothing store?" In front of him was a young boy with messy brown hair. He quickly held up one finger, quoting a price of 10,000. "The service fee is just 10,000, and I'll take you to a clothing shop." The kid confidently asserted that he knew a place that was both cheap and good. John Do-gun calmly replied that he didn't have any cash on him and would pay after he bought his things. Hearing this, the boy looked at him with an expression full of contempt. He silently sized him up as just some rookie hunter who'd just entered the demon world, got beaten to a pulp, didn't even have 10,000 gold to his name, but was still trying to act all high and mighty while shopping. Despite this, the boy still waved his hand. "Fine, since you look dirt poor, I'll help you now and you can pay me later. Follow me, hurry up." John Do-gun simply smiled and replied, "Yeah, thanks." The two began to introduce themselves. The boy's name was Oh Bong-soo, and he was John Do-gun. Oh Bong-soo casually called him John and led the way deep into the narrow alleys. Watching a patrol car pass by, Oh Bong-soo commented that security in the slums had gotten much better. The boy glanced at John Do-gun and started guessing. "You just awakened recently, didn't you? Do I really look like it?" Oh Bong-soo confidently analyzed that the fact he came out of the gate without any gear proved he had spent a lot on equipment. And then he got robbed blind. The kid didn't forget to comfort him, saying not to be discouraged, because everyone struggles like that at the beginning. John Do-gun couldn't help but be surprised by his guide's insight. "You know a lot for someone so young." This comment immediately bruised Oh Bong-soo's ego. The kid flew into a rage and screamed, "Don't call me a kid. I'm 17 years old. I'm only small because I'm a picky eater, but I'm tough." John Do-gun froze stunned for a few seconds by the surprising truth about this teenager's age. As Oh Bong-soo led the way, he didn't forget to warn John Do-gun to stay away from District 13, as it was known for being extremely dangerous. It turned out a gang called Space, originally from District 11, had just expanded their territory here. The police seemed to have given up, so no one dared to stand up for the residents anymore. Hearing the unfamiliar gang name John Do-gun fell silent, wondering if the District 13 orphanage he was once attached to still existed amidst this chaos. Meanwhile, at a clothing store with a sale sign hanging outside, the blonde-haired owner was sighing deeply due to the lack of customers. She cursed herself, thinking she must have been crazy to open a children's clothing store in this slum, a place where couples didn't even dare to have kids because they couldn't afford to raise them. Just as she was thinking about switching to selling something else, the shop's bell chimed. Oh Bong-soo excitedly ran in and greeted her loudly. "Miss Park, I'm back." The owner immediately flew into a rage, yelling at the top of her lungs for being called Miss when she wasn't even married, demanding the little brat call. "Here, sister." Stepping in behind Oh Bong-soo, John Do-gun curiously looked around. This was the first time in his life he had actually set foot in a clothing store to buy something. Oh Bong-soo quickly made the introduction. "This guy said he needs to buy some clothes. He's a hunter." Hearing the word hunter, the owner's expression changed, and she immediately dragged Oh Bong-soo into a corner to interrogate him. She gritted her teeth and scolded Oh Bong-soo for dragging in another raggedy hunter when she'd already had to let so many of them buy on credit. "That old guy looks more like a hunter who got stripped bare by a monster than a potential customer." Oh Bong-soo, while being choked, still tried to argue back that he was very handsome. Besides, she was the one who told him to keep bringing poor hunters over, because they reminded her of her late younger brother. The two continued to bicker back and forth about who owed whom, until John Do-gun's voice cut them off. "I'm sorry, I need to buy some clothes." He held out a stack of cash in front of the two who were now frozen in place and asked, "This is all I have. How much can I buy with this?" What he called all I have was a fortune to them. Both the shop owner and Oh Bong-soo's eyes widened in utter shock. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw a stack of bills amounting to tens of millions of won, yet he said it was all I have. Immediately, the shop owner's attitude did a complete 180. She clasped her hands, beamed and gave a warm welcome. "Every day here is a surprise. Welcome esteemed customer to the baby's happy world." She eagerly invited John Do-gun to sit and served him tea and snacks so attentively that he could only stare blankly, not understanding what was happening. The owner, Miss Park, enthusiastically explained that she had everything, from adult to children's clothes. She then curiously asked if John Do-gun was buying for himself. John Do-gun leisurely sipped his tea and gave his specific request. "Clothes for a girl about kindergarten age. Please help me pick out a few sets." Hearing the large order, the shop owner was overjoyed, her hands clasped in excitement. "Oh my goodness, you've come to the right place. Children's clothing is my main specialty." She began to consult enthusiastically, suggesting they start with the latest collection from this year's spring-summer line. With her vast experience, she asserted that clothes for little girls absolutely must have lace. And for active children, clothes that are easy to move in are the top priority. John Do-gun could only nod silently at the owner's professionalism, especially when she emphasized the golden rule to turn Kim Nari into a princess: use pink and lace. The receipt printer ran continuously, without stopping due to the enormous amount of merchandise John Do-gun had selected. Miss Park was exhausted, but her face was still beaming with happiness. She secretly wished she could sell out like this every day. Looking at the mountain of clothes, she announced in amazement, "I can't believe it. We're completely sold out of over 100 items. Do you need me to have them delivered?" He came to buy a few sets but ended up taking over a 200. John Do-gun casually refused, saying he could carry them himself. Then he turned and handed a wad of cash to the young guide. "Oh Bong-soo, this is for you." Oh Bong-soo was frozen in shock, unable to believe he had received such a generous payment. John Do-gun slung the sack of clothes over his shoulder and said to Oh Bong-soo, "I have one more thing I need you to do." Strolling through the streets of the slum, he felt that there was a certain pleasure in buying new things. Oh Bong-soo led him to a building with a sign that read, "Harry Inn," and introduced it. "Here it is. A stable, clean inn, just as you wanted. There's a police station nearby, so security is good and the owner is kind." When John Do-gun asked again doubtfully, Oh Bong-soo confirmed it with certainty and called for the owner to open the door. However, watching John Do-gun's back as he went inside, the boy Oh Bong-soo suddenly felt that something was wrong. A deep sense of unease washed over Oh Bong-soo. He clutched the bag in his hands, thinking that no matter how much money he had, it was extremely unusual for a stranger to give a kid like him a whole 100,000 and even buy clothes. Rumors of bad people using money to lure and kidnap children flooded his mind, making the boy wonder whether he should just run away immediately. But then the image of the kind shop owner Miss Park appeared in his mind, making Oh Bong-soo wonder if he really was a good person after all. Just then, John Do-gun came out of the building and commented with satisfaction. "Just like you said, the landlord's really nice and it's clean inside too," he said, casually holding out the key to room 303. "Here, take this. You look like you've been living on the streets." John Do-gun handed the key to room 303 to Oh Bong-soo and said nonchalantly, "I've already paid a year's rent in advance, so you can live here from now on. I also paid for your meals, so make sure you eat properly. This guy's a true high roller, ladies and gentlemen." Oh Bong-soo froze in astonishment, his eyes glued to the key in his hand. As John Do-gun turned to leave with a simple, "Well, see ya," the boy suddenly asked, trembling with suspicion, "If I go in, are you going to kidnap me?" John Do-gun chuckled at the teenager's skepticism. "Huh. What are you talking about? You're the one who referred me." As John Do-gun was about to leave, Oh Bong-soo shouted again, "If not that, then why? You just met me for the first time. The referral fee, the clothes, and now a place to live. Why are you being so nice to me?" John Do-gun paused. He looked back at the boy with a gentle, nostalgic smile. "You just remind me of my old self. I used to live just like you, though that was a long, long time ago." Leaving him with one last message, he said, "See you later." John Do-gun then stepped through the gate and vanished. The moment he stepped back into the wooden house in the demon realm, John Do-gun saw Kim Nari and Nam Ki-seo rushing out to greet him. Kim Nari pouted and complained, "Where'd you go without texting? Me and Baldy here were worried sick." But Nam Ki-seo was all smiles. "Boss, you're back." John Do-gun casually dropped a heavy sack on the ground and said, "Bought some presents for you, kid." Hearing the word presents, Kim Nari squealed with excitement. When the sack was opened, even Gu the bird exclaimed in amazement. "Whoa, you bought so much," Namki-seo, who was wrapped in a white cloth, shyly asked. Boss Kim Nari's presents are piled up like a mountain. Is there anything left for your #1 disciple? John Do-gun nodded, confirming that there was. The bald hunter was overjoyed. While everyone was having a good time outside in a corner of the wooden house, the monster egg suddenly began to change. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the ground trembled slightly as the pitch-black eggshell began to fracture, revealing glowing, fiery veins that pulsed continuously. As he started to focus on folding the newly bought clothes, John Do-gun suddenly felt an unusual sense of peace and tranquility. While he was absorbed in the pile of clothes, Kim Nari's voice called from behind him, "Uncle, look at me." She appeared, looking splendid in a wide, yellow flared dress. Paired with a stylish, wide-brimmed hat, she looked just like a little princess. It's true what they say, the clothes really do make the person. John Do-gun sure has a good eye for fashion. John Do-gun didn't hold back his praise. "So beautiful, that must be your favorite one, right?" But Kim Nari's passion for fashion was just getting started. She looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I want to try on a few more." And so, a children's fashion show began right in the middle of the demon realm. First, Kim Nari struggled with a pair of long, baggy jeans. How do you even wear these pants? Then she switched to draping a large white shirt over her head. To pretend to be a ghost, she giggled, "Hee hee, I'm a ghost." She kept changing outfits, squealing with excitement at having so many pretty things to choose from. Watching the scene, John Do-gun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She looks so happy. She's so adorable. Finally, Kim Nari found her true love. She walked out in a new pair of shoes and excitedly showed off the print on her shirt. "This little chick looks just like Gu. I love it so much." It was a white hoodie with a print of a very silly-looking yellow chick. Gu looked at the picture on the shirt and grumbled, "Huh. It looks that much like me." However, Gu the bird looked worriedly at the remaining pile of clothes. "Our house is about to turn into a clothing store. Boss, where are we going to store all these fancy clothes?" John Do-gun thoughtfully admitted he was also thinking about expanding the house to make a separate dressing room. Seeing that his boss had construction plans, Gu asked if they needed to go chop down more trees. John Do-gun casually replied, "Don't worry, I've already asked someone else to chop the trees for us." He called out loudly, "Hey, Namki-seo, are you ready for your special training?" Instantly, a figure shot down, landing with a powerful impact. Namki-seo in his hunter's armor declared loudly, "Sir, your subordinate Namki-seo is always ready for special training." Poor guy, all 180 centimeters of him. The bald hunter bowed respectfully before John Do-gun, holding out a gray, drab object and affirming, "I have also prepared your training equipment, boss." Seeing his subordinate's over-the-top enthusiasm, John Do-gun could only ask blankly, "What training equipment?" Namki-seo held up John Do-gun's old leather suit. He asked excitedly, "This leather suit is your training gear, isn't it? It's soaked in super-concentrated toxins. I almost died just by touching it." Haha, he's jumping to his own admirable conclusions. This must be how you train to push yourself to the limit, even during daily activities, right? You truly are the boss. I will follow your example and do my best in my training. John Do-gun could only stay silent because the truth was, he was just too lazy to wash it properly. But then he decided to just go with the flow. "In that case, you wear it." This made Namki-seo freeze in shock, seeing a good opportunity to train his subordinate. John Do-gun casually ordered, "I'm done with my workout. You put that on and go chop wood. I'll pick the trees." Namki-seo protested in panic since wearing that thing was basically suicide. But before he could finish his sentence, Kim Nari's voice rang out, "Uncle, what's wrong with that egg?" The group rushed inside. They witnessed the monster egg shaking violently and beginning to crack. John Do-gun observed it carefully and concluded, "The movements are getting stronger. It must be about to hatch." While Namki-seo trembled in fear that this was a disaster-level monster, Kim Nari was full of hope. "No way, I'm sure it'll be a cute baby monster." Despite the bald hunter's anxiety, a brilliant yellow eye suddenly appeared through a crack. Kim Nari cheered excitedly, "It's hatching, it's hatching." This scared Namki-seo so much, he let out a terrifying scream. A sharp claw, dense scales, and a vibrant yellow tail suddenly poked out. Its tongue flicked out, looking ferocious. It made everyone hold their breath, wondering what kind of terrifying monster this could be. But contrary to its intimidating initial appearance, a tiny creature crawled out of the shell. Talk about a bait and switch. The group could only stand there stunned by the creature's true appearance. Namki-seo stared in shock at the creature that had just emerged. A chick, a baby snake, what is this thing? Contrary to his confusion, Kim Nari squealed with delight at the strange but adorable new member. Suddenly, the tiny creature leaped high into the air and landed perfectly on top of Namki-seo's bald head, causing him to freeze, unable to react. Meanwhile, the harsh training continued as Namki-seo had to carry giant logs under Gu's strict supervision. The little bird kept urging him on, "Hurry up, we've got a mountain of work to do." Gu was definitely taking this chance to get his revenge on Namki-seo, making the hunter struggle under the weight. Suffering from the nauseating stench of the leather suit, Namki-seo gritted his teeth constantly, wondering how John Do-gun could function normally in this dreadful outfit. Back at the wooden house, John Dogun stretched leisurely after finishing organizing the new items. All done. It's been a while since I've folded clothes. It's kind of fun. The peace was quickly broken by Kim Nari's cheerful call from the yard. Mister, it's eating the bread. Watching Kim Nari happily feeding the small creature, John Dogun figured it was being so well behaved because it knew she was the one who saved it. Seeing its resemblance to a snake, Kim Nari excitedly named her new friend Sasa. But as soon as she said it, Sasa suddenly bolted off at a terrifying speed. Witnessing the lively scene, John Dogun smiled to himself, thinking Kim Nari really liked this new member. John Dogun curiously asked, Is Sasa a rare species? The little bird admitted it had never seen anything like it, but it was certain the creature was a monster from the volcanic region. Gu warned grimly, we need to keep an eye on the mandragoras. When John Dogun asked why, Gu explained that most volcanic monsters consider plant-type monsters a delicacy because it's hard for plants to grow there, so they eat any plant they find. Poor little mandragoras. Just then, Kim Nari suddenly fell to the ground as Sasa zipped by at lightning speed. Gu continued its analysis, especially plants with strong demonic energy. Sasa will definitely dig them up and eat them all. It aimed its sharp eyes at the tiny sprouts. Gu concluded. In short, it could be the mandragoras's natural enemy. The mandragora sensed the killing intent, trembling in fear before the tiny creature's menacing gaze. Witnessing the tense scene, a bewildered Nam Kiseo asked what's going on. Gu's prediction was spot on. Kim Nari worriedly urged Mr. Stop them. John Dogun remained calm, with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, it would be better without conflict, but this is the demon world. So they'll have to establish a pecking order at least once. John Dogun decided to just watch, assuming Sasa was too small to be very dangerous. The mandragoras frantically backed away, but Sasa had locked onto its target and let out a pip. Its eyes glowed fiercely, aimed straight at the smallest mandragora. Suddenly Sasa braced itself and shot forward like a flash of lightning. A sharp crack echoed as its sharp claw struck down with force. The encounter between Sasa and the mandragora pack took an unexpected turn as the first one swiftly blocked its opponent's attack. It wasn't alone. The mandragora pack immediately formed a triangle formation, seamlessly coordinating their defense and counterattack, which began to fluster Sasa. As expected, the second one launched a vicious strike, but Sasa managed to block it with its agile tail before flashing an arrogant smirk. Gu noted that it was still too early to call, because the third one of the mandragora pack was only now making its real move. A surprise shove from the third one caught Sasa off guard, sending it flying. In complete contrast to its initial ferocity, Sasa suddenly burst into tears, sobbing from the shock of its first-ever defeat, leaving both Nam Kiseo and Kim Nari frozen in astonishment. Seeing Sasa run off crying, Kim Nari quickly chased after it to comfort it, while John Dogun declared today's victory belonged to the mandragora pack. Nam Kiseo and Gu were still stunned by the dramatic performance they had just witnessed, but their reprieve ended quickly when John Dogun coldly ordered them back to work. Gu didn't hesitate to peck Nam Kiseo right on the head, urging the bald hunter to get up quickly, causing him to do nothing but bemoan his teammates' cruelty. Nam Kiseo really gets the short end of the stick. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, the water's surface suddenly churned violently with the appearance of a strange creature. It was a mighty muscular entity with enormous wings and the head of a bird of prey flying powerfully through the sunlit sky. With sharp eyes and formidable talons, the creature fixed its gaze on the distant horizon. Nam Kiseo struggled to carry logs under Gu's harsh urging. Hurry up, keep going. On the other side, Kim Nari was excitedly spreading a layer of green slime on the wooden wall, cheering, Slather on a lot, this is great. Meanwhile, John Dogun calmly arranged a pile of new clothes on the newly completed wooden shelf in the new room. After all their effort, the last bundle was finally set down, marking the completion of the preparations. Nam Kiseo collapsed to his knees, screaming in relief. He cried tears of joy. 2 days without sleep, my back feels broken from carrying wood. My life as a hired hand is finally over. Hey guys, look at what we accomplished, a sturdy wooden wall built with our own hands. Nam Kiseo was still a little worried, wondering if he had followed the boss's instructions correctly. Standing behind him, John Dogun crossed his arms and smiled with satisfying encouragement. You did a great job, which made the bald hunter extremely grateful for the recognition. The moment she stepped into the dressing room, Kim Nari sniffed the air with delight. The dressing room smells like flowers. A confused Nam Kiseo asked Flowers. The little girl confirmed that it was a pleasant lavender scent that was quite refreshing. John Dogun explained that it was thanks to Gu, who had thoughtfully chosen a special aromatic wood for the shelves, ensuring the clothes hung there would always smell fresh. The little mandragoras were also blissed out on the scent, swaying as if they were dancing in a lavender-scented bar. Sasa also seemed to really like the smell, so it had curled up and was sleeping soundly. Hearing John Dogun say the small creature's name, Nam Kiseo asked with curiosity. Sasa Kim Nari already named the little one Sasa. John Dogun nodded and said they could change it later if they thought of a better name. Nam Kiseo suggested calling it Little Snake, which only made John Dogun fall silent and sigh. Kim Nari was no better wanting to call it baby, but the boss shot that down because it was the same as Gu's nickname. John Dogun suddenly remembered something. He turned to Gu and asked, "Oh, right. You said you had your own name. What is it?" The little bird proudly puffed out its chest and replied, "My real name is Gu. It represents my very essence." Just hearing the name is enough to give you a psychological breakdown. John Dogun was speechless. That name is beyond saving. He looked over at the small yellow creature curled up and sleeping peacefully and decided, let's just stick with Sasa. Namkiso and Kim Nari both agreed, finding the name very cute. Now that the house expansion was complete, Gu curiously asked about the next step. Now that the house is bigger, what's the plan? The question made John Dogun thoughtful. Before, when he lived alone, he never had to worry about such things. But now, with friends by his side, everything was different. With me taking on this responsibility, Kim Nari and Namkiso have it pretty easy, he smiled to himself, but things are different now. John Dogun came up with a new idea. What if we build a sturdy fence around the house? That way, even if I have to step out for a bit, no one can just wander in. Namkiseo looked at the terrifying dark energy surrounding the house and mumbled, with this place, I don't think anyone would dare to come near it anyway. However, John Dogun was still being extremely cautious. He was worried that S-rank monsters or hunters could show up at any moment. He decided they needed a material that was both rich in mana and incredibly durable. How about the abandoned coastal area? John Dogun had heard there was a type of stone there that was even harder than black jade. And beautiful yellow glowing quartz too. An image of a formidable fence formed in John Dogun's mind. It would have glowing stones embedded at its base, creating a warm atmosphere, like a nighttime campsite. He excitedly finalized the plan. That's it, let's head to the coast right now. Kim Nari cheered ecstatic that she was going to the beach. In stark contrast to her excitement, Namkiseo was so horrified he got a nosebleed. What, you guys are planning to go to the coastal area? No way, do you have any idea what that place is like? He was so terrified he dropped to his knees. He made an excuse about needing to return to the human world to recover some mana, trying to get out of this trip that spelled certain doom. John Dogun casually agreed. Alright. If we're back late, make sure you take care of the Mandragoras for us. Though relieved he didn't have to go, he didn't forget to warn his boss to be extremely careful. When John Dogun asked why, the bald hunter explained with a tremble that it was an extremely dangerous area, off-limits to anyone below A rank. More importantly, it was ruled by two mysterious disaster-class monsters. Rumor has it, those two monsters were originally hunters who were used in experiments. Then they escaped the facility. Be careful, boss, you don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Against the bright blue sky, a bizarre creature with widespread wings soared powerfully. Though it had the face of a bird, its body had the distinct muscular build of a human. From a high cliff, a group of hunters lay in ambush. With weapons and a locator in hand, one said, "He's finally shown himself." A young hunter shouted in excitement as a brilliant yellow circle of energy appeared. It manifested in the palm of his hand, signaling that the target was locked on. Instantly, a beam of light tore through the air, shooting straight toward the creature. The attack hit its mark, creating a small explosion on the creature's body. Seeing the enemy continue to flap its wings and fly away without even fighting back, the young hunter couldn't help but feel contempt. Are they running away? The title disaster-class monster seems like just a stupid rumor. Such a rookie, rushing in without a clue. He eagerly requested permission to pursue immediately, but the goateed team leader remained perfectly calm. He decided to wait for them to lead the way back to their hidden lair, since the tracking device was firmly attached to the target. The team leader wondered to himself, why is it that after more than 60 years these test subjects still retain their human forms instead of completely mutating or succumbing to the demonic energy? But then he coldly dismissed the thought, viewing them as nothing more than failed products to be discarded. With a face full of arrogance, he asserted, the creation of Chimera hunters is humanity's greatest achievement, and we can't let these failures tarnish that reputation. Famous last words, you're getting way ahead of yourself, goatee guy. Today we're going to wipe them all out. Just as the murderous declaration ended, the scout suddenly cried out in alarm. Through his binoculars, he realized with horror that the creature wasn't fleeing at all. It had suddenly changed direction and was now charging straight for them at a terrifying speed. The team leader screamed in panic, ordering them to deploy the defensive shield immediately, but it was all too late. The bird-person creature struck with a thunderous blow. The solid energy shield shattered like glass, sending the entire group of hunters flying in utter shock. The team leader could only cry out in pain. He realized his defense system had been obliterated in a single hit. The battle erupted as the bird-person creature swooped down. The hunters realized the bitter truth in their shock. Could it be? We completely underestimated them. The goateed team leader collapsed to the ground in agony. He screamed in a panic, "What are you all doing? Everybody, stop it." Just as the creature was about to deliver the finishing blow, Kim Nari unexpectedly charged forward. She threw a devastating punch that sent her opponent flying. Struck by the surprise attack, the bird-person creature froze, its sharp eyes showing clear astonishment. Kim Nari complained to John Dogun, "That little sparrow over there is attacking people." Seeing the little girl's aggressive posture, John Dogun broke into a cold sweat. He commented dryly, from what I can see, it's actually the other way around. At that moment, the incessant beeping of a locator on one of the hunters went off. He reported in a panic, "Team leader, there's another mechanical creature nearby." When pressed, he trembling admitted that since the targeting fee was too high, he had brought along his own locator to track Nari. But messing with Nari was like pressing John Dogun's berserk button. John Dogun gently patted Nari's head, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold as he sensed the presence of the stalkers. This is bad. Of all the people to run into it, had to be them. Seeing the bird-headed creature, he asked a question that made it flinch. "Hey Birdbrain, you remember me, don't you? We were roommates back in the day. What was your number?" The creature was stunned, unable to believe its ears as the other man recounted their past. "I can't believe you're still alive." Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the hunter team leader began to whisper plans for a retreat to save their own skins. He could feel an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping the area. He ordered his teammates to prepare for an immediate withdrawal, because if these entities were to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. The bird-person creature curled its lips into a sinister smile. "Let's clean this place up first." "That's right, it's him." A flood of painful memories rushed back, bringing with them the distinct scent of the research institute that only the test subjects would recognize. Only those who bore the numbers 17 and 33 could possibly understand. John Dogun smiled, a calculating look in his eyes, as he recognized the strange combination. It was the scent of a chimera from the institute, and their own smell. The story flashes back 66 years to a dark forest near the laboratory. A frantic chase was underway. A young bird boy was carrying his little sister on his back as they fled. She whispered weakly, "Brother, I'm so cold." The boy insisted, telling her to just hold on. They had to endure a little longer, because as soon as they got out of this forest, someone would help them. Just as hope was about to fade, a sudden beam of light shone directly on them. The bird boy was startled to realize the person standing before him was number 17, John Dogun, in the form of a teenager holding a flashlight that shone brightly in the deep forest, causing the bird boy to stammer. "Why are you here?" In the middle of this crisis, the great John Dogun appears, and you'd think he's here to save his buddy, but nope, he's here to announce my condolences, but your name is on the execution list. While his brother silently thought John Dogun is a real psycho, for always showing up at the worst possible times to help John Dogun, continued his warning about the detonator charm that would kill him in 3 days if he didn't return. Noticing that his sister Gia hadn't been put on the elimination list, John Dogun advised him to stay at the lab to receive medication to suppress the side effects, which would at least let him live for one more day. But the bird boy roared bitterly. "You're the lab's golden child. How could you understand the pain of failed experiments like my sister and me?" The pain from the side effects struck again, causing the brother to clutch his head and writhe in agony. Gia hugged her brother tightly, crying and pleading, "Big bro, let's just run away. I want to live like we used to, even if it's just for one day." Standing on that fragile borderline, he realized that how long you live isn't as important as how you live. A fierce will ignited within him. The bird boy spread his wings, his eyes blazing with determination. "I want to live freely, even if it's just for one day." He took a stance, ready to face any danger, and roared, "Then stop your rambling and bring it on." Faced with his roommate's determination, John Dogun calmly took out a teleportation stone. Instantly, a brilliant blue portal opened in the middle of the deep forest. Yubom panicked. "A teleportation stone. Where did you get that?" John Dogun didn't answer, only coldly warning him about the price of stepping through that portal. He explained that if they crossed the gate into the demon realm, one of two things would happen. 1. Their human cells would be corroded by the demonic energy, leading to an agonizing death. 2. Their monster cells would absorb the demonic energy and fully awaken. John Dogun's eyes bored into Yubom as if to ask, "If you really meant what you just said, then this is the better option, isn't it?" He asserted that even if Yubom couldn't withstand the demonic energy and turned into a perblactibelm monster, at least he would have lived freely until then. More importantly, the moment he stepped into the demon realm, the lab's merciless detonator charm would be completely neutralized. The researchers would have never expected this scenario. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yubom thoughtfully asked if there was any way for a normal human to survive in that hellish place. John Dogun explained the theory. He would have to accumulate enough magic power to protect his body and mind from the demonic energy's corruption. Although he knew it would be extremely difficult with Yubom's current abilities, John Dogun still offered a glimmer of hope, but who knows what the future holds, right? Just then, the flashlights of the guards chasing them drew near. They shouted when they spotted the open portal. The time for parting had come. A flash of nostalgia appeared on the teenager's face. "You know what, we shared a room for 4 years and never even knew each other's names." Yubom looked at his retreating back and introduced himself loud and clear. "I'm Yubom. What's your name?" John Dogun smiled faintly, a rare smile gracing his lips as he answered, "My name is John Dogun. Back in the present, standing before the stunned hunter squad leader John Dogun, coldly asked once more, again, "What is my name?" The hunter squad leader was dazed, like his soul had left his body. He stammered, I don't know why I came here." The entire group of hunters was now in a stupor. They trudged into the teleportation gate under John Dogun's command. "It worked. Go on in. Forget everything that just happened here." Witnessing the scene, Yubom took a deep breath and was shocked to recognize the scent. "Is he using amnesia powder to erase my memories?" John Dogun calmly explained that it wasn't a powder, but rather because his body had been implanted with the cells of an A-rank oblivion herb. It was because John Dogun didn't suffer from side effects that they turned him into a living storage unit for all sorts of bizarre monster and plant cells. He glanced at his old friend and smiled. "A lot happened after you left. You were number 33. Your name is Yubom, right?" Yubom was stunned. "Wow, I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd remember." Turns out the cold John Dogun has a sentimental side. Nari timidly approached, gently tugging on John Dogun's sleeve and asking curiously, "Mister, are you and that Sparrow man really friends?" John Dogun casually nodded in confirmation. "Yep, he's from the Sparrow folk." Hearing the strange name, the little girl was baffled. Sparrow folk. To help Nari keep her identity a secret, John Dogun quickly made something up. "Oh, aren't the Sparrow folk and the Pineapple folk allies?" Nari was startled, but she quickly played along, albeit awkwardly. "That's right, we're all allies." Witnessing their clumsy act, Yubom could only stand there completely baffled. "Pineapple allies? I have no idea what they're talking about." Right after Nari bowed deeply to her big bro's old friend. "Mr. Sparrow, I'm sorry, I thought you were a bad guy." But the atmosphere was suddenly broken by the long, pitiful rumbling of the little girl's stomach. "But, Mister, I'm hungry." Despite having many questions, Yubom led the group to his home. It was a colossal structure of metal and wood, looking exactly like a giant bird's nest perched right on the coast. The moment she saw it, Nari exclaimed in amazement, "Whoa, is this your house, Mr. Sparrow?" The group all sat down together on the fine white sand. John Dogun gazed at the unique architecture and didn't hold back his praise. "Whoa, this bird's nest mansion looks sick. Mr. Yubom, you're a master builder." Yubom brought out a tray of hot food to serve his guests. He offered timidly, "Here, try some. I'm not sure if it tastes any good." It was grilled clams that he had prepared himself. Yubom further explained that the clams were topped with a hell beef plant that tasted just like real beef. Along with that was a layer of red moss that had the spicy flavor of mixed chili paste. Seeing the giant steaming clams, Nari's eyes lit up. "The clams are huge." John Dogun also nodded in approval. "Looks pretty good." The moment he took a bite, he was completely won over. The fresh flavor of the ocean exploded so intensely that he trembled and exclaimed, "Oh my God, one bite and it feels like I'm swimming in the ocean. This is unbelievably good." He froze his body, starting to tremble as pained groans escaped him. Cough. John Dogun immediately realized something was wrong. He silently watched his old friend suddenly break out in a sweat, showing signs of losing control. After finishing the delicious meal, Nari was still craving more. She held up the empty seashell and said excitedly, "Mr. Sparrow, I want more of this." Yubom scratched his head and gave a strained smile, admitting he was all out of ingredients for the day. Instantly, Nari's eyes lit up like two stars. She proposed, "If I go catch the clams myself, will you make it for me again?" It was clear Nari and Gu were kindred spirits when it came to food. Although Yubom was worried that catching clams was dangerous for a child, Nari was determined to do it. With Gu perched on her head, she led Sasa and dashed off to the beach, determined to catch 10 clams to satisfy her craving. The bird, Gu, also got swept up in the eating frenzy. It told itself it had to eat a ton to be satisfied. Watching the little ones run off, John Dogun thoughtfully commented on Yubom's unconventional life, especially since he could survive thanks to his immortal cells. Sitting on the sand, John Dogun asked him straight up, "So, are you planning to get revenge on the BM lab?" Yubom thoughtfully admitted he was. "Sometimes I really want to, but my life here isn't bad, so I'm still thinking about it." He then asked if John Dogun wanted revenge, and pointed out a cruel truth. While all the talismans on John Dogun's body had vanished after his revival, he and Jia still had detonation talismans inside them. The moment they set foot in the human world, they would explode instantly. John Dogun noticed that Yubom could now control his wings, but wondered why his head still hadn't returned to normal. Yubom closed his eyes and replied softly that he could change back, but he didn't want to. The reason was that Jia's face had already returned to normal. If I looked human too, she'd feel awful for being the only one who's different. Truly the perfect older brother you hear about in stories. John Dogun stared intently into his old friend's eyes and asked one final question. "You know it too, don't you, that you have a month to live at most?" Yubom lowered his head bitterly, admitting that John Dogun had figured it out. He recalled the difficult times when he first arrived, having to desperately absorb demonic energy just to survive. That was until one day the demonic energy and aura in his body finally reached a state of balance. Thanks to that balance, the two siblings had a rare period of peace. However, not long ago, Jia's mana hole was suddenly thrown into disarray. This caused her demonic aura to go berserk. Yubom tried to intervene and reopen his sister's mana hole, but he accidentally damaged his own in the process. Talk about one disaster after another. Now he was just trying to hold on while Jia had to eat a poisonous, sleep-inducing fruit to remain in a coma all this time. This was to slow the eruption of the demonic aura in her body. After hearing the story, John Dogun thought to himself, Mandragora. If a mana hole is damaged using that, we'll heal it instantly. How could you not know that, you bird brain? Suddenly, a half-eaten apple rolled across the ground amidst the rubble. From deep within the dark cellar, the berserk demonic aura erupted violently. Jia in her skull mask screamed in agony, her body trembling as the out-of-control energy ravaged her from the inside. Yubom was stunned. He clutched his chest and asked John Dogun if the chance for him and Jia to survive was real. John Dogun calmly explained that with the pharmacological knowledge he'd been studying since he was 15, he knew how to use a solution refined from a mana diffusion circuit to treat them. He would infuse it with mandragora roots. In fact, this plant absorbs demonic aura to grow endlessly and has excellent mana circuit regeneration abilities. John Dogun smiled to himself, thinking that taking care of those mandragoras all this time hadn't been a waste. He decided to go get the ingredients himself. John Dogun activated his super speed delivery mode. Yubom grew worried when he saw that John Dogun planned to return to the human world by himself. Refining the solution requires an alchemist, and you can't leave here because of the talisman curse. He asked his old friend to stay behind and look after Kim Nari. Gu and Sasa were busy playing and battling the ocean waves on the beach. Yubom was grateful finding himself in John Dogun's debt yet again. John Dogun asked if Yubom had anything valuable to pay him with, but the bird-headed guy could only ruefully admit he had no money. Just then, John Dogun noticed a heavy backpack sitting on the sand filled with hunter's gear. It was stuff that hunters usually bring into the demon world, which Yubom had collected. Holding a mana stone in his hand, John Dogun excitedly said his goodbyes and set off. He appeared in the slums with a much neater appearance, wearing sneakers and walking confidently through the old alleys. The young Oh Bong-soo had now become an efficient guide for John Dogun. When he heard his big bro was looking for a highly skilled awakened alchemist, Oh Bong-soo puffed out his chest with assurance since the Alchemist Guild had just opened a new branch in the slums last year. John Dogun suddenly noticed something strange and asked why the kid was wearing heavy sandbags while walking. Oh Bong-soo explained as they walked that he was training hard because he wanted to become strong just like him. Seeing the kid training so eagerly was endearing. John Dogun looked at him thoughtfully and asked, like me, Oh Bong-soo couldn't stop marveling at his big bro's strength. You're the one who walked into the demon world using only your physical strength. You must be an incredibly strong hunter to do that. The boy excitedly expressed his desire to be just like John Dogun, so he was trying to eat a lot and train hard every day. Looking at the energetic Oh Bong-soo, John Dogun silently assessed him. Now that I look closely, he seems to have gotten much taller. He must be starting puberty. Before long, they were standing in front of an old red brick building. Oh Bong-soo announced they had arrived. There's a new branch of the Alchemist Guild nearby. The manager here, a guy named Kim, is super talented and has a great personality too. But before they even got to the door, they could already smell trouble brewing. It looked like this alchemy shop was in some serious trouble. Oh, Bong-soo pointed towards a middle-aged man who was on the phone, a worried look on his face. There he is. Looks like he's getting calls from debt collectors again. John Dogun asked in surprise, debt collectors. Oh Bong-soo explained that borrowing money was common in the slums. But Manager Kim's case was pretty special. He used to work at the prestigious G-City branch for 20 years, but was recently demoted. He was sent to this rundown place with a drastic pay cut, to be treated like trash after 20 years of dedication. John Dogun wondered if Manager Kim had made some kind of mistake. Oh Bong-soo shook his head. From what the boy knew, the incident stemmed from some shady business at his old branch. Back in G-City, one of Manager Kim's superiors had been secretly embezzling the subsidy funds meant for the slums. The man behind it all was none other than Director On. He was a man infamous for stealing credit from his subordinates and using every dirty trick in the book to climb the ladder. When Manager Kim bravely exposed the truth, this is how he was punished. Instead of being rewarded, he was seen as a troublemaker and punished with a transfer to this remote branch. Just look at the manager's weary back. Oh Bong-soo called out loudly. Manager Kim, who was moping about his debt, immediately lit up when he saw his favorite subordinate bring in a client. Manager Kim greeted him warmly, noticing the kid looked taller than before. Oh Bong-soo quickly made the introduction. How have you been? I have someone who needs help finding an alchemist. John Dogun observed in silence, thinking to himself. It's usually hard to find a skilled person in this area, but Manager Kim's enthusiasm gave him a little hope. Seeing that Oh Bong-soo had been working hard lately, the manager patted his head in praise, making the kid beam with joy. John Dogun thought to himself, I didn't expect to find someone like that in this area. That kid, Oh Bong-soo, is pretty impressive too. After saying goodbye so Oh Bong-soo could go train. Manager Kim invited John Dogun inside. Take care. Now, let's head inside. Inside the branch, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet and dull. At his desk, a young alchemist was yawning out of boredom watching a fly buzz around. He lamented, "Oh man, how did I get stuck in such a dead-end place? All we get are D-rank hunters buying cheap potions. How am I supposed to build a record like this?" While Deputy Chief Park was despairing that his dream of a promotion would vanish, Manager Kim led John Dogun into this remote branch. Without wasting time on pleasantries, John Dogun got straight to the point. "Let's skip that. I'll be direct, I don't have time." He saw right through the young man's abilities and stated, "You're A-rank, aren't you? Mix me 2 liters of Mandragora root smoothie right now." The request left Manager Kim stunned. He couldn't understand how this young man knew his subordinate's rank so precisely, and he was even more shocked that a Mandragora extraction could be performed here. He stammered, explaining that he could indeed prepare it. But the problem was, they had absolutely no such rare ingredients here. John Dogun calmly pulled an item from his pocket and asked, "Then what about this?" Manager Kim's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw what John Dogun was holding. It was a piece of Mandragora root, emanating an incredibly dense and powerful demonic aura. Holding the treasure, he trembled, marveling, "This dense demonic energy. It's definitely a Mandragora root. And it's so fresh, like it was just picked." Both alchemists were dumbfounded, having never seen an ingredient of such impeccable quality. John Dogun continued to pull other items from his backpack. He offered, "Who needs money? Just take this pile of sea quartz and these demon world antiques to cover the cost." As soon as the backpack was opened, a brilliant light emanated from the rare treasures of the demon sea, making the room sparkle with an unusual glow. Manager Kim's astonishment reached its peak. When he saw the glittering black pearls, he exclaimed, "What are these really from the sea? Even the headquarters has never seen S-rank black pearls like this, and you have 3 of them." Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Park was horrified as he held a giant wriggling clam. "It's still alive." And that wasn't all. They also found red moss, a newly discovered super rare ingredient used for high-grade potions. John Dogun calmly asked if this was enough to cover the fee. The question made Manager Kim exclaim that this pile of stuff was worth more than the entire building combined. To ensure the quality of these precious items, he hurriedly urged Deputy Chief Park to get the most precise extraction machine from the lab. While waiting, John Dogun suddenly noticed a glass jar on a shelf and wondered, "You said you didn't have any Mandragora, so what's this?" Manager Kim followed his gaze and explained that the plant in the jar had died 10 years ago and no longer had any healing properties. He only kept it for research purposes, but all it took was a little bit of our boy's high-end mana to wake it right up. Seeing the manager still confused about what was happening, John Dogun picked up the jar and channeled a stream of azure mana into it. He told him to watch closely, because with just a small touch of mana, the tiny creature inside the jar, which had seemed withered, immediately reacted and began to stir again. "Yeah, this fight is completely one-sided for our guy." Manager Kim was utterly astonished to see the withered Mandragora suddenly move after John Dogun's touch. He explained that it was just so depleted of mana that its spirit had left its body. But the manager still couldn't believe it, because he had tried infusing it with a lot of energy before, with no effect. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the office door suddenly burst open. A man in a red pinstripe suit, flanked by 2 female twin bodyguards, walked in with an air of arrogance. He spoke in a mocking tone, "Long time no see, Chief Kim. Your office looks no different from a slum." Manager Kim was shocked to realize the newcomer was Anjong. He was the executive director of the Pharmaceutical Association. He casually approached the table and looked at the black pearls and red moss. He admitted he'd heard a rumor that something special had appeared at this office. Manager Kim gritted his teeth, realizing that scumbag Deputy Chief Park had already reported it to suck up to his superiors. And Jong smugly bragged about his excellent subordinates, then turned to John Dogun. "Ah, so you're the one who brought this stuff here." Faced with the scrutinizing gaze, John Dogun replied coldly, "And what if I am?" Immediately. And Jong introduced himself as being from the Go City branch, and invited John Dogun to come with him. He promised treatment worthy of his skills, which John Dogun found incredibly annoying for interrupting his business. He continued to use bonuses and tax incentives to entice John Dogun into signing an exclusive contract. He asserted that in a remote place like this, his abilities would never be properly valued, but instead of caring about the money, John Dogun pointed at the wart on the man's nose and asked about his relationship with An Bok-deok. And Jong burst out laughing with self-satisfaction, admitting he was the direct grandson of that ambassador. "Go ahead and brag. In a minute our the logging your entire family out of existence." Hearing this, the smile on John Dogun's face instantly vanished. In its place was an icy glare, as he thought about the wretched bloodline of this family. Painful memories of whips and insults flooded back. "A monster like you doesn't deserve to live." The image of the old man An Bok-deok holding a whip in the laboratory suddenly resurfaced. His cruel words about sending him back to the demon world to beg his parents to save him became crystal clear. The long-suppressed anger finally exploded. A massive pressure of radiant blue mana erupted, sending Anjong flying into a wall in utter shock. He groaned in pain as he felt the terrifying power enveloping the room. John Dugun approached him hissing. "Turns out you're just like your grandfather." He saw right through the director's greedy nature, using power to oppress others and seize things that didn't belong to him. Anjong trembled, sweat pouring down his face, completely speechless. Seeing John Dogun's eyes blaze with killing intent, the pressure from his mana made the air itself freeze. John Dogun coldly delivered an ultimatum demanding a very careful answer. "Does Lab T still exist?" In response, the director could only stare back, completely stunned. I've never heard of that name." But John Dogun continued to expose the truth about the illegal Chimera laboratory where An Bok Deok once worked as a senior researcher. These words left manager Kim, who was standing nearby, completely floored. "I can't believe the winner of the Golden Peace Prize would work in such a horrible place," and Jong shouted through gritted teeth, telling John Dogun not to slander a dead man. He dedicated his entire life to his research and donated his fortune to victims, but John Dugun just shot back a cold reply, exposing the two-faced monster who caused the deaths of so many children in the shadows, only to pretend to repent in public. "You know, I thought he'd live longer since he was an awakened being. But who knew he'd pass away sooner than I expected," John Dogun said casually. "Was it from the fall from his window?" The question made Anjong's blood run cold. He asked in horror, "How? How could you possibly know a secret hidden from the public?" John Dogun didn't hesitate to admit the shocking truth. "Because I was the one who pushed him." That was the old man's punishment for heartlessly turning kidnapped children into chimeras. In John Dogun's memory, he had struck before the man could threaten to throw him into the gate. Back in the present, he looked at Anjong and gave him one last chance, telling him that when he gets back, he should look very carefully into An Bok Deok and Lab T. With eyes full of killing intent, John Dogun finished. "Just wait. When I have some free time, I'll drop by your house for a visit. I can't believe I ran into An Bok Deok's grandson here." The darkest memories of his life began to replay in his mind like a slow-motion film. At 9 years old, other kids were flying kites. John Dogun was chained to an operating table being turned into a monster, the number 17. That was the most painful scar of his life. From that day on, his life was nothing but chains and excruciating pain. By the time he was 20, his body had completely transformed into a hideous monster, held captive by thick, heavy chains. His consciousness and reason began to fade, making John Dogun feel as if he was surviving in a wild world where all traces of civilization had been erased. He could only act on instinct and the cruel commands of the people in white lab coats butchering anything that stood in his way. Back in the present, John Dugun stood in the office with his arms crossed and sighed softly. Thinking back, it's been so long. The lab has probably changed its name a few times by now. The silence was broken by a rapid knock on the door. Manager Kim entered with a beaming face, holding 2 vials of a sparkling blue liquid. "Thanks for waiting. This is the Mana Defect Recovery Potion made from Mandragora." John Dugun couldn't help but be amazed by the alchemist's speed. That was fast. Just as expected of an A+ rank alchemist. It only took about 30 minutes, right? An A ranker is really on another level. You make potions like it's instant coffee. Manager Kim just laughed. He explained that because the ingredients were so high-quality crafting, the potion was incredibly easy. While the manager was busy calculating the remaining ingredients on his computer, John Dogun suddenly made an offer. "How about signing a personal contract with me? I'll provide all the remaining legal materials. The contract term will be for 10 years, and I'll handle the supply of ingredients. You just need to focus on synthesizing." Looking at the pile of rare black pearls and red moss on the table, Manager Kim was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. You're going to give me all of that. And an exclusive contract too. You once said that selling just that much would be enough to buy an entire building. Isn't that an incredible deal for you?" Suddenly, tears started streaming down the manager's face, leaving John Dogun completely bewildered. Why is he crying? Through his sobs, Manager Kim choked out a confession. "The truth is, I come from the slums." Memories of his difficult childhood flooded his mind, a time when his parents had to kneel and beg before ruthless debt collectors. Even though he promised to pay off their debts and studied tirelessly by candlelight, his life never escaped the vicious cycle of poverty. Moved by the sincerity and the life-changing opportunity John Dogun had offered, Manager Kim bowed deeply, crying as he spoke. Thank you so much." Looking toward the horizon, bright with the setting sun, John Dogun told himself he'd be relying on this alchemist a lot more in the future. Then he thought, "So, can I go home now?" John Dugun was on his way back, but he couldn't help but worry, hoping nothing terrible had happened. At the beach, Yubom was paying the price for his carelessness, as Jia had completely lost control. He cursed himself for not anticipating how violent his sister would become when her demonic energy erupted. Amidst the wreckage, Yubom pleaded desperately, "Jia, please, you have to calm down." But his only reply was the crazed roar of the girl in the skull mask. Jia charged forward like a hurricane, unleashing a thunderous blow that split the ground and shook the earth violently. A thick cloud of dust and smoke covered the scene. Yubom collapsed among the ruins, his breathing ragged from his severe injuries. He realized with bitterness that he was too late to stop this tragedy. Just then, Kim Nari and Guak Hei ran over. The little girl shouted with worry, "Mr. Biom, are you okay? How could you let yourself get beaten up like this?" Though his body was exhausted, Yubom forced himself up, his eyes burning with determination, silently vowing to keep his promise. To John Dogun, no matter the cost. The memory of John Dogun saving his life years ago gave Yubom strength. He poured all his energy into his wings and shot straight toward Jia, ready to sacrifice himself to stop his sister. Deep down, he only hoped Jia could find happiness in the next life if they both happened to die here. Suddenly, from the sky, a giant pale pink creature that looked like a massive jellyfish crashed down, enveloping Jia in an instant. Yubom stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell is that? Did John Dogun just go out to buy potions and pick up a jellyfish to use as a cage on his way back?" Standing on top of the jellyfish, John Dogun casually crossed his arms and muttered, "She should have been knocked out by now." Kim Nari cheered with joy upon seeing her boss return. Meanwhile, Guak Hei could only gape in astonishment. A jellyfish. Seeing Jia trapped and struggling inside the soft, gelatinous mass, John Dogun calmly asked Yubom if there was any other way to subdue her. Still a bit skeptical, he hesitated. "Don't ask about the most important thing." "What about that?" In response to his worry, John Dogun casually held up 2 vials of sparkling blue liquid and declared, "Of course I have them. Now hurry and give one to your sister. The other is for you." That night, by the flickering fire with the delicious smell of grilled fish in the air, the 2 siblings finally got a peaceful night's sleep after taking the mana recovery potion. Manager Kim's potions are really worth every penny. While the night was still dark, a pair of glowing yellow eyes slowly opened. Jia woke with a start. She looked around, dazed, and mumbled, "Is this a dream?" Waking up in the silent space, she was startled to see the backs of 2 unfamiliar men sitting by a fire. Jia trembled, speaking in astonishment. "Who are they?" The sound woke Kim Nari as well. The little girl rubbed her eyes and then cried out with joy. "Ah, Auntie Sparrow, you're awake." Jia was still baffled by the strange nickname Auntie Sparrow. When Yubom quickly turned around to reassure her, "You're awake," the little girl quickly introduced herself as Kim Nari. While Yubom urged his sister to check her physical condition, Jia was stunned to realize her mana core was completely normal, and even her face had been restored to its former state. She tearfully asked her brother about the identity of these strangers. Yubom smiled, reminding Jia how she had always longed to meet her benefactor from years ago. Looking at the back of John Dogun, who was casually eating grilled fish, Jia froze as fragments of memories about number 17 flooded her mind. "Number 17 is he. Number 17. Yubom nodded in solemn confirmation. "That's right. This time too he saved us." While resting, John Dogun turned to Gu and asked if there were any more Crimson Starstones. But the little bird simply replied, "That was all for today." Witnessing this scene, Jia, still wearing her skull mask, silently judged John Dogun to be a man completely devoid of empathy. However, she quietly reached up and removed the heavy mask. Under the starry night sky, Jia revealed her beautiful face and a radiant smile. She sincerely thanked John Dogun for saving both her and her brother's lives. To think they made a girl this pretty wear a monster mask for decades. How pitiful. Just then, Kim Nari, who was standing by the shore, suddenly cried out in amazement as she saw countless sparkling lights drifting and bobbing in the open sea. Jia explained to Kim Nari that those were sea fairies. In reality, they were a species of sea dragon monster that lived in the deep sea, but often rose to the surface at night to play. Watching the mystical creatures like golden dragons dancing on the waves, Kim Nari's eyes shone with delight. Jia added that if they followed the trail of the sea fairies, they could find precious, glowing yellow starstones. Hearing this, an idea sparked in John Dogun's mind, and he suddenly remembered his original goal of finding materials to build a fence. He quickly asked how long it would be until sunrise. With a confident smile, John Dogun decided, "Then let's go for a little swim. It's been a while since I've gotten some exercise." Meanwhile, in a tense modern office, a professor with stark white hair sat pensively at a long conference table. He coldly asked about the situation with the untamable monster. An employee reported that about 10 B-rank hunters had spotted it. Despite multiple sightings in the forest, no one had been able to capture it. According to the latest intel, it seemed the target was now hiding in a coastal region. This was going to be tough. The professor recalled that the A-rank hunters who had gone to that area before had all returned with complete amnesia. However, their tracking devices had still recorded data on its exact location. Just then, a phone on the table vibrated with an incoming call from CEO Ann. From the other end of the line, a deep voice spoke. "I have something to ask you. Have you by any chance heard of a place called the Tia Da Laboratory?" Professor Han affirmed that he had never heard of that lab. When the person on the other end mentioned an illegal research facility that had existed for a long time, he quickly dismissed it, asserting that Hanbit was not that kind of research institute. With a look of deep reverence, he mentioned Professor An Bok-deok's teachings on the integrity of a scientist, a whole legacy of deceit from the grandfather to the grandson, and now to the disciple. Yet, the moment he hung up the phone, a sinister smile and a calculating look appeared on the old fox's face. Professor Han wondered why the name of an unrecorded illegal laboratory had come from the mouth of the late professor's grandson. At that moment, a researcher rushed in to report the good news about the success of a new experiment, just as the old man had directed. It was the perfect combination of liquid, metal, and mandragora cells. The result visible inside the containment unit was a bizarre creature named Mandragora, the liquid metal constantly writhing. Observing his new masterpiece, Professor Han was extremely pleased with the Mandragora's powerful kin-linking process. When fused with the highly compatible liquid metal, this hybrid creature would become a tool for finding mechanical organisms far more effective than any tracking device. The old man excitedly ordered the reward to be tripled to mobilize all elite A-rank hunters for the hunt. In his heart, Nari was the greatest masterpiece of his life. He had to find her at all costs. Of all the people to mess with, he just had to cross John Dogun. Back on the coast of the Demon Realm, Yubom touched the starstone necklace John Dogun had given him, marveling at the strange similarity between the gift and his old friend's personality. As night fell by the flickering fire, John Dogun sincerely invited the two siblings to visit his home sometime. John Dogun casually boasted that he currently had a very talented chef. Yubom asked in shock, "Don't tell me you're living in the Demon Realm." John Dogun nodded in acknowledgement. "Actually, after living there for a while, I've started to feel settled. Now that's the mark of a true boss." Yubom wondered why he didn't return to the human world, but John Dogun just stared silently into the fire. He answered bitterly, "I don't have any good memories there to return to, but sometimes I still wonder how things have changed." Unexpectedly, John Dogun mentioned the magic seal still on Yubom's body and asserted that he could help him break it. He mentioned Manager Kim, a talented alchemist who could research a way to salvage his condition. John Dogun advised him sincerely, "If you want, just let me know. The difference between not going and not being able to go is huge. But don't get your hopes up too much." Moved by his benefactor's kindness, Yubom asked with a lump in his throat, "Why do you always help us? My sister and I have never done anything for you." John Dogun gazed pensively at the dancing flames. "It's just that when I look at you two, I sometimes wonder, is there anything in this world that's more important than just surviving?" He believed that by helping them, he would find the answer for himself. The next morning at the coast, Jia flew through the air, observing the water's surface, then announced, "It's about to come up." She threw a rope and shouted, "Brother, catch this." Yubom quickly grabbed it, but couldn't help but be amazed. "What is this?" Jia urged him to pull. Both John Dogun and Yubom put all their strength into pulling the rope up from the sea. The incredible weight made Yubom exclaim, "What is this? Why is it so heavy?" A giant net filled with dazzling golden starstones was pulled onto the sand, leaving Yubom astounded. Starstones. He looked at the mountain of brilliant yellow starstones. The bird goo was so shocked it couldn't help but exclaim, "Did you guys dig all of this up yourselves?" After an exciting dive, John Dogun and Kim Nari surfaced from the water together. He stretched satisfyingly. "Ah, this is great. It's been so long since I've been for a swim." And little Kim Nari chirped back excitedly, "I'm having a lot of fun too." Earlier, while deep beneath the ocean, Kim Nari had been completely mesmerized by the magical glowing creatures she encountered, especially a radiant golden seahorse that had perched right on her head. The enchanted sea before them was as splendid and magnificent as a palace bathed in golden light. Back on the sand, standing before a giant net filled with mana crystals, Yubom asked worriedly, "How are you planning to transport all these stones back to the forest? Talk about rich people problems." John Dogun thoughtfully admitted he was just starting to think about that himself. Suddenly, a large shadow passed over them. He looked up and wondered, a beak parrot. It was a massive creature with brilliant blue plumage soaring through the sky. John Dogun wondered why a species that usually lives in flocks was appearing all by itself. Seeing Kim Nari comment on its beauty, Yubom immediately warned her, "Don't judge a book by its cover. That bird is nasty. Get too close and it'll peck your head swollen." He explained that this species grows over 4 meters long and has an extremely aggressive temperament. Even his own hunting party had to steer clear of them, not daring to get involved. While Yubom was anxiously trying to dissuade him, John Dogun calmly concluded, "I was just thinking I needed a truck. This thing is perfect." Meanwhile, in the forest, the Mandragora colony suddenly grew agitated, letting out strange cries. Namkiso was meditating amidst a radiant blue stream of mana. He could clearly feel the mana pool inside his body, expanding powerfully. A huge vortex of energy erupted, making the bald-headed hunter ecstatic. "I'm about to become a Superman. With a full tank of mana like this, that A-rank license is practically in the bag." Just as he was feeling smug and awaiting his boss's return, a loud noise made Namkiso jump. His eyes widened at the sight of a strange, exhausted creature. What is this thing? The hunter coldly kicked the small creature aside and threatened it. Hey, wipe that look off your face or I'll melt you down right now. Just then he froze, when he spotted a familiar, dazed-looking face in the distance. That bald head. Isn't that Namkiseo? Seeing Namkiseo in his rough, shabby clothes like a refugee, the group of hunters burst out laughing mockingly. I'd recognize that head anywhere. Why are you dressed like the king of beggars now? Your time is up, little bro. Namkiseo gritted his teeth in fury, sweat pouring down his face as he realized these were the same guys who had humiliated him before. Bitter memories flooded back of them, bullying him, mocking him for failing the A-rank exam 7 times and threatening to shave off what little hair he had left. Namkiseo wondered anxiously, these are the A-rankers who messed with me during the exam. What are they doing, all the way out here? Just then, 3 mandragora sprouts suddenly appeared. Behind them, the hunter's eyes went wide in astonishment. Could those be wild mandragoras? Instead of fear, their faces showed pure greed as they calculated the huge amount of money they could make from these 3 rare monsters. One of them casually approached, feigning a friendly tone to lure them in. Are you mad because we trespassed on your territory? Come on, now be good. Come here. Witnessing this, Namkiseo gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. No way. The boss treasures them. I have to protect them. But just as the growling mandragoras were about to fight back, an incredible pressure suddenly descended. A deafening explosion accompanied by a powerful shockwave sent the hunters flying. Through the thick cloud of dust, 2 mysterious figures emerged. It was Ja and Yubom. They were curiously looking around, searching for their benefactor's home. Hey, is this the place? It's not like there are many houses in this forest. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a giant, vibrant green bird was soaring. It was so exhausted, its tongue was hanging out, drenched in sweat. Sitting on its back, Nari couldn't help but complain. Is this an old model, mister? Flying this sluggishly? When are we ever going to get home for dinner? Sitting behind her, John Dogun could only give a wry smile and admit, yeah, I might have been a bit too rough when I tamed it. I actually feel a little bad for it now. Down on the ground, the little mandragoras could finally breathe, a sigh of relief, seeing that their master had returned. Namkiseo clutched his head in a panic, unable to believe his eyes at the appearance of the 2 terrifying entities. He trembled and wondered, did the coastal monsters decide to go on a road trip to the forest or something? Why is it so crowded? According to the information he had, these were clearly disaster-class monsters that were only supposed to live in coastal areas. He had no idea why they would suddenly appear here. Thinking about John Dogun and Nari being in that direction, Namkiseo swallowed nervously, deciding he had to run and find them immediately to help. He was afraid something bad had happened to them, even considering teaming up with those thug hunters to deal with the situation. Suddenly, Jia leaned in close to his face and asked, "Are you John Dogun's cook?" She observed his shiny head and confirmed with certainty, "With hair like that, you must be an acquaintance." Namkiseo screamed in terror upon seeing a monster that could speak human language. But then he froze, full of suspicion, when he heard his boss's name mentioned. Yubom spoke up to confirm John Dogun. "Oh, he's a friend of ours." Namkiseo was stunned, unable to believe his boss could befriend disaster-class entities like these. Seeing Yubom scrutinizing the strange group of hunters kneeling behind him, Namkiseo came up with a dark idea. He flashed a wicked smile and loudly accused them. They're thieves who were trying to steal boss John Dogun's mandragoras. The hunters could only turn pale and tremble at the bald man's malicious accusation. An hour later, the sky suddenly shook as a giant shadow descended at a terrifying speed. A powerful impact kicked up a cloud of dust as the beak parrot landed. Nari hopped down cheerfully, followed by John Dogun, who casually stepped out with the net full of radiant golden mana crystals. Looking at the familiar scenery before him, he let out a sigh of relief. There's no place like home. The giant beak parrot collapsed to the ground, panting as if it had been completely drained of its strength. John Dogun gently patted its head. It was just a little overload. No need to lie there, limp as a noodle. Hang in there. Standing nearby, Yubom couldn't help but be amazed that John Dogun had actually managed to tame this ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the bird itself was reeling from motion sickness. It staggered around its eyes, filled with dizzying spirals. Just then, they were surprised to find 3 hunters tied tightly to a tree trunk with a tangle of vines. Nari was astonished. John Dogun looked at the 3 restrained A-rank hunters, wondering what on earth had happened. Yubom suspected they were the thieves who were trying to sneak in and steal the mandragoras, but John Dogun sensed something more suspicious was going on. To keep Nari from worrying, Jia cleverly invited the little girl to go see the valley, saying the scenery was beautiful. Nari excitedly accepted and promised to teach everyone how to catch fish at the waterfall near her house. Once they were alone, Yubom revealed that these guys were from the Hanbit Research Institute, and their real target had always been to find Nari. John Dogun realized Hanbit was the same place Namkiseo had gotten the tracking device from. He figured these hunters would definitely come looking for them, especially since Nari was tagged with a special tracking device that could work across dimensions. However, he still wondered why they could track them all the way to this remote coastal area. John Dogun's gaze suddenly fell on the small silver creature squirming in his palm, and he realized this little guy was the source of all their problems. It turned out they had cruelly combined mandragora cells with liquid metal to create a new kind of tracking tool. Since liquid metal is always drawn to itself, this creature was attracted to its own kind and found its way to their house unintentionally, leading the hunters right to them. Yubom warned that their next plan was to attack the coastal area, making John Dogun realize he needed a new counterplan. Just then, the pack of mandragora suddenly appeared, looking determined. They gestured, demanding that John Dogun hand over the hybrid creature for them to handle. John Dogun casually took the hybrid out of his pocket and gave it to the mandragora pack. "Here's a stray, you guys take care of this new kid for me." Number 1 crossed its arms grumpily, snapping at its buddies to take in the new member. It was only then that John Dogun remembered he had another little guy hidden on him. He wondered why the pack of mandragoras could sniff out the other one's presence so quickly. Seeing John Dogun pull a scrawny, withered creature from his pocket, Yubom couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that scrawny thing?" John Dogun explained that it was a gift from Butler Kim. He had only agreed to bring it back to take care of it for him. He recalled the moment Butler Kim, with tears in his eyes, tremblingly held out a tray with the withered mandragora sprout and pleaded with him to adopt it, believing it was the best way to save the little creature's life. Before they parted, the kind butler didn't forget to remind John Dogun to take good care of it. Responding to that expectation, John Dogun simply nodded and affirmed, "Don't worry, in my hands, even a withered plant will bloom spectacularly." Back in the garden, the healthy mandragora pack began to show off their skills, digging holes with incredible speed. The 2 new members, the metal creature and the withered sprout, could only stand and watch, looking tired and sad. They quickly jumped into the holes, signaling for their 2 new friends to join in. Seeing this scene of unity, John Dogun felt relieved that no territorial disputes had broken out. Their affection for their own kind is truly amazing, he thought. He believed they would soon adapt to their new home. Suddenly noticing someone was missing, he turned to Yubom and asked, "Hey, by the way, have you seen Namki-so?" John Dogun thought to himself that the bald-headed hunter should have been back a long time ago. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the sky. "Boss, help me, I'm about to become fish food." John Dogun was startled and looked up stunned by the sight before him. Jia was soaring through the sky, carrying Kim Nari in one arm, and dangling a battered Namki-so, his clothes torn to shreds by the collar, with the other. The moment he saw his boss, Namki-seo, burst into tears. "You're back. I was worried sick." John Dogun, alarmed, asked about his underling's pathetic state. Jia calmly replied that she'd found him being chewed to pieces by fish underwater all alone, so she stepped in to help. Namki-so sheepishly explained that because he wanted to prepare a lavish feast for the boss's friends, he had risked his life to hunt monster fish, but ended up getting fiercely counterattacked by them. Kim Nari also excitedly boasted that Big Sister Sparrow had made a super cool rescue. Despite being in pain, Namki-seo struggled to his feet and promised, "Anyway, if you just wait a little, I'll cook up something delicious." In the middle of his enthusiastic speech, a strange noise made him whip his head around. Namki-seo's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in shock. Seeing the giant parrot-beaked bird looming there, he screamed in terror. "Ah, a cockatoo. What is it doing here?" John Dogun just calmly told everyone to eat first, and that explanations could wait. Namki-seo, finally snapping out of it, stammered in reply, "Yes, sir. Eat first. We'll deal with the bird stuff later." "A full stomach is the most important thing, boss." Kim Nari excitedly asked about the menu for the day. Meanwhile, the liquid metal mandragora creature was dejectedly burying itself in the ground under the little girl's curious gaze. When her finger gently touched it, she didn't say anything, but a sad expression clearly fell over her face. As sunset fell, Namki-seo joyfully announced that dinner was ready, leaving the siblings Yubom and Jia stunned. It was a special kimchi curry rice, stewed as carefully as bone broth. His spirit of service deserved a 10 out of 10. Namki-seo was emotional and proud of his dedication. Even though he only used instant curry and store-bought kimchi, he had meticulously diced pork and a generous amount of various vegetables, then patiently stood there, stirring the pot continuously for an entire hour to ensure the most perfect flavor without any scorching. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, prompting John Dogun to urge everyone to dig in. Namki-seo watched nervously, silently, hoping they would enjoy the food. The moment they took a bite, Jia and Yubom were completely won over by the explosive flavor. Jia was amazed, thinking, "Oh my god, one bite, and it feels like the entire world of cuisine has come together." Meanwhile, Yubom felt a refreshing, spicy kick. Witnessing their excited reactions, John Dogun could only think to himself that the group looked like they were acting in a comedy skit. However, John Dogun suddenly noticed Kim Nari sitting listlessly, not even touching her chopsticks. When he asked her about it, she just quietly stood up and sadly replied that she didn't have an appetite and wanted to go to bed early. Watching Kim Nari's retreating back, John Dogun guessed that the appearance of that liquid metal creature had made her uncomfortable. He wondered if he should find something for Kim Nari to do to help cheer her up. Night fell shrouded by a full bright moon. In the quiet twilight, the new mandragora sprouts, and the metal creature also seemed to be lost in their own thoughts. After the hearty dinner, Yubom and Jia couldn't stop praising Nam Kiseo's skills. Yubom marveled. A professional chef is really something else. The flavor is on a whole different level. While Jia also admitted with satisfaction, "It's been so long since I've eaten this much. I feel less like a bird, and more like a pig, now." Seeing that everyone was full, John Dugun stood up and suggested, "All right then, let's set up a barrier to help digest our food." The two siblings eagerly agreed, "Leave setting up the luminous stones to us." However, John Dogun suddenly sensed a strange energy. His eyes widened in shock. A gate, a brilliant blue light from a portal suddenly erupted right inside the wooden house. Kim Nari stood before the deep, dark void, her small shoulders trembling from a heartbreaking decision. She thought to herself, "I don't want to get you involved in this, uncle. So I'll just go back to Old Man Han's den so you can be safe." Just then, John Dogun rushed over, his face twisted in horror. He screamed in desperation. Kim Nari was inside the gate, clutching Zaza tightly as she sobbed. The little girl looked back one last time, choking back tears. "Goodbye, mister. If I stay here, you'll be in danger too. So, we're going back to where we belong." Holding Zasha, Kim Nari cried uncontrollably, whispering her final farewell. "Mister, take care of yourself." Just as Kim Nari was about to step into the deep black hole, a firm hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" To Kim Nari's shock, he looked her straight in the eye and stated firmly, "This is your home. People say kids can disappear in the blink of an eye. I guess I can't take my eyes off you anymore." The storm passed, and a warm atmosphere returned to the late-night dinner table with a steaming pot of ramen. Kim Nari slurped her noodles down. She cheered with satisfaction. "Mister, this is even better than last time. Thank goodness Kim Nari's appetite is back, folks." Nam Ki-so stood beside them, proudly declaring that ramen is the absolute best late-night meal. Sitting across from them, Jia, still wearing her skull mask, didn't forget to give a lecture. "Just think, a kid your age already running away from home. If you do that again, I'm going to scold you." You hear Kim Nari lifted her bowl to drink the last of the broth and mumbled an apology. "I know I was wrong." The spiciness of the soup made Kim Nari stick out her tongue and pant. "Phew, so spicy." Seeing this, Nam Ki-seo quickly brought out some yogurt drinks and kindly said, "If it's too spicy, drink this. My mom said, this is the best for when you eat spicy food." Seeing the yogurt drink, Yubom suddenly remembered his days in the laboratory, where they were also frequently given this drink. Nam Ki-so excitedly gave everyone a bottle to cool down the spice. The meal ended and the group got back to work, the empty yogurt bottles still sitting on the table. Under the quiet moonlight, Kim Nari sat across from John Dogun at a wooden table. She bowed her head remorsefully. "Mister, I'm sorry for making you worry." Seeing her sad face, John Dogun gently comforted her. "It's not your fault. It's the fault of those crazy scientists. I'll deal with them later." To break the heavy atmosphere, he actively changed the subject. "So can you tell me about your friends from the pineapple tribe?" Kim Nari flinched slightly, her orange-gold eyes showing clear confusion. "My friends." In his heart, John Dogun had already resolved to clean out the Hanbit laboratory. He wouldn't let her friends get hurt. But he told himself it was better not to say that out loud. He smiled and repeated, "Yeah, I remember you mentioned them before." Kim Nari started to reminisce hesitantly, replying, I was close with 3 of them." Watching her excitedly talk about her old friends, John Dogun thought to himself, "Now, I don't even need to bother asking for the lab's location since Nam Ki-seo definitely knows where it is." He looked off into the distance, wondering, "I wonder if our factory worker is handling that task okay." At that moment, in a hidden corner, Nam Ki-seo was standing before the captured hunters with a smug grin. In desperation, one of them pleaded, "Wait. Nam Ki-seo, let's make a deal." Seeing Nam Ki-seo look interested, he quickly threw out some bait. "Let us go. We have a lot of money, enough for you to buy a mansion downtown to change your whole life, son." He even promised not to breathe a word about what had happened, but Nam Ki-seo just replied coldly that, "A deal requires both parties to be on the same level." He smirked, declaring he wasn't the kind of person to be bought off with petty cash, then suddenly pulled out a powerful black card, sending the hunter into absolute shock. "Is that a black card? The kind only issued to the super elite?" The hunter stammered, asking how Nam Ki-seo got such a treasure. But the bald man just casually dismissed the question. Nam Ki-seo was thrilled, having never expected such a spectacular way to get revenge for the humiliation he suffered at the promotion exam. Despite the other man's attempt to argue it was just a one-time mistake, Nam Ki-seo's voice grew hard as he exposed their true nature as people who bully the weak and cheat just because they have a little power. He coldly pulled out some brilliant yellow pills and introduced them. "Now this is something made from the pollen of the oblivion flower that my big bro gave me. Anything from John Dogun is the real deal." Nam Ki-seo revealed he had compressed them tightly, so their effect would be incredibly potent. Enough to wipe out all your memories instantly. Open wide and eat your candy, so you can become a good person right away. The hunter only had time to scream in desperate protest before being forced to swallow the pill of forgetting, erasing all his sinful memories. The next morning, peace had returned. An energetic Kim Nari ran and played joyfully with Zaza in a lush green field. Witnessing the boisterous scene, the bird goo trudged along behind them, complaining endlessly about how babysitting was absolute torture, which made Kim Nari cry out in surprise. Yubom spoke up, asking about John Dogun's plan. "You're planning to clean out that Hanbit laboratory." John Dogun nodded in confirmation. He planned to take Namki-seo and Gu with him, and asked Jia to stay behind to look after the house and protect Kim Nari. Just then, Namki-seo appeared, looking more cheerful than ever. He exclaimed, "Hyung Nim, everything's all set." Yubom couldn't help but laugh at the bald hunter's radiant expression. He quickly realized Namki-seo was dreaming about meeting an A-rank alchemist to finally solve his hair follicle problem. "But are you just going to go like that? You should at least wear a disguise." John Dogun agreed, thinking it would save them from a lot of unnecessary trouble. While Namki-seo was still confused about why he needed a disguise to meet an alchemist, Jia silently reached up and removed her skull mask. She handed the mask to her brother, warning him not to reveal his identity under any circumstances. Jia couldn't resist a teasing jab. "Your face is really small, but your head is surprisingly big." A compliment from Jia, but one that dealt critical damage. "I dare you to say that again." A strange feeling suddenly took over his body. Namki-seo clutched his chest, shocked to realize his heart was pounding as if it were about to leap out. Looking at Jia's bright smile and sparkling eyes in the sunlight, the bald hunter was completely stunned, his mind in a turmoil, unable to understand why he was having such a strange reaction to this girl. Could this be love at first sight? Meanwhile, Jia was busy beating the crap out of her brother Yubom and yelling, "I'm going to kill you." Despite the violent atmosphere, Namki-seo suddenly dropped to his knees, sincerely apologizing for his rudeness. With a face sparkling with hope amidst a background of imaginary roses, the bald hunter risked it all and asked the decisive question. "Miss, what's your type? So, I know how to rebuild this entire look to suit your taste." Witnessing this lightning-fast confession, John Dogun and Yubom could only stand there in stunned silence, watching imaginary feathers fly everywhere in their shock. Jia blankly repeated, "My ideal type, you ask Namki-seo. You'd better brace yourself for a shocking double standard." Namki-seo was still kneeling on the ground, trembling as he awaited her answer like a fateful verdict. In the distance, John Dogun and Yubom casually watched the show unfold while sipping their drinks. Yubom thought to himself that it had been a while since something this entertaining had happened. At the same time, she said her sister was an extremely serious person who would agonize over any question before answering immediately. After giving it a lot of thought, Jia began to list her criteria. First of all, he has to be really flashy, and it'd be even better if he's a good dancer. In her mind, an image of a vibrant peacock spinning and dancing wildly appeared. Hearing this, Namki-seo's spirit was crushed, and all he could manage was a bewildered dancing. But Jia's standards didn't stop there. She dealt another critical blow. "And I think the more fluffy feathers, the better." At these words, Namki-seo was completely petrified, looking down in despair at his own completely bald head. However, the pain quickly transformed into extraordinary motivation. Namki-seo's fighting spirit flared up and he roared with determination. "Sir, let's go. I have to meet that alchemist right now." Even though John Dogun said they had to make a stop on the way, Namki-seo couldn't care less about anything else at this point. His mind was set on a single goal, growing hair. A massive portal suddenly ripped open in the middle of a bustling street in the human world, frightening the surrounding people with its abnormal size. And then, a colossal entity began to emerge. The people screamed in terror when they saw a ferocious parrot beak extending from the dark vortex. "Isn't that a giant poisonous parrot? This is insane. Report it to the association quick." The entire neighborhood erupted in chaos with everyone scrambling for their lives, as a disaster-level monster appeared in the middle of the city. Standing on the back of the monstrous bird whose wingspan shadowed the entire sky, Namki-seo looked down anxiously at the panicking crowd. He asked his boss why they had to bring such a massive creature along. John Dogun, his face expressionless, casually gave a cool reply, "Why walk when you have a ride?" Now that's how a powerful person thinks. Namki-seo shifted uncomfortably on the giant bird's back and then asked, "But, where are we going?" John Dogun, now wearing a skull mask, gave a slight mysterious smile in response. "You're the one who told me." The vague answer left Namki-seo utterly confused. "I did." Looking at the blue bird soaring through the sky, John Dogun thought to himself that he should name it Blue. While Namki-seo was still bewildered about their destination, over at the Hanbit Research Institute, a shocking report was being submitted. "Director, all the hunters we dispatched this time have returned with amnesia." John Dogun's pollen of oblivion had done its job. The director immediately asked about the locating chimera they had with them. The researcher reported with a trembling voice that the device had been lost, causing the old director to slam his fist on the table in fury. He snarled through gritted teeth that if they didn't find that mechanical device, it wouldn't just be the government's budget. That would be at risk, but huge investments would also vanish into thin air. He knew them well. The powers that be would never sit idly by if this venture failed. Just then, the researcher hurriedly presented an object found in the pocket of one of the hunters. It was a small crystal, accompanied by a piece of paper with a single line of text, "See you again." The director was stunned. "See me again for what? Who dares to write me an invitation to my own damn funeral?" he roared. He ordered an immediate investigation. "Find whoever is playing this sick joke, and deal with them before it's too late." But before he could finish, a loud explosion erupted. The office windows shattered as the giant blue bird suddenly crashed straight into the conference room, creating a pile of rubble and sending the staff tumbling in the chaos. John Dogun stepped down from the bird's back. He realized the landing wasn't smooth because its left tail feather was damaged. He made a mental note to deal with that after he was done here. Nam Ki-so lay flat on the floor, groaning to himself, "Oh God, boss, if you hate me, just say so. Why did you have to make me land on my face?" Standing amidst the wreckage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent through his numb mask, John Dogun coldly asked the decisive question. "So, who is the director of this laboratory?" Right before the John Dogun and Nam Ki-so were riding on the back of the giant bird Blue as it soared across the sky. Nam Ki-so nervously explained that the Hanbit Research Institute was located on the side of Mount Haebong. It was situated somewhere between the slums and the Golden City. He anxiously wondered if everything would really be okay, because Hanbit wasn't just any ordinary lab. That place had successfully created mechanical lifeforms like Nari, and had even been featured prominently in the media. Kiseo scratched his head guiltily, thinking to himself that he was supposed to be an upstanding man, but now he was involved in something so illegal. John Dogun calmly replied, "Is that so? We'll figure it out when we get there." Nam Ki-seo could only click his tongue and trust that his boss had surely thought things through. Suddenly he noticed that Blue's tail feathers looked very strange and asked about it. John Dogun explained that the feathers on the left side would never grow back. It had been like that since the first time he saw it. It turned out that, because of this defect in its tail, Blue had been attacked by its own kind, and had to flee for its life until John Dogun saved it. Hearing this, Nam Ki-seo finally understood why this ferocious monster bird was so friendly and obedient to his boss. Still, Nam Ki-seo wondered why the birds would attack one of their own just because its tail feathers wouldn't grow. John Dogun explained that the parorake species is extremely obsessed with magnificent tail feathers. It was because of that defect that Blue had been isolated and ostracized by the entire flock. Painful memories resurfaced of Blue being relentlessly and cruelly attacked by its own kind, who always aimed for its tail. Nam Ki-seo fell silent, a deep sense of empathy welling up inside him. For this poor creature, with such a resilient heart, Ki-seo was probably already planning to share his hair growth secrets with Blue after this was all over. In the distance, the Hanbit Research Institute building came into view on the lush green mountainside. Dogun smirked with determination. "Good." Blue charged straight ahead. The parrot-beaked bird let out an excited peep-peep, and then accelerated like an arrow. Ki-seo screamed in horror when he realized his boss was aiming directly for the target, but it was all too late. As man and bird shot forward at a terrifying speed, creating a streak of light across the sky. "Hold on tight. This thing's landing skills are a bit off because of its missing tail feather," John Dogun shouted over the whistling wind. Nam Ki-seo could only scream in despair as they hurtled straight toward the Hanbit Research Institute building. A massive explosion erupted. Dust and smoke filled the office. The staff inside panicked, coughing and sputtering, with no idea what the hell was happening. Someone even thought a war had broken out in the middle of the city. A researcher squinted, trying to see through the gray smoke, when his hand accidentally brushed against soft green feathers. Immediately, Blue poked its head out with an innocent peep-peep, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Like master, like servant. Cool as a cucumber. He collapsed to the floor, unable to comprehend how a paro rake could have possibly appeared here. Before he could regain his senses, radiant golden mana threads shot out from the smoke, ensnaring the people in the room like a giant spiderweb, leaving them completely helpless. The sound of John Dogun's boots crunched on the shattered glass. He casually remarked that most of them had been captured. Nam Ki-seo wondered why the boss had bypassed the main entrance and charged in here instead. John Dogun explained that the director was usually on the top floor, and was likely plotting something, so they needed to strike first. He walked up to two of the bound men and asked coldly, "This wouldn't happen to be the Hanbit slaughterhouse that specializes in preying on children, would it?" When asked for his identity, John Dogun simply replied through his mask, "I am Kim Nari's guardian." The researcher trembled, bewildered. He seemed to have no idea who this Kim Nari was. A dark, murderous aura emanated from John Dogun, making the air suffocating. The man opposite him could only feel a bizarre and terrifying presence enveloping him. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association Tower in Gold City, in a luxurious office, Chairman Lee Woon-soo was sternly warning his grandson, "If you fail this evaluation and don't advance to B rank, I'm kicking you out of the house. You'd better get your act together." However, Baek Ho, a C-rank hunter lounging on the sofa, wasn't the least bit worried. He casually retorted that even his grandfather was only a C-rank, yet he still held the chairman's seat. "Is it like father like son?" "No, it's more like grandfather like grandson. He smugly claimed that reaching C rank in his 20s was already incredibly fast, and he even had the nerve to ask for pocket money since it had been a while since he last visited the office. Looking at his only grandson nonchalantly blowing bubblegum, Mr. Lee could only sigh, blaming himself for spoiling the boy even though he himself was turning 84 this year. Mr. Lee stared pensively out the window, thinking it was about time for someone to take his place, which made Bakho groan, tired of hearing the same old speech. He reminisced about his youth when he witnessed awakeners risking their lives to save people, which was the very reason he founded the Hunter Association. He wanted to contribute his small part to protecting the world, but the harsh reality of modern awakeners left him deeply disappointed. They no longer took on truly dangerous missions, instead chasing after high-profit jobs. He wasn't saying they should throw their lives away just because they had powers, but this pragmatism was strangling the original ideal. He realized with a heavy heart that Chimera research, which began with the noble purpose of protecting humanity, had now become a ruthless business tool. To hire Chimera hunters, one had to pay enormous sums to the research labs. The inevitable consequence was that poor, underfunded areas were left exposed to monster threats without any protection, although he knew many hunters were just trying to make a living and couldn't be entirely blamed. For someone like Mr. Lee, who could never forget the heroes of the old era, allowing human lives to depend entirely on money was a grave mistake. He believed that now more than ever, the Hunter Association had to stand firm against such temptations, but the reality was grim. Everyone around him was just lusting after the chairman position for the huge profits it brought. In their eyes, that seat was an open-pit goldmine. He feared that if a money grubber took his place, they would forge an even tighter alliance of interests, manipulating the entire Hunter system just to enrich themselves. Chairman Lee Woon-soo sighed helplessly. I awakened late and remain a chairman with no real power, because my rank is too low. He looked over at Bakho, who had awakened at a young age with eyes full of expectation. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Assistant Kim rushed in, yelling, Chairman, a paradrake has appeared in the slums. Both of them were stunned, as no natural gate signal had been detected beforehand. Assistant Kim anxiously added that no hunters were willing to respond, because it was the slums, and support was being deployed very slowly. Hearing this, Mr. Lee slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Contact every nearby Chimera lab immediately. He decided to act at once. I'll go myself. Just by the way he slammed the table, you could tell he still had plenty of fight in him. Bakho also leaped from the sofa, shouting, Grandpa, I'm coming with you. Back at the Hanbit laboratory, the masked John Doe-gun was using his mana threads to bind the director, who was kneeling on the ground. Bright orange energy beams flashed and the man's body was sliced into pieces, but to their astonishment it reformed into puddles of liquid metal. Namkiso realized something was wrong and thought to himself, there's no way that guy is a normal human. He exclaimed in shock, he's a chimera. The puddle of metal began to contract and grotesquely change shape right before their eyes. The other researchers were also horrified as they realized the terrible truth. The director is a chimera. The final boss has appeared, folks. The director, now a liquid metal monster, roared furiously. How dare you? You did this to my laboratory. He swung his mutated tentacles, attacking fiercely and vowing to kill everyone present. John Doe-gun deftly dodged the attacks. He observed the creature and realized this was the same liquid metal ability as Kim Nari's, but it didn't feel like a mechanical entity at all. John Doe-gun was shocked to realize this director was so insane that he had performed biological experiments on his own body to gain power. In his frenzy, the man declared that he had achieved perfect metal synthesis. He had once craved to surpass An Bokdeok's achievements and was willing to commit the most heinous acts to achieve his grand goal. Back in the fight, the monster relentlessly unleashed heavy blows, shattering the ground. But John Doe-gun stood firm, his eyes glowing with a murderous light through his mask. He growled one last question. You kidnapped children and experimented on them, didn't you? The villain, his face, now a distorted mess, showed no remorse and even sneered. Huh, children. Are you talking about those homeless kids from the slums? They should be grateful I gave them an opportunity. Those innocent children, born into disadvantage, were then tormented by these scumbags. Before the monster could finish, John Doe-gun slammed him to the ground. He realized in agony that his body was no longer obeying his will and desperately tried to change form. John Doe-gun retorted coldly, so that mouth of yours can talk after all. You will repent in a dimension of suffering and time. An unprecedentedly powerful surge of mana enveloped the scene, causing the butcher to scream in agony. I've never felt mana this intense, this overwhelming. It hurts so much. Stop it. Stop. No. My body. Amidst his screams, his entire body was compressed, shrinking, until it became a small azure sphere lying on the ground. Seeing the horrific sight, the surrounding lackeys stood frozen in terror. Did he just get turned into a ball of human flesh? John Doe-gun casually picked up the sphere and turned to them with a threatening gaze. Now I just need some information. What do you say? Or would you rather I refine you into blue pills like this one? Continuing his quest for the truth, John Doe-gun began to piece together the scattered information. he realized that Professor Han and An Bok Diok were once master and student. It all started when An Bok Diok stole Professor Han's research, which in turn led the professor to steal the bioexperiment data and go on the run. John Dogun couldn't help but marvel at the bottomless greed of humans willing to turn themselves into chimera monsters just for the chance to be young again. However, a question formed in his mind. Professor Han's memories contained no information about the previous experiments. Did he really not know anything? It was truly baffling. Could there be another secret? Pushing the thought aside, he quickly dealt with Kim Nari's tracking device. Since it was just a piece of Hanbit software disabling, it was incredibly simple. Before leaving, he left the tied-up henchmen for Nam Kiseo and Lam to clean up. Venturing deeper into the facility, John Dogun thought to himself that all that remained was Professor Han's legacy, the evidence of his illegal experiments. Stopping in front of a large door, he sensed this was the place. Without a moment's hesitation, John Dogun unleashed a powerful kick that blew the door open. A horrific scene unfolded before his eyes. Rows of glass tanks were filled with a green liquid, and inside were captive creatures and children. How pitiful. At an age when they should be protected, they had been subjected to unimaginable torture and fear. That bastard. He actually kept records of the children who had died. In that dark space, memories of Subject 17 resurfaced like a painful film. The researchers had treated that child like a goose that laid golden eggs. Because of its ability to pass as a natural awakened being, bringing in huge profits, they had even argued fiercely about dissecting it immediately. Looking at the poor mutated creatures, John Dogun fell silent and reached out to touch the glass. He had to let them rest in peace once and for all. Just then, from behind the experiment tanks, a small fox-like creature with glowing red eyes peeked out to observe him. John Dogun was surprised. He sensed a very familiar scent coming from this creature. While John Dogun was wondering if it could talk, since Kim Nari had never mentioned this ability, his little companion teased him. It's probably just your smell. Do you even bathe every day? Ignoring the joke, John Dogun approached the small creature. Knowing it was timidly sizing him up, he took the initiative and asked, "Do you know a hybrid mechanical creature?" The creature immediately trembled. A mechanical creature. You've really seen him, John Dogun nodded to reassure the little one. Yes, he's living very well with us in the demon world. Hearing this, the small creature wagged its tail nonstop, its eyes welling up with tears of emotion. Really, I've waited so long to hear that he's still alive. John Dogun's expression softened. He asked, "Are there others like you here?" It immediately called out, "Yes, sir, come on out." From the shadows, a tree-like creature and a tiny ant cautiously stepped out, surprising John Dogun. A tree and an ant. But it didn't stop there. John Dogun looked them over and asked, "So are you the only chimera monsters left?" A representative creature replied, trembling, "Yes, sir. The ones that were aggressive and fought back either died or were sold off. We're the only ones left." Realizing they were all of the hell system, he knew he couldn't leave them imprisoned here. John Dogun made an offer. "In that case, there shouldn't be a problem if I take you all to the demon world, right?" The little ones asked blankly. To the demon world. Just as a brilliant green light began to envelop them outside the Hanbit laboratory, was engulfed in a raging inferno with thick columns of black smoke rising into the sky. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the people on the ground were stunned. The Hanbit lab. What does it have to do with the slums? Why would those people attack the lab? Meanwhile, John Dogun was calmly sitting on the back of a giant parrot soaring through a sky ablaze with the sunset. A man below pointed up at the sky in amazement. "Grandpa, look, there's a parrot, but someone's riding on its back." Seeing such a strange sight, the grandfather offered his grandson no explanation. High above, John Dogun asked, "Did you ensure the researchers were evacuated safely?" Nam Kiseo, now wearing a mask, reported respectfully, "Yes, they've all been moved to a safe location. Just as you ordered, boss, and I've double-checked to make sure no one was left in the building." Even though Hanbit is a legitimate lab, the researchers there were completely unaware of Professor Han's dark secrets. Nam Kiseo wondered, shouldn't we have given them the memory-erasing pills? After all, they're witnesses to what happened. John Dogun replied coldly, "That's precisely why we decided not to." Seeing that Nam Kiseo still didn't understand his meaning, John Dogun glanced down below and asked, "Do you recognize who those people are?" Nam Kiseo followed his boss's gesture, recognized them instantly, exclaimed, "Those are the Hunter Association's president Lee Woon-soo and his grandson." Meanwhile on the ground, the grandson looked up with a skeptical expression. Is he really riding a parrot? Who in their right mind would do something so bizarre? It seemed they had arrived right after being notified of the attack. They get their information pretty fast, don't they? The name Lee Woon-soo made John Dogun pause. He muttered, "Lee Woon-soo. That name sounds familiar." Then a spark flashed through his mind and he exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now." A knowing smile appeared behind his mask. John Dogun looked at the monosphere in his hand, then suddenly threw it straight down. This abrupt action made Nam Kiseo scream in panic. "Boss, what are you doing? That person is a high-ranking hunter." The sphere landed right where Lee Woon-soo was, much to his grandson's surprise. "Whoa, Grandpa, what is this?" The chairman picked up the sphere, his expression changing as he recognized the item. He thought grimly, I never thought I'd see this again after what happened that day. This is definitely some kind of mana seal. The blue mana emanating from it reminded him of a warning from the past. That this seal could only be broken by a mana source stronger than the one who created it. He wondered who could possess power more terrifying than Professor Hans. Who on earth could have turned him into this? Just then, members of the association ran up to report. Chairman, fortunately, no one was injured. However, they also reported that the researchers' testimonies were incredibly bizarre. They claimed that Director Professor Han had transformed into a Chimera monster, and the attacker was the very person who had helped them evacuate from the fire. Li Wun-Su stared at the sphere, sweat beading on his forehead as a shocking thought came to mind. Could it be that he's still alive? Meanwhile, on the back of the giant parrot, John Dogun gave an order to Nam Kiseo. We're heading back to the slums. John Dogun explained that while he had intended to trade a few things in the human world, it would be a huge pain if the association started tailing them. Nam Kiseo worriedly asked about their next plan. But John Dogun didn't answer, simply telling him not to worry, that he had his own plan. Night fell on the Slum District branch of the Alchemist Association. Section Chief Kim was fast asleep when he was awakened by a loud noise coming from the duty room. He shot up in a panic. What was that noise? Is someone here? Who could possibly be coming at this hour? A masked figure clumsily tumbled into the room, causing Section Chief Kim to scream in terror. It's a thief. A tall, dark figure appeared in the doorway. It was John Dogun. He sighed in exasperation at his partner. I told you to be careful. You're so clumsy, John Dogun took off his mask and reassured the trembling man. Calm down. It's me, Section Chief Kim. Seeing his real face, Section Chief Kim stammered, not believing his eyes. John Dogun, what are you doing here at this hour? Are you trying to scare me to death? John Dogun gave a determined smile and made an offer that couldn't be refused. Something important has come up. You're coming with me to the demon world right now. In the demon world, the Birdman was meticulously demonstrating how to make a fence from crystals and luminous stones. He explained that you first have to drill a hole into the crystal shard. The shard had been neatly cut, and then the polished luminous stone was fitted inside the hole. Seeing the sparkling finished product, Kim Nari couldn't hide her excitement. The little girl's eyes lit up with delight. Mr. Sparrow, this is so pretty. Even the woman with her had to admit she'd never thought of such a unique method. While she was lost in thought, wondering how many more fences they'd need for the garden, a strange disturbance occurred. A glowing spatial gate. The gate opened right beneath their feet, making her exclaim in surprise. A gate, Kim Nari cheered, believing that her uncle John Dogun had returned, but instead, a horde of tiny creatures tumbled out onto the ground. Recognizing them as chimera monsters, the woman wondered if John Dogun had sent them. They looked so pathetic. They were dropped into this area in a pile like a bunch of starving children. Suddenly, Kim Nari's expression changed, causing the woman to ask with concern. Kim Nari, what's wrong? The little girl remained silent, her hands clutching her shirt with a hesitant look on her face. At the same time, the small dragon Sasa suddenly stood in front of the new members with an extremely wary attitude. Seeing this, the woman wondered. Sasa, what's the matter? Sasa let out strange cries, making the Birdman wonder if it was just startled by the strangers. However, the woman realized it was more likely that Sasa was trying to establish a pecking order with these newcomers. But a tree-like creature completely ignored Sasa and calmly walked right past it to everyone's surprise. It headed toward a patch of land in the distance, radiating a brilliant aura as if it had found its own personal paradise. The woman smiled and remarked, looks like it's taken a liking to this garden patch. It's decided that's its home and plans to put down roots right there. But in the garden, a loud noise suddenly erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust. It turned out this garden already had owners 5 small creatures that looked like white radishes with extremely cautious expressions. At the same time, John Dogun gently patted the giant parrot. You worked hard, Blue. You can rest here. Nam Kiseo, standing beside him, also let out a sigh of relief, remarking that there's no place like home. Section Chief Kim was utterly stunned to witness a house being built with massive logs right in the middle of the demon world. He shouted in excitement. You guys actually built a house in the demon world. This is definitely a structure of immense academic value. While Section Chief Kim was busy muttering about the architecture, John Dogun just stared silently at Kim Nari, who was standing alone in the distance. He thought to himself, hasn't Kim Nari made up with her friends yet? Then he turned to give instructions to the two with him. Nam Ki-seo, you and Manager Kim, wait here and don't move. Walking toward the garden, John Dogun took off his skull mask. When the woman asked if he'd taken care of everything, he nodded in confirmation. Yeah, this thing is really handy and pretty comfortable too. However, the atmosphere around them didn't seem very peaceful. The woman pointed at the small creatures facing off. Why are these guys so angry? The Birdman explained that because the newly arrived sapling was eyeing the garden, the two sides had been glaring at each other for a while now. Neither side is giving in, so they're having a turf war, everyone. The tension escalated as neither side was willing to back down. Suddenly, a small ant with a bright red tail joined the fray. Seeing its tail light up, John Dogun questioned it. Its tail is glowing. Does that mean it senses its comrades are in danger? The ant shot forward with incredible speed, making John Dogun exclaim, "You've got to be kidding me." An unbelievable sight unfolded right before their eyes. The tree-like creature used its vines to fling the ant like a cannonball. The ant soared through the air on an unpredictable trajectory and slammed headfirst into one of the radish creatures. But unfortunately, its target had backup and was wearing full metal armor. The end result of the collision was the ant getting a bump on its head. Thus ended the dramatic meet and greet between the new and old residents. Witnessing this scene, the Birdman nodded in approval. The Mandragoras' teamwork has gotten better. John Dogun silently acknowledged the efforts of the new members. Even the little tree and the ant had put in a decent effort. Just then, in a quieter hidden corner of the garden, the small fox-like creature was actively sniffing around. It muttered with conviction, "This scent, there's no mistaking it." Following the familiar tracks, it found Nari huddled and trembling behind a large tree. Recognizing its old friend, the fox called out softly, "Is that you, the mechanical being?" In response to the call, there was only the sound of Nari's choked sobs. The young girl burst into tears, consumed by belated regret. "I'm sorry. Until you accept my apology, I'll wait right here." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, pulling memories back to the dark days in the lab of those cruel people. There the researchers were arguing heatedly about a defective product. "What do you mean?" "It refused a ranked match." Another man held a report, his face a mask of confusion. "It clearly has the best training results, but it's also refusing orders. Maybe there's a problem with the enchantment on its body." However, another researcher offered a different opinion. "I believe it's because of its personality." When questioned personality, he explained, "It's a combat type, but unfortunately it was born with a gentle nature. Gentleness is usually a good trait, but in this hell on earth it had become a thorn in the experimenter's side. They had created a failure in Nari. They even stood by coldly and watched as Nari was ganged up on by the other test subjects. They humiliated her terribly. If it weren't for you, despite the relentless attacks from behind, the girl could only grit her teeth and endure with no intention of fighting back," which even made the observer comment, "That's why it just takes the hits even when its opponents team up to attack it from behind. At this rate, it might actually die." In the cold laboratory, Nari curled up in a corner, hugging her wounded body and crying out in pain. "It hurts so much, you idiot." Witnessing this stalemate, and Bok Deok flashed a sinister, calculup smile. "If the problem is its personality, then we just need to recondition it." The old man began to devise a cruel, psychological plan to break the girl's will. "Let's give that mechanical being a roommate. A few weak ones who can get along with it, but who will also obey our commands." And so small creatures like a fox and a sapling were brought in to be companions, sharing Nari's confinement. He waited until they had become truly close and trusted one another. Then he delivered the most sadistic final blow. Order its roommate to betray it. Instantly, the gentle fox transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging at Nari in a frenzy right in front of the villain's monitoring screen. How evil. They gave Nari hope only to sever that friendship. It's so disgusting, because there is no experience more painful than being betrayed by the very friend you trusted with all your heart. In a mad frenzy, the small fox lunged at Nari, while the cold-hearted experimenters planted extremist thoughts in her head. "Do you understand now? There's no such thing as friends in this world. Next time they'll kill you. So if you don't want to die, you have to kill them first." Refusing to let hatred take over, Nari chose to run away to protect her friends, despite the researchers' frantic orders to capture her. Using what little strength she had left, she dashed straight through the glowing dimensional gate. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. "No, we're friends. So that I don't hurt my friends, I just have to leave." From a human emotional standpoint, this girl is truly noble, willing to sacrifice everything, rather than lose the friendship they had built with sincerity. Back in the present, tears of regret streamed down Nari's robotic face from behind the tree. The little fox approached, looking at its old friend with a lump in its throat. "I'm the one who bit you. So, why are you the one crying?" Without a single word of blame, Nari rushed forward and threw her arms around her friend, her choked sobs echoing through the forest. "I missed you so much." Under the shimmering light of the demon world, the two friends held each other tightly after so many long years apart. Their sincere affection had conquered all. Witnessing this moving scene, John Dogun and his companions smiled gently. They decided to leave quietly, to give them some private space. He thought to himself, "So that's Nari's original form. For now I'll pretend I didn't see anything. I'm so glad they made up so quickly." Meanwhile outside, Namki-seo and Manager Kim were still rooted to the spot, their faces etched with misery. Seeing John Dogun return, they asked with a whimper, "How much longer do we have to stand still like this?" Only then did John Dogun allow them to move. At the same time, he introduced to the residents of the demon world that Manager Kim was an A-rank alchemist who would help them remove the enchantments. However, contrary to his somewhat timid appearance in his pajamas, Manager Kim made a request that left everyone in utter shock. "Would it be possible for me to pluck a few of your feathers?" The two of them, stunned, exclaimed in disbelief. Pluck our feathers. Seeing their rather strong reaction, Manager Kim asked blankly, "Oh, is there a problem with that?" Although their faces clearly showed embarrassment and awkwardness, they managed to stammer out a reply, "No, it's not. That." But at that very moment in the human world, the atmosphere was much calmer. The young man Oh Bong-soo was excitedly recounting the recent incident to the shop owner. "Let me tell you, ma'am, a giant blue monster bird suddenly burst through the gate. People from the Hunters Association rushed over it. Was total chaos." The owner, while arranging some items, replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? I was inside the whole time, so I had no idea." Looking outside, she remarked that the weather was getting colder lately, and that winter was probably on its way. Then she gave Oh Bong-soo a small gift, a bowl of hot roasted sweet potatoes, the perfect treat to chase away the cold. The owner didn't forget to remind him to eat it with kimchi so he wouldn't choke. Oh Bong-soo cheered happily. "Wow, I'll enjoy this," though the potatoes were still so hot that he had to keep blowing on them and hissing from the heat. The sweet taste made him incredibly content. So warm, there's nothing better than roasted sweet potatoes in the winter. Seeing him eat so heartily, the owner smiled and urged him to eat up as there was still plenty more. When Oh Bong-soo asked why he was the only one eating, she gently replied that she had already eaten earlier. Looking closely at Oh Bong-soo's face, the owner asked with concern, "By the way, Oh Bong-soo, you don't look so well. Do you have a cold?" Oh Bong-soo scratched his head and chuckled, "I think it's just body aches. I've probably been training a bit too hard lately." However, he also admitted something strange. Even after taking medicine, the chills wouldn't go away. Hearing this, the shop owner suddenly became serious. "Isn't that a sign of pre-awakening? A fever, dizziness, and body aches can last for 10 whole days." She reminded him that he was 17 years old this year. The teenage years are often when the awakening of a hunter's power begins. Though Oh Bong-soo was still insecure about his background, the owner snapped at him. "What's wrong with this kid? You think an awakening gives a damn about your background?" Quite the meaningful encouragement, wouldn't you say? But Oh Bong-soo remained pessimistic and fearful. "Don't give me false hope. Even if I awaken, it's useless if I'm a low rank." Before he could say more, the owner suddenly pulled out a wad of cash and threw it on the table, stunning him. She explained that she knew he didn't have money for the bus, so she wanted him to use this money to go to the Hunter Association branch in Silver City to check if he had truly awakened. Looking at an old photo of the two of them on the table, the owner thought to herself that no one can predict the future. She smiled encouragingly. "You could become a great hunter, you know." Hearing that, Oh Bong-soo scratched his head and smiled happily. "Thanks, auntie." That one word immediately sent the owner into a rage. She yelled, "Hey, I'm not your auntie." "Oh my god, the nerve of some people. You lend them money and they can't even say a proper thank you, just blurting out auntie. Isn't that infuriating?" Despite her blazing anger, Oh Bong-soo was so moved, he sniffled as he ate. "I'll definitely succeed and pay you back tenfold, ma'am. Thank you so much, auntie." The owner's shouting echoed down the street. "Hey, are you doing that on purpose?" Meanwhile, night had fallen over the demon world. The small residents of the demon world, from the white fox and the tree-like creature to even the shrews, were all enthusiastically working together, transporting and installing crystal pillars along the path. Seeing the Birdman busy planting a crystal pillar into the ground, John Dogun spoke up. Working at night, the Birdman, drenched in sweat, still flashed an energetic smile. "Well, it's not like we get tired easily." In the distance, Nam Ki-so was struggling as a small bird repeatedly pecked his head. Seeing this, John Do-gun reminded him, "I told you to leave. Why are you still hanging around?" Nam Ki-seo, dodging the attacks, explained with a pained expression, "I'm not training, I'm just helping out." The B-rank hunter, despite being bullied, was determined to stick around to show his loyalty to his boss. If the boss wasn't sitting there, those little birds would have probably plucked him bald. John Do-gun gathered everyone and announced, "So while Manager Kim is treating Boo's tail feathers, shall we finish what we're doing?" Nam Ki-so, now looking optimistic again, grinned from ear to ear. This is what being young is all about. Enjoying the moment, John Do-gun looked over at the group of newly arrived creatures. "If you want to live here, you have to contribute no matter how small." "Got it," Kim Nari, with a small bird perched on her head, led the little ones in a spirited, unified response. "Got it, leave it to us." Having a place to stay, the group couldn't help but feel grateful to the one who had saved them and given them a new home. The Birdman watched John Do-gun's retreating back and remarked to himself, "Well, it's always good to have work to do wherever you go." At that moment, John Do-gun was carrying glowing crystal pillars on his shoulder, walking through the field. Kim Nari and Lunton ran after him, asking, "Mister, where are you going?" He replied gently, "Looks like we still have some fence posts left, so I thought I'd install them along the path." The little girl cheered with delight. He. It's going to look so pretty." John Do-gun glanced at Kim Nari and asked softly, "Just to be sure, have you completely made up with your friends?" Kim Nari hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, we've made up." However, her eyes suddenly turned sad, and her hands nervously clasped together. "But, mister, did you really go to the coconut tribe?" John Do-gun calmly confirmed. "Yeah, I did." The brief answer made Kim Nari freeze. She worried that her true identity was no longer a secret to him. "The truth is, I'm not from the coconut tribe." Amidst the crystal pillars that were radiating a brilliant golden light, John Do-gun softly called out, "Kim Nari, no one will come looking for you anymore, because I've taken care of everything." He then offered a surprising idea. "How about we become the Coconut Tribe?" Kim Nari asked, bewildered. "What do you mean? Our family has gotten bigger, so we need a name now. Since we have to name ourselves anyway, I thought we could just call ourselves the Coconut Tribe." Hearing those words, Kim Nari's eyes lit up. She was so moved she burst into tears. "The Coconut Tribe, mister. Thank you so much." Watching Kim Nari cry tears of joy, John Do-gun said gently, "All right, let's go back. Everyone is probably waiting." All the suffering the little girl had endured was now being soothed by John Do-gun, and she felt incredibly happy. The moment they returned, Kim Nari excitedly announced to everyone, "We're back. From now on, we are the Coconut Tribe." Seeing how happy the two of them were, the Birdman smiled. "Looks like the talk went well." Meanwhile, Nam Ki-so, his face bruised and tired, approached to report, "Boss, you're back. We just finished the fence." Seeing the house enveloped by the sparkling lights of the crystal pillars, Kim Nari squealed with excitement and rushed to hug the little fox. "Wow, our house looks even more beautiful now. Where did you run off to without saying anything?" Observing the lively scene from a distance, John Do-gun thought to himself, "Kids will be kids. They bounce back so quickly, not holding grudges like adults do." Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and let out a soft gasp. Instantly, the giant parrot Blue swooped down from above, wrapping around him with wild enthusiasm. John Do-gun was knocked backward, only able to offer a wry smile in response to this overwhelming affection. "All right, I missed you too." He realized that despite its enormous size and formidable power deep down, Blue was still just a playful and affectionate child. Blue's tail feathers had miraculously grown back, much to John Do-gun's surprise. Manager Kim approached smugly, explaining that the treatment was faster than expected, thanks to the red essence stones Do-gun had given him earlier. With their amazing healing properties, this material was typically used for the highest grade medicines, and its effects were amplified exponentially when an A-rank alchemist directly applied it to the wound. Witnessing the feathers grow back as if by magic, Nam Ki-so, who was standing nearby, could only gape in astonishment. Recognizing Manager Kim's extraordinary talent, Nam Ki-so cautiously approached and whispered, asking if he was researching any remedies for hair loss. "After all, as you get older, everyone's afraid of going bald." Manager Kim exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, how did you know?" It turned out he had been secretly developing this remedy for the past 10 years, a field that even top alchemists longed to conquer. When he was promised a sample of the medicine upon its completion, Nam Ki-so was so moved he dropped to his knees. He swore his undying loyalty, making everyone around him a bit uncomfortable with his over-the-top enthusiasm. Manager Kim fell into deep thought, stating that he had thoroughly examined the feathers of both individuals. He concluded that the magic circles on them were of an extremely complex ancient type, not easily broken. According to his calculations, if they could obtain a large quantity of mandragora fruits, they might find a solution to dispel them. Hearing this, John Do-gun casually asked, "You mean those red fruits?" This question stunned Manager Kim. "You know about mandragora fruits." John Do-gun calmly admitted that he'd eaten them many times, so of course he knew all about them. He even judged that they were almost ripe. Manager Kim was so shocked he was left speechless when he saw an entire garden of mandragora right before his eyes. He hadn't noticed at all because he was too busy treating Blue. A fruit he considered incredibly rare was growing in abundance right here. John Do-gun explained that he had fed them the best quality mana to help them grow. Mandragoras are inherently monsters with the ability to purify energy. They absorb the essence to bear fruit and continue to grow by eating those very fruits, which causes the pure energy to become perfectly concentrated inside. The problem is, if you forcibly pick them, the energy inside will alter and become a deadly poison to humans. In other words, to obtain whole mandragora fruits, a hunter must receive them when the creatures offer them willingly. John Do-gun thoughtfully suggested that adding a few more boulders to the garden would be a good idea, because when they bear fruit, mandragoras often hide in caves or between rock crevices to avoid predators. There were plenty of fruits right in front of them, but obtaining them was a difficult problem. Witnessing this profound understanding, Manager Kim couldn't help but be astonished, continuously scribbling in his notebook as he stammered out a question. "How do you know all of this valuable information?" John Do-gun turned his head slightly, his gaze distant, as if searching for old memories. "Actually, it's something I only remembered a little while ago. I have a bit of a past with mandragoras." His memory took him back to the time when test subject number 17 was deployed. He arrived at a remote high mountain, stepped through a brightly shining space gate to begin a 10-day solo survival training in the demon world. Back then, John Do-gun appeared completely unfazed. He told himself this mission was no big deal, it was more like a trip to get some fresh air. Since he was on a snowy mountain anyway, he decided to climb to the very peak to explore. He was treating a mission like a vacation. As he was strolling through the white snow, John Do-gun suddenly froze when he heard strange noises coming from a bush. He looked around cautiously. What's that sound? He followed the noise. He pushed aside the dry branches and froze at the sight before him. Right under a thin layer of snow lay a tiny, motionless creature. John Dogun approached to observe it, then muttered doubtfully, "Is this a mandragora? Was it attacked or something?" The tiny monster tried to act fierce, hopping up and growling. It made John Dogun burst out laughing. So tiny yet so feisty, huh? But just a moment later, it suddenly collapsed onto the snow, its entire body trembling from exhaustion. Witnessing the pathetic scene, he thought grimly, it looks so miserable, like it's about to stop breathing. A strange emotion stirred within John Dogun. He had to question himself. Wait a minute, am I feeling sorry for it? Even as he reminded himself that this was clearly just a monster. But his hands unconsciously emitted a gentle blue stream of mana to transfer to it. His compassion no longer had any boundaries. He would save anyone who couldn't fight back and had no ill intentions. Replenished with energy, the small creature quickly fell into a deep sleep. John Dogun sat down in the snow watching it and thinking to himself. It was so exhausted that just a little bit of mana made it pass out immediately. He felt he couldn't just abandon this poor creature in the freezing winter. He decided, maybe I'll just bring it with me for a few days and see what happens. That night, Dogun continued his journey through the snowy forest. With a new companion nestled in his backpack. Spotting a rock arch ahead, he exclaimed, there's a cave, I'll take shelter here tonight. Inside the cave, a warm fire chased away the cold of the night. After being fully charged with mana, the little mandragora became incredibly excited. It ran and jumped continuously around the fire. John Dogun watched and asked, feeling a bit better after that mana charge. It's running around all over the place looking full of life. In the cave, he and the creature happily enjoyed the warmth of the fire. Feeling his throat was dry, he opened his canteen and took a long swig. His action immediately caught the small creature's attention. It stared at the water bottle with sparkling eyes full of desire. Realizing his oversight, John Dogun quickly coaxed it. "Oh, you must be thirsty too." He carefully poured streams of cool water down for it. The small creature opened its mouth and greedily lapped up the water, its whole body trembling with pleasure. John Dogun gently reminded it, "Hey, stop shaking, it's hard to drink water like that. Be careful not to choke now." He thought to himself, if anyone saw this, they'd probably think it was dancing for joy. Abruptly, the small creature froze with a look of utter shock, as if it had just realized something incredibly important. John Dogun stared blankly at the tiny creature before him and asked, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull now?" Suddenly, a dazzling light flared, causing him to cry out in surprise. From the mandragora's leaf, a brilliant red berry appeared, much to its pride. John Dogun couldn't help but wonder, "A berry, where did you get that from?" When he saw it offer the berry to him, he hesitated for a moment. For me to eat. I should really be cautious about eating fruit given to me by a plant-type monster. But looking into the small creature's sincere eyes, John Dogun decided to cast his doubts aside. But whatever, my body is resistant to most types of toxins anyway. Plus, look at how earnest it is. He decided to see what it tasted like. As soon as the berry melted in his mouth, an explosion of flavor occurred, leaving John Dogun stunned. An intensely sweet, fragrant, and incredibly refreshing taste spread throughout his body. He was amazed to feel an abundant source of energy, as if mana was filling up his magic core. Could this berry actually contain mana? John Dogun couldn't help but be curious about the secret hidden within that tiny body. What in the world is going on inside of it? The mandragora began to tremble, mustering all its strength to continue creating new berries. Witnessing the red berries continuously appearing on its leaf, John Dogun was astounded. This little guy, it can create berries non-stop. So tiny, yet it's producing them like crazy, huh? Blue light flashed continuously, and the number of berries increased from 5 to 6. To his utter amazement, despite looking incredibly tired and exhausted, the mandragora cheerfully offered all the berries to John Dogun. He thought to himself, the number just keeps increasing, but why does it keep giving them all to me? Is it trying to repay me for saving its life? Seeing it trying so hard, it looked pitiful. John Dogun felt a pang of guilt, but it already looked so exhausted. "I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'll feel guilty if I take any more." He waved his hand, refusing. "That's enough, I'm stuffed." Seeing that John Dogun wouldn't accept any more, the mandragora stared blankly for a moment before casually eating all the fruit itself. "Fine, if you won't eat them, I'll eat them myself." This sight made John Dogun chuckle. "So, you're eating them yourself now, a plant eating its own fruit." "Ah, that's right, they don't have seeds." Watching the mandragora, casually munching on its own berries, John Dogun suddenly realized that this species must grow by reabsorbing its own fruit. He felt a pang of guilt for unknowingly taking the energy it needed to grow. He had thought it was repaying a debt, and he silently vowed to make it up to the little creature later. As night fell, even though it had found a safe hiding spot in a rock crevice, the tiny creature still tried to climb into his lap seeking warmth. Looking at the little one, sleeping soundly, John Dogun smiled gently. "What an interesting creature you are. Sleep well, little guy. With a companion here, I definitely won't be bored anymore." Just as he was about to fall asleep with the little plant, deep growls suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. He saw large, dark figures approaching. John Dogun recognized them as ferocious snow monsters. He guessed they had come for the Mandragora's berries, which were overflowing with pure energy. Without a hint of fear, he gently tucked the small creature into his pocket and reassured it. "All right, as long as you're with me." John Dogun stood up, his eyes turning ice cold. He declared, "I will keep you completely safe." Immediately, he charged into the fight with overwhelming power. Even while fighting and protecting his small friend in his pack, John Dogun easily defeated the massive monsters, leaving them with no will to resist. After clearing out the threat, he sat down to rest on a fallen log in the white snow, watching the little one busily, creating more berries to thank him, knowing he needed to replenish his energy. Seeing the small creature's happy expression, John Dogun smiled with satisfaction. However, his training time was up. He stood before the mountain peak, looking at the horizon ablaze with the sunset. "It's time for me to go back. I need to get to the right spot to match the teleportation coordinates the lab set for me." Seeing his tiny companion's reluctance to part, John Dogun wondered silently. Is this what people call a farewell? Now John Dogun understood why he felt such sympathy for this little creature. The image of it being abandoned, and all alone in a field of snow. The pure white reminded him of his own past. He knew that once he left, it probably wouldn't be able to survive. But John Dogun had to leave. Because his body was carrying a curse. If he didn't return in time, he would die. In such a short time, it had already come to see him as family. It didn't want to be separated from him. John Dogun explained somberly that if he brought it to the human world, it would only become an experiment just like him. There wasn't much he could do to make it up to it. He took out a safety device woven from silk, specifically made to protect it from attacks while on the move. He gently placed the cord on the little one and instructed it carefully, "Wear this and be careful, don't lose it." Receiving the gift, the small creature chirped with joy. John Dogun said softly, "I'm leaving now." Then he decisively stepped into the teleportation light. Behind him, the little Mandragora cried out, unwilling to let him go. But what seemed like its home, a place of protection, was just a fleeting moment of happiness. John Dogun didn't look back, leaving only one final piece of advice. "Take care, kid." Deep down, he still felt guilty for not being able to protect it to the very end. John Dogun scratched his head, recalling, "I went back 2 weeks later." But the scene before him then was just a pile of ruins. The old cave had completely vanished after a landslide. John Dogun had tried searching everywhere but found no trace of his little friend. He could only stand there motionless with regret. "I'm sorry. It must have been buried under the snow or eaten by something." Seeing John Dogun's sadness, the entity accompanying him offered some comfort, saying that with the protective silk cord it might still be alive. John Dogun smiled with determination. "Come on, let's take some time and go back to that snowy mountain. It would be great if it's still alive." In his heart, he still wanted to find that little plant to know what it had been through and if it still remembered the friend who had abandoned it. At that very moment, on that cold, snowy mountain, an earth-shattering scene was unfolding. Amidst the white snow, thousands of Mandragoras were marching in formation like a true army. Leading this formidable force was none other than the little creature from years ago, still wearing John Dogun's silk cord, its eyes full of power, as it let out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Looking towards the horizon, John Dogun was lost in thoughts of the past. That thing. It would be so good if it were still alive. How could a little guy like that have survived in this land? Lost in his memories, he was suddenly interrupted by Manager Kim's voice. "I never thought you'd have the inclination to build an entire garden right under the demon world. You seem to spoil these Mandragoras quite a bit." Manager Kim rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Speaking of which, would it be a problem if I tried giving them a little bit of my mana? I have a soft spot for Mandragoras, you see." Looking at the small, listless creatures, he concluded that they were starving because their mana supply had been cut off during the barrier's construction. John Dogun offered a quiet warning, because the Mandragoras here could be very different from the common type found in the human world. But Manager Kim remained extremely confident. "Haha. That's what makes me even more curious. Alright, let me give it a shot. Now, be nice. Will you take it? It'll take it from you, sure, but the real question is whether you can handle it, Manager." The moment Manager Kim reached out his hand, John Dogun thought to himself that even a veteran alchemist needed to be extremely careful. Because the true power of a healthy Mandragora is that it's a mana-devouring machine. They possess an insane craving, and their only menu item is mana. More terrifyingly, these little ones were already accustomed to the massive and pure amount of mana that John Dogun used to provide. Manager Kim's face suddenly changed, and he screamed in horror, "What the hell is this?" The mana was being mercilessly drained from his body, causing Manager Kim to weaken rapidly. "No, this can't be happening. I can't take it anymore." He collapsed to the ground unconscious. Namkiso rushed over in a panic, cradling his partner and crying out desperately. "Manager Kim, please open your eyes." John Dogun stood by, observing with a look of utter disbelief. An A-rank alchemist. Defeated so pathetically. "Oh, how humiliating, doctor. Hehe." However, a bizarre scene unfolded right after. The small creatures were continuously vomiting streams of blue smoke, their faces racked with misery. Do they value the quality of the mana they absorb over the quantity? They're really picky eaters. It seems Manager Kim's mana wasn't to their taste at all. There you have it. Not only did he lose all his mana, they also spat it out, disliking the taste. The humiliation just multiplied exponentially, didn't it, everyone? Meanwhile, in the office of Assemblyman Park Wudong in Gold City, a tense meeting was underway. Jessica, the CEO of the gold auction house, with her elegant white hair, spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. I heard a rumor that the Hanbit research lab was just attacked, is that right? She stared coldly at the person across from her, and continued. After hearing your report, I've come to the conclusion that the entire investment in the mechanical creature project vanished overnight. Sitting beside her, Violet the Vice Guild, master of the Red City Guild, also clasped her hands, applying pressure with a sharp question. How do you plan to handle this enormous loss? Kang Kibong, the chairman of the Gold City Merchants Association, was sweating bullets with worry. He stammered, that's not all. I also heard that the guildmaster of the Lunu Hunter Association has already opened an investigation. He feared that if this matter reached the media, their reputations would be ruined. In contrast, Go Dong-hyuk, the chairman of the Freelance Hunter Association, looked extremely scornful. He smirked sarcastically. Lee Wun-soo is afraid of some old geezer with one foot in the grave. That's hard to believe. Furious at this attitude, Kang Ki-bong slammed the table and shouted, Chairman Go, your words are out of line, but Go Dong-hyuk nonchalantly replied, Did I say something wrong? It's infuriating to have meddlers stirring up trouble in a meeting like this. At this point, Assemblyman Park Wudong finally spoke up to mediate. Is everything I'm saying correct, Mr. Assemblyman, he said, telling them not to worry about the issue and asserting, I will squash this scandal within the scope of my authority. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he mentioned a strange country bumpkin who had appeared and interfered with their business. According to him, projects involving the government often run into this kind of trouble. Incidents happen from time to time, but everything would soon fall back into place. Park Wudong snapped his fingers confidently. Rest assured, I've already secured new funding to cover it. He then displayed an intelligence map of a massive Mandragora colony residing on a mountaintop. This information shocked both Jessica and Go Dong-hyuk. Mandragora, and a large colony at that. They were skeptical, as even A-rank hunters avoided that snowy peak no matter how high the reward. However, Park Wudong reassured them that they wouldn't need to climb all the way to the top. They would deploy a number of A-rank hunters halfway up the mountain to execute the plan. Kang Ki-bong, still not understanding his intention, asked, Didn't you just say the colony was at the very peak of the mountain? Are you planning to wait for it to slip and roll down from the top to catch it? Park Wudong gave a sinister smile, revealing that a teleporter had appeared to assist them, an unprecedented case. Meanwhile, at a branch of the Hunter Association, a young teenager named Bong Su had arrived and timidly said to the staff, I'm here to have my awakening status checked. When asked for his name, he began the procedure to confirm that he was an extremely rare, pseudo-awakened. Oh Bong Su, my name is Oh Bong Su. The teenager scratched his head shyly as he introduced himself at the association. Immediately after, the scene shifts to a vast, snow-covered mountain range, where a group of A-rank hunters are on the move. One of them casually remarked, Even though we've gathered all these A-rank hunters on this plateau, it feels like a walk in the park. We're only halfway up and all the monsters have already fled. You're being a little too complacent, buddy. You can never be too careful. However, their main target wasn't the monsters, but that pseudo-awakened kid. He wondered, but where did that kid go? His comrade explained that the boy's teleportation range was extremely wide, making him hard to find. Right now, the captain is keeping him close since he's the most crucial part of this mission. Another hunter expressed skepticism. But you said he only awakened recently, right? Then he's just an F rank. How can he withstand this bone-chilling cold? You'd need to be at least a D rank to endure it. The cruel truth gradually came to light when another man revealed that the captain possesses an amplification ability. Hearing this, the hunter was stunned. What, using amplification on an F rank would make their circuits overload and kill them, and that kid actually agreed to it. It turns out Bong Su had been controlled and hypnotized with energy to make him obedient. He was just an orphan picked up from the slums, sent here as an experiment to measure his awakening level. With a background like that, if he died, nobody would care. So this really is a covert mission from the higher-ups. No wonder the pay is so generous. So who was the woman who encouraged him to go? Did she know about this? Reaching a suitable location, the expedition's Captain Ace raised his hand and gave an order. Frontline halt. This distance should be enough. He was the one who possessed the dangerous amplification ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace ordered them to proceed immediately. Standing right behind Bong Su was the one with the puppet control ability. One placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, and Bong Su's eyes became lifeless as he was completely manipulated. Those around them waited eagerly. Oh, he's starting to move. Let's sit back and see what this rare case can do. They were all curious to see what he could accomplish, not caring if he was in any danger. A massive stream of blue energy erupted from his body, sweeping across the snowy peaks at a terrifying speed. That intense mana stream shot straight toward the valley where the Mandragora colony lived. The small creatures stared blankly at the approaching light, letting out surprised cries. Witnessing the immense teleportation distance, the hunters couldn't help but be amazed. Whoa, he can teleport something from that far away. His comrade standing nearby noted that this was the result of the amplification resonating with young Bongsu's rare ability, a truly terrifying power. Immediately after pouring all his energy into the teleportation, Bongsu was exhausted and collapsed onto the cold snow. Having gotten what he wanted, his user showed not a shred of pity for the boy. The hunter with the headband shouted, urging them on. "What are you all standing around for? The prey belongs to whoever catches it first." Instantly, a brilliant orange magic net was cast, aiming straight for the dazed Mandragoras. The tiny creatures only had time to let out strange cries before the massive net crashed down, pinning one to the ground. Seeing their prey completely under control, the hunters roared in victory. "We did it. Get ready to pull in the net." But their joy was short-lived. From behind a Mandragora, with a sharp gaze and a commanding presence, suddenly appeared. It stomped firmly on a rocky outcrop, unleashing a stream of brilliant blue mana, seemingly giving an order to the entire horde. Witnessing this, one of the hunters' faces twisted in doubt. Wait, is that one in the middle giving the orders? Is that the king of the horde, immediately following their leader's command? Instead of fleeing, the entire horde of Mandragoras charged straight into the magic net. They weren't leaving a single one behind, determined to rescue their captured comrade. At first, the hunters smirked, watching their prey lead themselves to their deaths. The Mandragoras were charging straight into the net, but the smiles on their lips quickly faded as they saw the net being torn apart. One hunter cried out in alarm. Are they chewing through the net? But the hunter directly controlling the net screamed in excruciating pain. They're not eating it. They're draining all my mana. The mana was being siphoned from his body through the connecting threads, leaving him completely exhausted. At this rate, the magic net was going to disappear. Just then, an A-rank hunter with a muscular build and a greatsword on his shoulder rushed forward. He growled in frustration. We're all A-rank, and yet these things are making a mockery of us. He realized that because they were natural creatures, their ability to absorb, these Mandragoras' mana absorption was on another level. Stepping forward with absolute confidence, the large hunter declared, I'm a physical type, awakened. I don't use mana, so their draining ability is useless against me. And just as he said, the Mandragoras could only drain mana. They were powerless against him. With a single powerful swing, he knocked the small Mandragoras off the net, sending them tumbling across the snow. His eyes locked onto the Mandragora leader, which stood in a defensive stance. So you're the king of this mob, huh? Looking at the small creature before him, he growled threateningly. I'd love to crush you right where you stand, but you're worth too much. The ferocious hunter swung his greatsword, roaring with killing intent. So I'll just beat you to within an inch of your life. In the nick of time, John Dogun suddenly appeared to intervene. He coldly remarked, what you're doing is absolutely despicable. A massive impact sent a terrifying shockwave through the area, blowing away anyone in its path in a cloud of dust and snow. The little plant from all those years ago had been saved by him once again. Just like their first meeting, he had saved its life. Witnessing his overwhelming power, the terrified hunters asked one another, who the hell is that guy? Another one replied, trembling, I don't know. I've never seen his face before. They started to suspect an information leak. Did the info get leaked to another guild? However, their leader was certain. This was a top-secret order straight from the higher-ups. There was no way it could have been leaked to another guild. Facing these greedy men, John Dogun simply thought, you're all making way too much noise. A pitch-black killing intent exploded from John Dogun. The killing intent bore down on them, and the A-rank hunters could only let out pained groans before collapsing completely under the terrifying pressure. Amidst the chaotic scene, he silently withdrew his power, leaving a quiet stillness to envelop the snowy mountaintop. Before him, now was the small creature frozen in astonishment. Looking closely at the creature before him, John Dogun noticed the star-shaped scar on its forehead and the old silken thread still tied around it. The Mandragora, with tears welling in its eyes, softly called out in a choked voice. Woof, the Mandragora hadn't forgotten its old friend, its savior from that day. It really is you. He recognized the silk thread he had personally tied on it over a decade ago, back when he was a teen, maybe 13 or 15 years old. Even though his appearance had changed and he was much taller now, he realized this little creature still remembered the unique signature of his mana all this time. Overjoyed, the little Mandragora leaped into the air and dashed toward him. Seeing him again after more than 10 years, it was bursting with joy. John Dogun quickly caught his little friend. He gently stroked its head as the creature affectionately nuzzled against his hand. Woof, woof. Watching it cling to him so affectionately, he chuckled and remarked, you know, you're just like a little puppy. But then a strange noise caught John Dogun's attention. He was surprised to see dozens of other small Mandragoras peeking out, watching him with curiosity. Are those its friends? The little Mandragora puffed out its chest with pride. It stood proudly before its horde like a true leader, much to John Dogun's surprise. Don't tell me. It's become the leader of the entire horde. He watched it try to stand on its tiptoes to show off how big it had gotten. It was showing off to him, as if to say it had grown up, and was now the king of the horde. John Dogun marveled at its wide range of expressions. This little guy really hasn't changed a bit. Just then, his friends from the avian tribe landed and confirmed, "See, told you we'd find it." Noticing the silk thread still wrapped around the small creature, they remarked on its miraculous survival. When asked if he planned to take it back to raise in his garden, John Dogun scratched his head hesitantly. Well, I wouldn't mind, but he realized that, since it had found a place to belong, leaving would be hard for it. It was better to give up on the idea now than to let it down later. His companion reminded him of the hunters who were targeting the mandragoras. John Dogun nonchalantly replied that they could just scare them off. But then his gaze froze in shock. He spotted a familiar figure, lying motionless in the white snow. "Oh, Bongsu!" John Dogun rushed to the boy's side. Everyone around him was stunned. Why is that kid here? They wondered why a child would show up in the demon realm, a place not meant for humans. John Dogun explained that Oh Bongsu was the one who had guided him through the slums not long ago. He was shocked to realize the boy had undergone an awakening, but his current condition was terrible, with blood trickling from his lips. The woman from the avian tribe sized up his aura. That energy. He has a teleportation-type ability. She explained that the boy had only awakened a few days ago, and the vibrant purple marks on his arm were proof that his powers had been forcibly and excessively amplified. Each mark represents 1 day. At this rate, Oh Bongsu won't last more than 3 days. John Dogun stared grimly at the boy, lying motionless on the snow. He wondered what the hell had happened. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, furious glint as the realization hit him. These bastards, they cruelly exploited this child. I get it now. Advancing on the trembling men, John Dogun deduced their roles by sensing the mana mixed inside Oh Bongsu. You must be the amplification type. And the one next to you is your puppet, he growled, glaring at the so-called A-rank hunters. You needed Mandragora, but you didn't have the guts to climb the snow mountain yourselves, did you? So you kidnapped a newly awakened kid to be your stand-in. Facing John Dogun's overwhelming presence, the hunter captain was drenched in sweat. He realized with horror that he was absolutely no match for him. He trembled, unable to even measure the level of the man before him. In a fit of desperation, he stammered out a plea, unable to listen to those damning words any longer. John Dogun unleashed a thunderous blow that shattered the ground. The hunter only had time to let out a final tragic scream. Amidst the ruined scene and gaping fissures, John Dogun coldly looked at the scattered hunters. He growled, "You all look to be about A rank. But let me ask you something. A 17-year-old kid walked through that gate. What was going through your minds when you witnessed that scene, huh?" He exposed their cruelty, seeing Oh Bongsu as nothing more than an orphan from the slums, so they could casually drain the boy of his strength and then discard him without a shred of remorse. John Dogun sarcastically noted that they were probably busy calculating what they would do with the money they'd earn from this job. That's right, the strong prey on the weak. You can justify it by saying you didn't commit a crime worthy of death. His eyes suddenly became lifeless, yet filled with killing intent. He declared that he would apply that very same cruel law to them. But if I do the same thing to you, that wouldn't be against the rules either, would it? First, I'm going to beat you to within an inch of your lives. He would give them a taste of their own medicine, letting them feel the suffering that boy had to endure. The Mandragora stared blankly at John Dogun, who was sitting in somber silence next to the rock where Oh Bongsu lay completely unconscious. Looking at the boy, he couldn't help but mutter with sorrow. The memory of his first meeting with Oh Bongsu came back to him. Seeing the boy carrying heavy sandbags, John Dogun had asked out of curiosity, "Why are you wearing sandbags on your arms and legs?" The kid, full of enthusiasm back then, replied, "I'm training my body, sir. I want to become as strong as you." John Dogun could only ask in surprise. Like me, Oh Bongsu used to look at him with eyes full of admiration and trust. "You're the man who dared to enter the demon world empty-handed. You must be an incredibly mighty hunter. I want to be like that too, so I'm trying to eat a lot and train hard." He had such a strong will and such pure admiration, yet because he had no connections or support, they took advantage of him and trampled him without mercy. Returning to the grim reality, John Dogun looked at the boy's fading body and painfully told himself, "You said you wanted to become a strong hunter. Just hold on a little longer. I'll find a way to save you." Suddenly a loud bird cry tore through the cold atmosphere. He looked up slightly. They had arrived. From high above, Blue dropped Manager Kim, causing him to tumble onto the snow. As he scrambled up, he was shocked to see the boy's condition. "Oh my god, Oh Bongsu, why is this kid in the demon world?" John Dogun coldly cut through his shock. Details later. "The first thing we need to do is check if he can be treated." Manager Kim immediately composed himself. He deployed a blue magic circle over Oh Bongsu's body to begin assessing the injuries. However, after finishing the examination, he collapsed. His face quickly darkened with despair. This isn't something that can be solved with conventional healing. His life force has been drained too much. Even pouring high-grade recovery potions into him now would have no effect. John Dogun thoughtfully repeated, "Life force, perhaps there's still a way." Seeing Manager Kim's confused expression, John Dogun bent down and pointed to an ancient magic circle on the ground, affirming with certainty, "This is it. I've come across it before. It extracts mana and converts it into life force." Manager Kim's face showed clear concern. He warned that extracting artificial mana is an extremely dangerous technique that has been strictly forbidden by the state. To perform it, it requires a colossal amount of mana, possibly even draining the energy of all the hunters present here to be sufficient. He added a grim warning, and if it fails, there's no guarantee the boy will survive. In the face of that hesitation, John Dogun calmly interrupted, "No, it will extract mana from me." Manager Kim was so stunned he froze, but John Dogun just smiled confidently to reassure him. "It's fine, I've done this before." To save Oh Bong-soo, he was determined to use his own body as a test subject once more. Memories of his dark past resurfaced. John Dogun silently thought that it was thanks to those bastards that he was able to survive until now. Back then, the researchers had been utterly astonished when they discovered that subject number 17's mana level was beyond all standards, almost impossible to measure. With that near-infinite source of energy, they had frantically planned to develop the first life-extending transmutation array on his body. Sitting on the experiment chair with his body covered in injuries, John Dogun had just smirked coldly. "You've got to be kidding me." He then destroyed the entire research facility in a series of horrific explosions out of hatred for their cruelty. Though he despised those people, John Dogun had to admit that the transmutation array they created was incredibly stable, and thanks to that array, he now had a chance to use it to save a life. He resolutely removed his shirt, revealing a powerful muscular physique, and prepared for the dangerous healing process. His gaze met Manager Kim's with determination as he asked, "All right, shall we start now?" Standing behind him, Manager Kim's hands began to glow with magical light, preparing for the perilous procedure. "I'm about to begin the mana extraction." Sitting in the middle of the ancient magic circle, John Dogun was ready to face the pain to save his junior. Manager Kim looked at him and the fading Oh Bong-soo with a heavy heart. This is so pitiful for Oh Bong-soo, and for John Dogun too. He told himself that at all costs, "I must successfully perform this." After Manager Kim's efforts to channel the magic, a brilliant blue light erupted, illuminating the entire snowy sky. On Dogun's back, the magical characters began to move violently. Manager Kim noticed with amazement, the life force is gradually materializing into a physical entity. He excitedly prepared for the next step. "Now I just need to transfer it to Oh Bong-soo, and we'll be good." However, an unexpected incident occurred when the Mandragoras, overly worried for their benefactor, suddenly rushed in to attack Manager Kim. He panicked. Why are these little ones suddenly doing this? Witnessing the scene, John Dogun smiled faintly, realizing they probably misunderstood that Manager Kim was attacking him. The Mandragora, with the star-shaped scar on its forehead, growled like an angry little puppy to protect John Dogun. Manager Kim tried his best to explain while dodging the little one's charges. "You're misunderstanding, please calm down." John Dogun looked at the loyal little creatures and thought to himself, "It seems they really care about me, but maybe I should tell them to go back home." Thankfully, the life force transfusion was finally a success. The black marks on Bong-soo's arm, which signified an energy overload, gradually faded before disappearing completely. The boy fell into a deep sleep, his breathing finally stabilizing. Manager Kim was overjoyed. He shouted in absolute bliss. It was a real success. Our Bong-soo is going to live. He didn't forget to express his sincerest gratitude to their hero. "This was all thanks to you." John Dogun stood beside his avian friend. John Dogun silently watched the boy, who was now out of danger, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. "Still, for some reason this feels a little strange. I never thought I'd be able to save someone's life using the very experiments I endured in the tower." He had used his own pain to save another, to bring back a life. Looking down at the peacefully sleeping Bong-soo, John Dogun smiled faintly, thinking to himself that life was truly full of surprises. Standing nearby, Manager Kim noted that the boy would still need nutritional supplements and more time to recover completely. "As soon as he wakes up, I promise I'll take him home to care for him personally," he vowed. Birdman worriedly asked how they would get the boy through the teleportation gate. With the amplification effect gone, John Dogun replied, nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. I just need to set up a protective barrier with my mana, and we'll be fine. I'll do it right now." Deep down, he was still troubled by this forbidden alchemy circle, knowing how easily it could be exploited. If evil people learned how to use this circle, the consequences would be unimaginable. "That's why, after I've recovered the mana from those hunters, I'll erase your related memories." Manager Kim nodded in agreement, not wanting to retain memories of the horrific event, but then he froze, stunned. "Wait, hold on a second. Did you say you're going to drain the hunters' mana?" John Dogun confirmed that he would drain all their energy to make them pay for condoning such a crime. He calculated that he would lower them to D rank, just enough for them to move through the gate on their own and destroy the excess mana. Birdman applauded this decisive style. However, John Dogun wanted them to keep their memories. Because a person's nature is a hard thing to change, he wanted them to carry the humiliation. He wanted them to learn restraint, to stop causing trouble, and to take this as a harsh lesson so they would never bully others again. John Dogun planned to ask Manager Kim to set up a curse, forcing them to remain silent. But then a new idea suddenly sparked in his mind. On second thought, it feels like a waste to just let them go. John Dogun turned and asked, "What if we make that group of hunters build a research station here?" Birdman was astonished. A laboratory. Here, on top of this snowy mountain, John Dogun asserted that even as D-rankers, they'd have enough strength to stay and work. He believed a private research facility for Manager Kim would be fantastic. Hearing this, Manager Kim went wild with joy, screaming in excitement. "My very own research lab right here in the demon world. I'll start the preparations immediately." At last, Manager Kim's dream was coming true. Watching Manager Kim run off excitedly, John Dogun privately calculated that this would push him to work more productively, saving him from traveling between the two worlds. He instructed Birdman, "They definitely won't just sit still while their mana is being taken. Could you keep an eye on them for me?" Birdman nodded. "Well, that's simple enough, but where are you heading?" John Dogun gently held the little mandragora in his palm, his gaze softening with affection. "It's time to take this little guy home." Soon after, he and the giant parrot Blue spread their wings and flew across the vast snowy mountains. Blue descended, landing steadily on the thick layer of snow. Hopping off Blue's back, John Dogun instructed Blue, "Wait here for a bit." After getting a squawk in response from Blue, he bent down and opened the bag he was carrying. "All right." Immediately, the tiny mandragora creatures poked their heads out excitedly. They all jumped out onto the snow at once. Looking at the little leader perched on his shoulder with a radiant expression, John Dogun smiled. "You seem pretty excited." He thought to himself that whether you're human or a monster home is always the best place to be. He had brought them back to the safe, familiar place they belonged. However, the moment of parting had finally arrived. John Dogun placed his little friend on the ground and said softly, "It's time for us to say goodbye." He told himself he couldn't, for his own selfish reasons, keep a creature that had rightfully become the monarch of its clan. To the little one's surprise, John Dogun bent down to reassure it. "This won't be the last time we see each other. I live in the demon world too, so I'll definitely visit you often." But instead of returning to its kind, the little mandragora hopped in a different direction. John Dogun asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Seeing it make strange chirping sounds while constantly looking back, he realized it wanted him to follow. John Dogun silently followed the small creature through the cold, snowy forest even though he realized this path was in the complete opposite direction of its home. Stopping before a dark, deep entrance, the little one let out a cry, as if to signal something, making John Dogun wonder, what is this place?" John Dogun stepped into the cave and was utterly surprised. It was the place where he and the little plant creature had stayed long ago. He was amazed to see how clean everything was. This place didn't look like an abandoned cave at all. Based on the worn path on the ground, John Dogun guessed the little mandragora must have visited frequently. Seeing the spatial rift it once used to create fruit, he asked softly, "You found this place again?" The little one jumped up and down with excitement. Suddenly, John Dogun heard a strange noise and exclaimed, "Huh." From the darkness, a group of small mandragoras timidly emerged, making him wonder, did these monsters come here because their monarch suddenly disappeared? In the crowd, an old mandragora began to tear up. Standing before its tribe, the mandragora, with the star-shaped scar, looked incredibly solemn. It approached the old one and placed a hand on its shoulder as if performing a coronation ceremony. Witnessing this scene, John Dogun couldn't help but be astonished. This little guy. Did he just give up his position as king? It seemed it had decided to choose a different path instead of staying to lead its kind. He's giving up life as a king. What could he want? A thought shot through John Dogun's mind, stunning him. "Don't tell me. He did all of this for me." He looked directly into its eyes and asked, "Are you sure you're okay with this decision?" In response to his concern, the little one flashed a bright smile and cried out happily. That night, by a warm, glowing fire inside a cave, John Dogun sat in thought with his little friend fast asleep beside him. He smiled softly at the little one and thought to himself, "All right, every being has the right to choose where they belong. If you're happy, then I'll respect that." And just like that, he had another adorable little tag-along. Meanwhile, in another snowy mountain range, Obong-su started to stir and slowly regained consciousness after being in a deep coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, a dazed Obong-su wondered, where am I?" The boy's heart nearly stopped when he saw a giant, powerfully built birdman standing right in front of him. Terrified, Obong-su backed away, screaming in horror. "Ugh, is that a monster?" Just then, a mysterious woman wearing a skull mask appeared and spoke. "Your name is Obong-su, isn't it? Welcome to the demon world." Hearing the words demon world, Obong-su trembled, unable to believe his ears. "The demon world, does that mean I'm really dead?" Seeing his dazed expression, the woman added, "You've had that blank look on your face for a while now." The birdman also spoke up in his defense. "Well, it's the kid's first time in the demon world and he almost died, so he's probably in shock." In his daze, memories of the day he first awakened suddenly flooded Obong-su's mind. At the association's reception desk, the receptionist exclaimed in surprise, "You're an awakened one." As soon as she got confirmation, she said, "That's right, congratulations." Oh Bong-soo excitedly ran off to share the good news. Mr. Park was right. I have to tell him right away. However, a mysterious figure lurking in a dark corner suddenly blocked his path. He asked, "Are you the new awakened one?" Oh Bong-soo stopped in his tracks and replied timidly, "Why, yes. Who are you?" Once he had confirmed his target, he flashed a sinister smile, stating with certainty, "You're a shifter, right? Congratulations on becoming a potential hunter." He even told him to feel free to call him senior, and offered him a can of soda. Oh Bong-soo took it dazedly. What's this?" the stranger explained. "It's welcome tea. Drink up, it's great for your mana core." Without a hint of suspicion, Oh Bong-soo exclaimed happily, "Thank you, senior," and chugged the whole can completely unaware of the dark energy, now starting to surge inside his body. A naive kid like him who hasn't seen the world steps out for the first time, and life slaps him so hard he doesn't even have time to learn a lesson, This was bound to happen. Oh Bong-soo gritted his teeth bitterly. He collapsed in the white snow, sobbing to himself. An orphan from the slums wants to be a hunter, fat chance. In his despair, all he could utter was, "Mr. Park, I'm sorry." High above, John Dugun sat calmly on the back of the monster bird Blue. It spread its wings, flying over the snow-covered mountain range. The little mandragora on John Dugun's shoulder let out a cheerful cry. John Dugun suddenly stopped and looked down below, wondering, have they started building the laboratory already? He landed on the ground and ran forward. Seeing his figure, the bird-headed warrior greeted him. "Oh, you're here." John Dugun assessed the situation and remarked, "Looks like the mana extraction from those guys is finished." The bird-headed warrior quickly replied, "That was fast. I didn't want them sitting around doing nothing, so I put them to work as laborers. No breaks. That's some pretty intense labor exploitation, boss." The scene before them was bustling with activity. On one side, they were preparing materials, while on the other, they were leveling the ground and erecting the frame. Looking at the hunters working hard, John Dugun smiled. Good thing they're being obedient. The bird-headed warrior revealed the truth. Jia educated them a little. In the distance, Jia was perched on the back of one of the hunters with a menacing expression. In the middle of the snowy valley, the group of hunters knelt, trembling in fear. One of them muttered resentfully, "They drained all our mana just because some slum kid almost died." Another one cried out in agony when he saw his years of hard work vanish into thin air. "And I even dropped to D rank. It took me 20 years to get to A rank. I came here to make money." What the hell is this? You don't complain when you're the one doing the bullying, but now that you're getting bullied, you're all bent out of shape. The bird-headed warrior coldly stepped up to one of the fallen men and ordered, "Next." The hunters could only whisper in despair, "Are we just going to take this?" The man next to him replied helplessly, "What else can we do? There are 2 disaster-class monsters here." The hunters were still plotting. "At least that pretty boy bastard isn't here. We're all A-rankers. If we work together..." But then Jia appeared coldly with her wings spread wide. She asked contemptuously, "Work together? And then what?" Jia radiated a terrifying killing intent. She declared firmly, "Listen up. I might not know about a lot of other things, but I never forgive anyone who messes with children. So don't give me any trouble and spit it out. Are you going to obediently offer up your mana, or do you want to die?" Faced with such overwhelming power, the hunters could only weep and beg. "We'll offer it." But Jia didn't stop there, continuing to shout and urge them to work. "Hey, who gave you permission to take a break? At this rate, you won't be done by tomorrow." Seeing the scene, John Dugun had to admit Jia is truly terrifying. Looking at the progress of the wooden laboratory, the Birdman suggested, "At this pace, it should be finished soon. How about you just leave the laboratory to us?" John Dugun smiled and agreed. "That's right, you two are great at building things, aren't you? Alright, I'm counting on you both." "Oh right. Birds are usually great at building nests." Just then, Manager Kim rushed over to report, "You're back. As you ordered, the mana of all the hunters has been dealt with." John Dugun nodded. "You've worked hard too." "Manager Kim, how is Oh Bong-soo, mister?" Kim replied, "He just woke up a little while ago. He's recovering quickly. However, it seems he's still a bit in shock." "Do you want to see the kid being told you're in the demon world when you're still alive? That would be a shock, wouldn't it, everyone?" John Dugun approached Oh Bong-soo, who was sitting silently alone on a rock in the middle of the snow. Seeing him approach, the boy quickly shot to his feet. "Ah, Mr. John Dugun." John Dugun waved his hand reassuringly. "You don't have to be so formal." However, looking closely at the boy, John Dugun couldn't help but wonder. But this kid's bangs have turned white. Is it from the near-death experience? Not only that, but when he looked deeper inside, he was shocked to see the boy's mana core was spinning violently. The mana core is much larger too. Is it because of my mana? I really need to look into this. Seeing Oh Bong-soo sitting blankly on a rock, John Dugun asked, "Why the long face? I put so much effort into saving you, kid. Why do you look like you're about to die?" The boy lowered his head, sobbing that he felt completely useless. Oh Bong-soo was heartbroken, thinking about how he had betrayed Mr. Park's trust, foolishly letting himself be tricked by a stranger. It was almost inevitable for an inexperienced young boy like him to be deceived. His tears streamed down, leaving tracks in the snow. He was in despair, wondering how he could possibly go on living. John Do-gun watched the boy silently for a moment, then stood up and told him to follow. He led Oh Bong-soo to the hunter who had used the puppeteering technique. This is the guy, right? Instantly, John Do-gun unleashed a lightning-fast strike, knocking the scoundrel to the ground, completely unable to fight back. Looking down at the villain lying pathetically on the ground, John Do-gun coldly explained that this was the man who had used a marionette spell and a web of lies to get close to him. He then made a chilling offer. If you want, I can kill him for you. What do you want to do? Oh Bong-soo stood silently observing the man who had wronged him. After a moment of thought, he clenched his fist, then relaxed it and answered decisively, No, I don't want that. I'm still alive after all, and this man has already lost his powers. However, Oh Bong-soo's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stated with conviction that there would always be people like this in the world. This was a hard lesson for him, and now he would be more cautious. With firm resolve, Oh Bong-soo declared, So I'll become stronger, so that no one else gets tricked by people like him ever again. His answer brought a faint, satisfied smile to John Do-gun's face. He turned, hoisted the hunter up by his collar, and ordered, As for you, get back to what you were doing. Oh Bong-soo is the one who saved your life. The hunter scrambled to his feet, trembling, and stammered out his thanks in terror. John Do-gun pointed forward and laid out the next step for Oh Bong-soo. Oh Bong-soo, first you'll start by learning how to train your mana from Manager Kim. After offering some encouragement and teaching him a few life skills, John Do-gun placed a hand on Oh Bong-soo's shoulder and gently reassured him. That's right, Oh Bong-soo, I came from the slums too. I'll help you. Jia also chimed in with support, saying, So what if you're from the slums? I am too. Looking at Do-gun's expression, she teased, With a face like that, your words are so comforting. Overwhelmed by everyone's kindness, Oh Bong-soo couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into tears. John Do-gun walked away silently, thinking to himself that, if raised well, Bong-soo might even surpass Nam Ki-so. Suddenly, the little mandragora poked its head out from his shirt and chirped hung. Seeing this, the bird-headed warrior asked in surprise if he had finally decided to take it with him. John Do-gun explained that the little guy had passed the thread it was wearing to another mandragora, giving up its position as king, which is why he decided to bring it along. As he petted the small creature's head, John Do-gun listened to Jia exclaim, A monster can pass on its kingship. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Do they live by the same codes as humans? John Do-gun announced, I'm heading to the forest area to show the little mandragora our home. The birdman told him not to worry about things here and to say hello to Kim Nari and the workers for him. John Do-gun leaped away with complete faith in his comrades, watching his figure disappear from a distance. Oh Bong-soo silently wondered just what kind of person he was showing up one day to help and now even saving his life. In response to his curiosity, the bird-headed warrior offered a short, simple answer, a madman. Oh Bong-soo looked on completely confused. Jia smiled and explained that since he has nothing to lose, and therefore nothing to fear. Riding on the back of the great eagle, blue soaring through the sky, John Do-gun appeared as someone who had been used his entire life, but was now just a madman who wanted to build a home in the demon world and live a peaceful life. With such strange thoughts, he probably really is crazy. Heh. The moment John Do-gun set foot back in the garden, he was met with an atmosphere of anxiety. Nam Ki-so cried out in alarm. From a distance, a tearful Kim Nari ran towards him, chiding him. Mister, why are you so late? When John Do-gun pressed, What's wrong? Did something happen? Is everyone okay? The little girl sobbed as she delivered the shocking news. Gu and Sasa are gone. John Do-gun was stunned. Wiping away her tears, Kim Nari recounted that they had been missing since early that morning. Even though she and Mr. Jaejok had searched everywhere from the waterfall to deep in the forest, there was no sign of them. Seeing Kim Nari's extreme worry, John Do-gun fell into deep thought. He immediately activated his sensory ability to scan the entire surrounding area. John Do-gun determined there were no signs of any intruders, and he couldn't sense any unfamiliar energy. No outside intrusion. So could it be an internal issue? To find more clues, he turned and asked Nam Ki-seo if anything unusual had happened. The bald guy scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I feel like I'm tattling by saying this, but Sasa picked another fight with the Mandragoras and lost again. John Do-gun asked in surprise, so he's lost all 4 matches. Jia added that, whenever Do-gun was away, the little snake would go around causing trouble, even challenging a young sprout only to suffer a humiliating defeat. Perhaps because his pride was so wounded, Sasa just slept all day after that. Kim Nari agreed. That's right, Sasa's been sleeping all the time lately. He sleeps every chance he gets. Observing the situation, John Do-gun suddenly realized a possibility. He came to a silent conclusion. Don't tell me. He started to shed his skin. Do you all know what happens when a snake sheds its skin? A few hours earlier in the peaceful clearing, The little bird Gu suddenly heard familiar sounds. Those sneaky, suspicious footsteps could only mean one thing: Sasa was up to no good again. Unbelievable. Sasa's target this time was once again the Mandragoras, and he was even aiming for the smallest one in the group. Sasa crept closer and teased it, causing the little Mandragora to let out a huge sneeze. The sudden noise startled Sasa, scaring him stiff. The surrounding Mandragoras also began to wake up. Looking at the troublemaker with curiosity, Sasa's courage was certainly impressive, but the little guy seemed to have forgotten that his opponents possessed strength far beyond his own. Giant shadows with furious glowing red eyes immediately appeared surrounding Sasa. Before he could even process what was happening, Sasa was hit by a massive blow that sent him flying, landing flat on the grass. Hurt and humiliated, Sasa could only lie there, sobbing, his head covered in bumps. Seeing this, Gu approached and started nagging. There are so many other things around. Why do you always insist on picking on them? What's with starting fights and then throwing a tantrum when you lose? Gu kindly brought over a flower filled with powerful demonic energy and said, "Here, eat this." I picked one that has some pretty strong demonic energy. The moment he tasted its wonderful flavor, Sasa instantly forgot all his pain and jumped for joy. Seeing his little friend's radiant expression, Gu silently wondered if this was the feeling a chef gets when cooking for others. Gu was then startled when he noticed Sasa's skin had become unusually dry. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, Sasa, are you like this again? Are you about to shed your skin?" For a snake, shedding skin is an incredibly grueling process, no different from a caterpillar breaking its cocoon to become a butterfly. If the temperature and humidity aren't right, the process fails and leads to death. Scarier still, this is a stage where no one can help directly, and any wrong touch from the outside can cause unwanted mutations to the body. So the shedding process is that difficult and dangerous. Noticing the shedding was about to begin, Gu looked at Sasa with worry. "You're still too young. You won't have the strength to do this alone. I have to get you to a proper place. Come on, hurry." Gu rushed off to find help. He yelled out, "Is anyone there? Where is everyone?" But Nam Kiseo was buried in his work, while Nari Kim was playing with the Mandragoras, far away, completely unaware. Unable to wait any longer, Gu decided he had to take Sasa to a warm and humid spot immediately. Gu muttered helplessly, not knowing how to explain this to Nari Kim or the staff here. He sighed to himself, "When on earth is Trun coming back?" Looking at Sasa's innocent face, Gu steeled his resolve. "There's no other way. I have no choice but to take you myself." Action followed words as Gu immediately grabbed Sasa and soared into the sky to find shelter. Back to the present, Gu struggled to fly through a dark cave filled with dangers. Even though it was just a small cave on the mountain behind the house, he nearly lost his life several times because of the glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows. Exhausted, Gu thought to himself, "At this rate, I'll die before I can even save you." Finally finding a spot that looked safe, he sighed in relief. This place looks okay. He thought he'd found a safe place for his friend to shed, but a sudden piercing scream echoed as a pair of sharp eyes appeared, terrifying Gu. A swarm of red-eyed, blue-eared bats suddenly surged from the cave's darkness, making Gu scream in terror. Where did these things come from? Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupted, dispelling the darkness. Amidst the dust and smoke, John Dugan appeared calmly and said, "I knew you'd end up here." Finally, the hero arrived just in time. Witnessing the timely rescue, Gu asked in amazement, "How did you know to come here?" He calmly explained that he had used mana detection. Though the forest was vast, Gu and Sasa's energy signatures were still well within John Dogun's reach. John Dogun stepped closer to observe, confirming that he could tell just by looking at its skin it really was about to shed. He gently asked if Sasa wanted to find a proper place for the process. Seeing the little creature take a liking to a rocky crevice, John Dogun checked the humidity and decided to raise the temperature to match. He touched the stone, causing it to radiate warmth like a volcanic region. Gu wondered why such a small creature whose body size hadn't even changed yet would shed its skin so early. John Dugan noted that this was likely a form of accelerated evolution. He explained that, in the demon realm, every creature must fight fiercely to survive. Repeated failures against the Mandragoras had triggered Sasa's instincts. It realized it couldn't stay weak, so its body reacted on its own to become stronger after the shedding. It got beaten up so much it's determined to grow up fast and get even. According to Dogun, because Sasa is a rare species, no one knows for sure how it will change. This made him look forward to it immensely. Suddenly, an intense light burst from where Sasa was shedding, forcing them both to squint in shock. Amidst the rubble, a vibrant flower suddenly bloomed upward. The shedding process was complete, and Sasa emerged with a brand new look. Now it possessed sturdy bird-like legs and a large flower blooming right on its head. The little creature chirped excitedly, enjoying its fascinating new form. John Dogun stared in stunned silence at this strange transformation. He told himself he needed to keep a closer eye on it, but first the group had to head home. A while later at Dogun's place, chaos broke out as Nari Kim angrily chased Gu the bird. She yelled loudly, "Where have you been all this time? If you want to go out and play, you could at least tell me." As Gu tried to fly away, Nari Kim kept chasing and shouted, "We need to communicate with words, not violence. Stay right there." The once frail Nari has now learned how to boldly chase down her friends. Seeing the boss bring the two little ones back, Joe worriedly asked about Sasa's condition and wondered about the strange flower on its head. John Do-gun reassured his subordinate to stay calm because everything would be clear soon. Right now, Sasa is just exhausted from shedding and needs rest. Seeing Sasa sleeping soundly on the grass, Nam Kiseo planned to cook some light food to nourish it once it woke up. John Do-gun suddenly smiled, as if remembering something important. He walked toward the Mandragora garden where the little ones were cheering excitedly in welcome. Realizing he'd been a bit negligent lately, John Do-gun knelt down, channeled mana into the soil, and said, "I've been neglecting you guys lately. How about I treat you to some mana snacks?" He thought to himself that this was also a good chance to welcome the new member who had just joined the tribe. From John Do-gun's pocket, the little Mandragora, with the star-shaped scar from years ago, poked its head out curiously to see the new world. Luckily, all the Mandragoras here were very friendly and took a liking to their new friend. Witnessing the harmonious scene, John Do-gun sighed in relief. He'd been worried they would fight over his attention. He gently placed the little Mandragora on the ground and asked, "How do you like it? This is where you'll be living from now on. Do you like it?" Seeing the smallest one in the group dancing with excitement, John Do-gun couldn't help but smile. So, the whole Mandragora pack was satisfied and accepted a new member, but the little one with the star-shaped scar suddenly rushed over and clung tightly to his arm, acting spoiled. Seeing it clinging to him and refusing to let go, John Do-gun was momentarily flustered, then had the idea to buy a special pouch to carry it with him. Approaching the Mandragora garden, Nam Kiso asked curiously, "Boss, is that Mandragora plant the new member?" Gently patting the little one in his hand, John Do-gun explained, "Ah, I told you about it before, right? This is the little one. I lost a long time ago. It was pure coincidence that I ran into it again on my trip to the snowy mountains." Watching this reunion, Nam Kiseo thought to himself that after everything they'd been through, meeting again like this was truly a strange twist of fate. Standing nearby, Nari Kim observed and spoke up, "Uncle, I think this little guy is really attached to you, so you'll probably have to carry it around and take good care of it from now on. It's just like a newborn baby, so please remember to pat it very gently." The little girl's words left John Do-gun momentarily confused. Pat it gently. What does that even mean? It's not like he's ever had a child, so how would he know how to take care of a newborn right? Seeing John Do-gun's cluelessness, Kim Nari yelled, "Oh my god, uncle, do you not know how to soothe someone at all?" To demonstrate, she immediately grabbed the bird Gu and started patting him repeatedly on the head. "You do it like this, see, like when you're putting a baby to sleep, you pat them gently like this. Pat pat." Being used as a test subject, Gu angrily shouted, "Stop it right now, get your hands off my head." John Do-gun watched and then copied her gently patting the little Mandragora. He smiled. "Pat pat, that sound is actually quite pleasant. This little guy. How about we name him Dodaki?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Is everyone doing all right?" Kim Nari cheered with delight. It was Auntie Jia, the sparrow, appearing in a majestic tribal outfit. She got straight to the point. "Is the research area finished yet?" As soon as he saw, Jia Nam Kiso immediately scrambled over, bowing his head in greeting. "Jia, have you been well, Jia?" Jia casually replied, It's been a while, chef." The word chef shot through Nam Kiso's mind like a bolt of lightning, making him blush beet red with emotion. Nam Kiso clenched his fists, shouting with a burning fire in his eyes, "I am Nam Kiso, and I swear I will get my cooking license at all costs so I can become your personal chef." Jia ignored his over-the-top enthusiasm and turned to announce to the group, "The research area is complete, so I've come to pick everyone up." This good news made Nam Kiso and Kim Nari incredibly excited. They both cheered in unison, eager to see the laboratory that Jia had designed and built with her own hands. However, John Do-gun quickly made a decision to ensure everyone's safety. "Then let's all go together. However, Ka has just finished shedding its skin, so I need to keep an eye on its condition for a while longer. It's also getting dark. How about we leave tomorrow? Let's agree on that." At their leader's reasonable suggestion, Nam Kiso excitedly announced he would prepare a magnificent dinner, while Kim Nari quickly ran off to pick out warm clothes. Everyone was busy preparing for the new journey tomorrow. Under the faint moonlight of the demon world, Jia sat quietly on a high branch observing the garden below. Her attention was caught by a strange figure peeking out from between the garden beds. It was Zasa, the little snake that had just shed its skin, trying to blend in with the flock of mandragoras, with a brightly colored flower on its head. The mandragoras gathered around in confusion, not understanding where this strange creature had come from. Zasha kept swaying the flower as if trying to make friends, but the expression of a nearby mandragora clearly showed disdain as it compared Sasa's flower to a withered plant. The whole group began to move energetically around the garden, creating a lively scene in the night. They played and chased each other like a game of cat and mouse. To add to the drama, Zasa quickly ducked into a hole, leaving only the flower on its head visible to create an illusion. The curious mandragoras approached, repeatedly poking the strange object sticking out of the ground. Hiding in the deep hole, Sasha's eyes suddenly lit up mischievously. It bared its teeth in a sinister grin, and then suddenly shot upwards, intending to scare the little ones. But an unexpected accident happened, causing Sasha to freeze with a look of bewilderment and fear. Stuck in a ridiculous predicament, Sasha could only whimper for help with teary eyes. Watching this entire clumsy act from a distance, John Dogun thought to himself, I was wondering what it was planning by changing its form like that. Standing beside him, a confused Kim Nari asked Uncle, why did Sasha turn into a flower pot? John Dogun calmly explained, it seems to be trying to camouflage itself as a plant to get close to the Mandragoras. Did Sasha want to get close to play with them or to get revenge on them? Looking at the scene before them, Kim Nari remarked that the Mandragoras were actually taking very careful care of Sasha. Little Sasha had suddenly become irritable after shedding its skin. It started to whimper and cry loudly, forcing John Dogun to intervene. Does it feel like it's being abandoned? Hurry up and separate them so we can go inside and sleep. As soon as they had calmed the little creature down, the group headed towards the new structure in the middle of the snowy mountains. The moment she saw the massive building before them, Kim Nari squealed with excitement. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. Nam Ki-so, standing beside her, was also stunned. Did you design this entire thing yourself? It was a sturdy, multi-story wooden tower, the result of serious investment from John Dogun and Jia. Kim Nari excitedly ran over to inspect every detail. Look, Uncle, the door here even has a handle. Seeing the little girl so delighted with her work, Jia smiled happily and offered, would you like to come inside and explore with me? John Dogun proudly declared to everyone that he and Jia were in fact experts in the field of construction. Looking at the new base, he calculated in his head that now he could finally break the curse on the Gu brothers and start systematically implementing his other plans. Just then, Manager Kim rushed over with news, you're back. I'm on my way back with essential materials and equipment from the human world. John Dogun immediately asked about Oh Bong-soo's condition. Manager Kim happily reported that the boy was adapting very well. In fact, his recovery rate was so good that they had already started his magic training. Watching Bong-soo concentrating intensely amidst a brilliant blue stream of mana, John Dogun smiled in satisfaction. Excellent, if that's the case. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked towards the group of hunters kneeling in the snow. All that's left now is to get rid of those guys right. Keeping them here is just a waste of food. He ordered Manager Kim to place a silence spell on all of them to prevent any leaks, while he would handle the rest himself. According to the plan, if any of them tried to reveal the secret of this place, the magic would immediately activate to punish them. Seeing this, a worried Nam Ki-seo tried to intervene. Boss, isn't that trick a bit old-fashioned? There are lots of ways to break those kinds of spells these days. Faced with his subordinate's doubt, John Dogun unleashed an overwhelming aura of magic, his eyes shining with confidence. Don't worry, I will make it absolutely unbreakable. The incident quickly sent shockwaves through the human world. Inside a luxurious office, the atmosphere was extremely tense, following the news that dozens of A-rank hunters upon returning from a mission had all been mysteriously demoted to D-rank. Faced with this unbelievable situation, a powerful man could only ask in bewilderment, what in the world happened? Assemblyman Park Woo-dong couldn't hide his anger as he listened to the report. He demanded in a harsh voice, are you telling me they can't break a simple silence spell? Chairman Go Dong-hyuk also found the situation absurd. He thoughtfully recalled a case involving a silence spell from 57 years ago. The current situation is identical to what happened back then. Someone used magic to seal the spell, making it inviolable. And now this situation was happening all over again. Could the one using that mana even be human? Go Dong-hyuk determined that this incident seemed to be directly related to Chairman Lee Woon-soo. The technique used was a perfect match for the one that sealed Professor Director Han into a sphere. According to an internal source, it seemed Lunu was also acquainted with the person who set fire to the Hanbit Research Institute. Congressman Park silently dismissed it, thinking it was a flawed assessment. However, he realized something. This was a good opportunity to remove Lunu from his current position. He decided to proceed with the slum cleanup project. This bold decision left Go Dong-hyuk completely stunned. Park Woo-dong flashed a sinister smile, his eyes burning with ambition as he tightened his black gloves. He gave a cold command. Let's start the deployment earlier than originally planned. He was determined not to let the slum exist for another day. After finishing everything, John Dogun coldly sent the hunters back through the transfer gate along with a stern warning. Go back and live honestly, and stop messing around with children. Watching their figures disappear, Nam Ki-seo was still in a state of shock. He trembled as he told himself that he had never heard of sealing a curse with mana before. Suddenly, a memory of the shocking silencing curse incident from 50 years ago flashed through his mind. Nam Ki-seo recalled reading a document about an alchemist who was illegally researching chimeras and had turned himself in to the Hunters Association. However, because he was afflicted with a silencing curse sealed by mana, he couldn't reveal anything. Any information about the research institute where he worked. Even dozens of S-class awakeners had tried to break it, but all met with miserable failure. In the end, the association could only conclude that it was an abnormal phenomenon that occurred while passing through a gate. Looking at the mana swirling in John Dogun's hand, Nam Kiseo realized with horror that his boss's sealing technique was remarkably similar to what was described in that legendary event. And what did that event have to do with his boss? Meanwhile, at the base, the Birdman was innocently enjoying a delicious piece of cake in his hand, but the atmosphere suddenly turned ice cold as a murderous shadow loomed over him. Jia stood menacingly behind him, her eyes glowing a threatening red. She asked in a low, growling voice, "Hey, did you just eat my snack?" The question made the Birdman freeze in terror. Help me. Watching John Dogun, who was lost in thought over a cup of tea, Nam Kiseo secretly concluded that if his boss was friends with those people since childhood, then he must be a hunter from the old generation perhaps. Even a Chimera hunter. He couldn't even imagine what kind of turbulent life he must have lived yet still accepted someone like him. He vowed to himself that from now on this Nam Kiseo would serve his boss with utmost devotion. Just as he was lost in his promises and loyalty, John Dogun's voice shattered the atmosphere. "Nam Kiseo, do you want to go to the cave area?" Kim Nari said she wants to go. Nam Kiseo asked again in astonishment. What he couldn't help but feel bewildered, as the cave area was one of the 3 great forbidden zones. He didn't understand why his boss would want to go there. John Dogun explained that they didn't know when snow would fall in the forest area, so it was time for the group to prepare for the approaching winter. Seeing Kim Nari excitedly playing in the snow, Nam Kiseo suddenly realized he hadn't thought about that at all. The snow in the forest area was known as the Silent Invader. Although it looked no different from snow on a high mountain, when it touched plants, it would cause a terrifying corrosive phenomenon. When winter came, the trees in the forest would be melted and completely disappear by the snow, only to grow back at a terrifying speed when spring arrived. He frantically remembered something terrifying and shouted, "Then will our house be destroyed too? Do we have to build it all over again?" He was worried about having to do that exhausting work again. Manager Kim slowly walked over to reassure him. "Haha, your house will be fine." He explained that in the cave area, there was a special type of mushroom that prevented corrosion, which was precisely why John Dogun intended to go there. Placing a plate of cookies on the table, Manager Kim asked, "Would you like some more cookies?" Nam Kiseo secretly admired his knowledge. All they had to do was apply that green glowing mushroom to the outer walls. At the thought of a horrifying fluorescent green house, he suddenly got a massive nosebleed. He whimpered, "Ah, is it that time for my nosebleed already?" John Dogun remarked that his timing was perfect, just like the time they went to the sea. Seeing Nam Kiseo's pitiful complaints, he gave an order. "Nam Kiseo, go back to the human world and get some rest." Manager Kim quickly replied, "Yes, what is it this time?" Manager Kim looked worriedly at the 2 little mandragoras groaning in the pot. He assessed that their condition wasn't very good. Although they were better than before, their recovery speed and mana absorption rate were still very slow compared to the other 3, so he suggested taking them to the research institute for a more thorough examination. John Dogun nodded in agreement. "Leave it to me." Immediately after, Manager Kim took out a gift box for John Dogun and enthusiastically introduced it, an essential item for an alchemist. It's moisturizing cream. He explained that because they frequently handle raw materials, their hands are prone to cracking. He made this cream himself from the finest ingredients. It can be used for Kim Nari or even on plants. Not only was Manager Kim highly skilled, but he was also a meticulous person who paid attention to the smallest details. Since the upcoming cave area was very dry, this jar of cream would surely be incredibly useful. John Dogun accepted the gift and smiled. "I'll use it well." The little mandragora Dodak also curiously peeked its head out of his pocket to look at the new item. John Dogun thought to himself that moisturizing cream wasn't a bad idea, while Dodak continued to stare at the jar full of curiosity. It was time to depart. John Dogun turned to Kim Nari and asked, "Well then, shall we go?" The little girl cheered with excitement. Cave exploration is so much fun. The group started walking, crossing through bushes covered in white snow. Seeing John Dogun about to leave, the Birdman and Jia also came over to say their goodbyes. They decided to take the opportunity to go home for a visit, worried that if they left it empty for too long, someone else might take over their territory. Soon after, they rode together on the back of the Eagle, blue soaring high into the sky. On the way, Kim Nari asked curiously, "Mister, where is the cave area?" John Dogun explained that they just needed to head east from the forest area, and that the group was already getting close. Kim Nari wondered why caves were usually very damp, yet Manager Kim had warned that this place was arid. John Dogun explained that while it looked like a cave, this place was no ordinary cave. As they approached the giant rock canyon, a magnificent scene unfolded, causing Kim Nari to exclaim in amazement. "Whoa, is this the cave area? It looks like a canyon in the middle of a desert." Walking beside John Dogun, the little girl happily explored this world without any hesitation. John Dogun smiled knowingly and gently suggested, "Shall we head inside then?" Entering the dark cave area, Kim Nari wondered if it was really that dangerous since it didn't look like anything special. John Dogun explained that the demonic energy density was low enough for even an 8th level hunter to enter. But the real problem was its maze-like structure with an endless series of branching paths that could easily make someone completely lose their way. When Kim Nari suggested climbing up to an exit above, John Dogun warned that those 50-meter-tall stone pillars were extremely slippery and much harder to climb than they looked. Not only that, he revealed a frightening truth. Here, awakened energy was suppressed to the point where it was difficult to use even 10% of one's power. Opening a teleportation gate was just as difficult, with an extremely low success rate, making this a hot spot for disappearances. Hearing this, Kim Nari trembled with fear. But then she brazenly declared she would just smash everything to find a way out. However, when the little girl threw a confident punch, the boulder didn't shatter at all, but instead felt perplexingly soft. All talk and no action, trying to show off when you're weak, and now you're hurt. Kim Nari wondered in bewilderment why she had gotten so much weaker. But John Dogun quickly explained that the rocks here had sponge-like properties that absorbed impact. Even normal rocks brought in here would be similarly transformed. Kim Nari was incredibly excited by the strangeness of this area. When she saw John Dogun looking thoughtful, the little girl curiously asked if he had been here before. John Dogun nodded slightly, confirming he'd been here a very long time ago. As he spoke to the girl, he reminisced about the past. His memory flashed back to a time when John Dogun was still number 17, standing and receiving a special directive from a researcher. He ordered him to enter the cave area to find and capture Kim In-hwan, a researcher, assigned to him who was planning to sell information to outsiders. Although they believed the traitor would die on his own in the caves, the organization feared the association would find him first and cause big trouble. The order from the organization rang out coldly. If capturing him alive proved difficult, killing him was also acceptable. Confronting John Dogun in the cave area, researcher Kim In-hwan sat dejectedly wondering if he was insane for daring to come in here alone. He bitterly realized that number 17's presence was his death sentence after a lifetime of dedication to the organization. John Dogun cut him off coldly. "Are you done with your last words?" In desperation, Kim In-hwan revealed that his wife was suffering from a terrible illness, and he had just found the final ingredient to save her. If these were his true feelings, wouldn't it be too cruel to act now, everyone? He dropped to his knees begging, "Can you spare me? It would be even better if you could get me back to the human world." Although John Dogun stated he was only following orders and the binding spell, Kim In-hwan immediately retorted that he knew very well the orders were useless against him. This truth couldn't help but stun John Dogun. Kim In-hwan kowtowed, pleading, "Please spare me this one time. Just pretend you didn't find me and report that I died." He sobbed, begging John Dogun to wait until he finished the medicine to save his wife, saying that after that he could kill him or do whatever he pleased. John Dogun looked at the man kneeling at his feet with a sarcastic gaze. He casually brought up the cruel truth that more than 100 children had lost their lives because of his experiments. John Dogun pressed him, asking why those children had to die while his wife had to live. In response to that question, Kim In-hwan screamed through his tears. "Because she's my family. My wife is my family. Oh my God, taking so many other lives for just one person and then blaming it on the word family. Didn't those children have families?" Kim In-hwan continued desperately. "Please, if you have a family, you'll understand my heart." John Dogun silently turned and walked away, leaving the desperate man behind with his vague thoughts on the definition of family. Suddenly, a giant creature with sharp teeth emerged from the darkness right behind him. Kim In-hwan frantically shouted a warning, "Number 17 behind you." Despite the imminent danger, John Dogun calmly wondered to himself, what is it about family that makes it so important anyway? A brilliant blue stream of mana suddenly erupted, creating a powerful impact that knocked the beast back. Amidst the rubble, Kim In-hwan fell to his knees, trembling and sobbing, "Save me." Despite his pleas, John Dogun coldly walked over. His gaze, stopping on the bag the old man was clutching tightly. He opened the bag and discovered a small creature with large round eyes lying inside. John Dogun wondered, is that the creature's child? Is it also an ingredient to save your wife? The man hurriedly explained that he had just found it by chance when its mother was nowhere to be seen. Although it wasn't the medicine he needed to save his wife, he still smugly calculated that if he took it to the black market, it would surely fetch a high price. The bottomless greed of man defies all else, disregarding countless lives for the sake of selfishness. At that very moment, the mother monster was frantically charging forward to find her child. Kim In-hwan was in a state of absolute panic. "How am I supposed to return it?" John Dogun looked at the old man with a sarcastic expression. "Didn't you say family was something incredibly sacred?" The old man roared with contempt. "What damn family? They're clearly a bunch of monsters." John Dogun stared straight into the old man's eyes and questioned him coldly. "Then are you any different from that creature?" Before the old man's stunned face, he continued, "Ah, no. Perhaps that monster is even kinder than you, because at least it managed to protect its loved one." The words left Kim In-hwan stunned. He could only stammer back hopelessly. What does that mean?" John Dogun thoughtfully looked at the man kneeling at his feet. He found it strange that someone like him would risk his own life for the sake of so-called family. He had always thought that for the weak, there was only the path of death, but it turned out that if they received help, they could still survive. John Dogun coldly turned his back, walked away, and declared he would not be the one to end the old man's life, telling him to handle things on his own from now on. Kim In-hwan screamed in terror, unable to believe he would be abandoned to face the giant monster alone. He had to pay the price for what he did for destroying other people's families. Desperate screams echoed throughout the cave. The mad researcher frantically ordered number 17 to come back, but then quickly switched to pathetic begging. He dropped to his knees, promising to do anything he was told if only his life would be spared. John Dogun stopped silently, looking back. Returning to the present, Kim Nari curiously asked if that evil guy had finally died. John Dogun shook his head slightly and confirmed that he himself had saved him. He explained that because Kim In-hwan said his family knew nothing of the sins he'd committed, he had demanded that he has to confess everything to his family and then turn himself in. Sometimes death is just too easy. He needs to live to pay for the sins he's committed. He even used a sealing technique to make sure the old man couldn't reveal any more secrets. John Dogun silently wondered how his family would feel when they learned the cruel truth. Suddenly, the little mandragora Dodd peeked out of the bag with a tearful, worried expression. Kim Nari realized it was worried about him because John Dogun had looked so gloomy while recounting his past. The little girl gently said that she wanted to share his sadness too, and that little Dodd must have been feeling the same way. John Dogun was surprised to see the two of them showing so much concern for him. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth spread through him, and smiled, realizing this feeling wasn't bad at all. That feeling we all want to enjoy. It's something that can't be put into words, isn't it? Kim Nari stopped in her tracks, her eyes lighting up when she spotted radiant mushrooms in the middle of the dark cave. "Oh, I think we found them," Kim Nari cheered excitedly. She pointed at the mushrooms, which were emitting a mystical blue glow, and gasped in awe. "Mister, this looks so cool. These are definitely the radiant mushrooms." John Dogun slowly walked over and nodded in confirmation. You found them faster than I thought you would." However, Kim Nari astutely wondered about how dry the place was. Shouldn't mushrooms grow in damp places? John Dogun praised the little girl for being so observant, and explained that this part of the cave was unique. He pointed toward the glowing crevices in the rocks, asserting that the area wasn't completely barren. John Dogun figured that something seemed to be sucking up the moisture extremely fast, making the area so dry. But every now and then, damp spots would appear for a brief moment, and that was the perfect opportunity for the dormant mushroom spores to flourish. Seeing that the mushrooms were ripe, he suggested, "All right, let's start harvesting." Kim Nari eagerly took on the task. "Leave it to me." The moment she said that, she nimbly started harvesting. In just a flash, the bag they brought was overflowing with vibrant green mushrooms. Kim Nari gleefully showed off her haul. "Mister, the bag we brought is completely full. I'm a mushroom tycoon." John Dogun nodded satisfied. "This should be more than enough." Suddenly, Kim Nari froze a worried look on her face as she looked at little Dodd the mandragora. She gasped in alarm. Is it sick, mister? It's all wrinkled." And indeed, little Dodd's body was shriveling up, looking absolutely pitiful. John Dogun realized that the extremely dry air must have dehydrated the small creature. He suddenly remembered the gift from manager Kim. I have just the thing." It was the jar of special moisturizing cream made for demonic plants. Immediately, John Dogun and Kim Nari carefully applied the cool cream all over little Dodd's body. After being coated in the moisturizer, Dodd seemed to be instantly revived. Its wrinkled skin gradually plumped up full of life once more. John Dogun chuckled, satisfied. "Haha, this stuff really works wonders. They're all better now." John Dogun thought to himself that one application should be fine for now, but just as he was about to put the jar of cream away, little Dodd suddenly shot up. It kept tapping John Dogun's hand, making cute, insistent noises. John Dogun asked, surprised. In his hands, little Dodd looked around curiously, as if checking for danger, then suddenly leaped down, startling him. It jumped around excitedly, nearly falling right out of his hands. Kim Nari cried out in alarm, "Mister, be careful, the little guy is about to fall." John Dogun smiled as he caught the small creature, thinking to himself that when he got back, he'd have to ask manager Kim to make a lot more of that moisturizing cream, since he never imagined it would love it so much. After using up the entire jar, little Dodd finally fell, sound asleep in John Dogun's hands. He suggested that the group head back, but Kim Nari was worried since the cave was a confusing maze. John Dogun stomped his foot on the ground, reassuring the little girl that he had secretly left magical tracks all along the way in. The glowing magical footprints appeared clearly in the darkness, leaving Kim Nari utterly amazed that she could even see her own footprints. John Dogun added that he even had a backup plan to smash through the ceiling if the tracks happened to disappear, but that probably wouldn't be necessary. Seeing John Dogun walking along so calmly, Kim Nari wondered why he didn't seem to be weakened at all in this part of the cave. John Dogun admitted that he didn't feel much different. Kim Nari mused that the cave was really strange. It weakened you, and was a confusing maze. It was as if someone was intentionally trying to keep everyone out, but it couldn't block his magic, which proved the barrier wasn't strong enough. Right. John Dogun silently agreed with Kim Nari's assessment, and made a mental note to prepare more thoroughly to return and uncover the secrets of this place. Meanwhile, back at his house, Namki-so was utterly shocked to see a radiant blue energy surrounding his body. In just half a day, the demonic energy had been completely cleansed. He realized this miraculous effect was thanks to the training suit his boss had given him. With eyes gleaming with determination, he started to prepare for his next move. Namki-so rushed to pack his things to go back, muttering to himself, "I need to hurry and get ready. I wonder if everyone back home is eating properly." He was already eager to return to the house in the demon world. The thoughtful young man stopped by a supermarket to buy some instant food, and even some cute decorations like a sunflower picture frame, to liven up the somber house in the demon world. Once he had everything ready, he confidently stepped through the portal. Alright, time to head out. As he walked, Namki-seo thought about the snail slime trails at the house and figured he could use the picture frame to cover them up. He called out enthusiastically, "Boss, I'm home." However, the sight before him made him freeze. The house looked bizarre, with strange smears covering everything. From a distance, Kim Nari yelled, "Mr. Namki-seo, come here quick. We have to mash up all these mushrooms and spread them on the walls. It's the only way to stop the house from collapsing." Though still confused, Namki-seo had no choice but to pitch in. The two tribe members were hard at work smearing the mushrooms on the walls, but Kim Nari was still criticizing them. She was like a little old lady directing them and nagging non-stop. "Didn't I tell you to spread it out thin so it would look nice? Is this really the best you can do? You guys have to say something." Meanwhile, John Dogun was actually quite enjoying the manual labor. "It's nothing special, but this is actually pretty fun." Suddenly, Manager Kim rushed over looking thrilled. "John Dogun, I've made a massive discovery. Oh my goodness, what is all this?" Mr. Kim was astonished by the sheer volume of green mushrooms John Dogun had gathered, proclaiming them to be top-grade specimens with an incredibly deep color. Seeing John Dogun was curious about the new discovery, Mr. Kim eagerly revealed, "I realized this while examining the liquid metal mandragora. Its secondary roots are detaching on their own as part of a natural shedding process. However, the key thing is that the mandragora components are completely gone, leaving only pure liquid metal." John Dogun surmised. "You mean this creature can produce liquid metal by itself? I even saw it eating its own fruit before." Manager Kim confirmed this and shared another piece of related shocking news. Regarding the explosive curse that John Dogun asked to be handled before, they tried adding liquid metal into the dispelling formula, and the results were incredibly promising. Although they couldn't completely erase it, they were able to suppress the curse's activation for a certain period. Faced with everyone's shock, John Dogun pressed for details exactly how long. Manager Kim raised his hand and confirmed 72 hours per week. In other words, 3 days out of the week. This good news meant that the two of them could completely stay in the human world during that time without facing any dangerous issues at all. This shocking news left the Birdman stunned, unable to believe his own ears. Tears of happiness streamed down his face. He choked up and asked, "Can we really return to the human realm?" They never thought the day would come when they could go back. Kim Nari worriedly asked Han, but he could only sniffle and reply that he was just too overwhelmed with joy. John Dogun, looking dapper in his human form, immediately suggested that the group finish up their work so they could set off right away. Although Jia was a bit surprised by this sudden decision, John Dogun casually remarked that they shouldn't hesitate, but instead, go see how much the world outside has changed. The prospect of an actual outing made Kim Nari cheer with excitement. Manager Kim decided to stay behind as a guard to finish the remaining tasks. He gave the group Oh Bong-soo's address, because now Kim Nari was no longer being tracked by a GPS device. However, Jia began to look down at her tribal outfit with worry. "Is it okay if I go like this? I don't have any other clothes. If I walk down the street like this, people will run for their lives." The Birdman told her that first of all, she should take off that skull helmet. John Dogun teased them, saying they should just go, as they were, since no one would care anyway. Seeing his teammates' embarrassment, John Dogun secretly planned to buy the Yu siblings some new clothes as soon as they arrived. He suddenly remembered the clothing store Oh Bong-soo had mentioned, and hoped it was still in business. Stepping into the city, John Dogun walked beside Oh Bong-soo and kindly asked about his health. Oh Bong-soo happily confirmed that he felt much better, thanks to everyone's dedicated care. Behind them, the two Yu siblings in their strange outfits stared in awe at the dizzying changes of the modern world. Their appearance drew every eye from passers-by because they looked like a striking, talented couple. Standing among the skyscrapers, the two couldn't help but marvel. Wow, everything really has changed, no joke. This is what people call culture shock, right? Kim Nari curiously looked at the hat on Namki-seo's head and asked, "Hey mister, why are you wearing that on your head?" Namki-seo replied irritably, "Are you asking because you really don't know, or are you just messing with me?" Witnessing the lively scene, Oh Bong-soo secretly felt it was strange for the group to be walking down the street together, like a real family. John Dogun turned to ask the Yu siblings, "So, how does it feel to be back after all this time?" The older brother smiled happily. "I don't know. It's been so long that I can't put it into words, but it feels really good." Maybe because this is my home, it feels very warm. However, he soon noticed the sad reality that the place looked much filthier than before. Gia sighed and confirmed it was always a bit run down, but never this bad. Gia was feeling nostalgic until she saw the piles of trash, which totally killed the mood. As Oh Bong-soo walked through the trash filled with rats, he explained that not long ago, the higher-ups withdrew the cleaning crews from the area due to budget cuts. Even though some people tried to clean it themselves, human strength is limited, so the situation just got worse. Just as he announced they were almost there, Oh Bong-soo was horrified to see Miss Park being surrounded by a group of thugs right in front of the shop. The tattooed leader nonchalantly declared that they would only leave once she paid the protection fee. Faced with Miss Park's resistance, he looked at Oh Bong-soo with disdain. Who's this brat? Oh Bong-soo gritted his teeth and questioned them about Bang's space encroaching on District 12. But the thug just smirked, saying that was old news and the place was under their control now. Seeing the boy desperately trying to protect the woman, he threatened him furiously. So this little brat dares to talk back. What right do you think you have to challenge me? Just as he was about to strike, Bong-soo John Do-gun appeared in time, grabbing the man's arm firmly and stating coldly, "That's enough." A surge of blue electricity from John Do-gun's hand instantly exploded with power, leaving the man only enough time to scream in ultimate agony. The leader collapsed onto the street, groaning in pain as his tattooed arm was completely snapped. Seeing that his two lackeys lunged forward with weapons in hand, screaming, "Who the hell are you?" But before John Do-gun could even make a move, a burly figure blocked their path. With one simple motion, the hunter companion snapped the thug's wooden bat like a dry twig. Wood splinters flew everywhere before the terrified eyes of the henchman. He casually remarked that this neighborhood was as noisy as ever. Seeing their boss defeated, the cowardly lackeys immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to yell, "Hurry, go, report to the big boss. We thought we were protecting our senior, but we'd better get out of here." Seeing them flee, the companion turned to ask John Do-gun if they should give chase, but he only replied coldly, "Let them go for now." The thug gnashed his teeth in pain and tried to ask, "I've never seen you punks around here. What clan do you belong to? Since you've touched me, war is inevitable." Nari looked at him with utter contempt and declared boldly, "We are the Coconut Clan, and I think you need a lesson, old man." The name Coconut Clan left the thug so confused he broke into a cold sweat with images of weird coconuts flashing in his head. Talk about an eye-opener. That clan name was now etched into their memory. After clearing the mess, the group entered the Happy World store, which had just recently reopened. Miss Park led John Do-gun around, explaining that the shop had undergone many changes to fit the harsh life in the slums. Instead of just selling children's clothes like before, she now stocked basic equipment for hunters like daggers, gloves, and daily necessities. She shared emotionally, "It's all thanks to the support from you guys back then." The atmosphere inside was very bustling. Even Nam Ki-so was working hard in the kitchen with an apron on. Oh Bong-soo shouted excitedly, "Wow, they really have everything here except for the things they don't." His exclamation left everyone speechless and staring. As soon as she saw Oh Bong-soo return, Miss Park scolded him loudly. "Hey, if you're back, you should have contacted me." Oh Bong-soo apologized. "I had my reasons." Noticing an unusual change, Miss Park asked thoughtfully, "Ahem. So have you awakened, kid?" Oh Bong-soo smiled brightly, proudly confirming, "Yup, that's right. I'm a teleporter." Miss Park was overjoyed immediately, hugging him and cheering, "Hey, you did great. Oh Bong-soo is number one." He felt incredibly warm, silently thanking her for the motherly care she showed him. Meanwhile, Nam Ki-so was frozen solid, witnessing his teammate's spectacular transformation. Jia walked out in an elegant white dress. She shyly admitted, "It's been a while, so this feels a little awkward." Nari excitedly exclaimed, "Auntie Sparrow is so pretty." Even Miss Park couldn't help but let out a word of praise. Nam Ki-so, red as a beet, shouted in excitement, You look so beautiful." His heart skipped another beat. Miss Park was incredibly proud of her sense of style, and wished the whole group good luck. While Nam Ki-so was still dazed, Jia's brother also appeared with a completely new look in a stylish suit. He awkwardly adjusted his sleeves. How do you wear this thing?" "Not bad." His celebrity-like handsome looks left Miss Park stunned. Meanwhile, John Do-gun muttered in confusion, "Why would a guy this good-looking like to run around wearing a bird head?" Seeing Jia in a dress, her brother teased, "Jia, are you going on a picnic or something?" The joke made her snap, "You want to die." Soon after, John Do-gun and Nari also changed into bright vacation-style outfits. Miss Park enthusiastically suggested they pick out a few more outfits since they looked so good, but John Do-gun felt uncomfortable. "Whatever. I'll only wear this for a little while when we're outside. It's not comfortable at all." Jia also felt self-conscious in her beautiful dress. She agreed since they would just change back into their old clothes when they returned anyway. John Do-gun walked over to ask about the bill. "All right, so how much for all of this?" Miss Park firmly waved her hand, refusing. "This time, they're on me. A gift for everyone. After you all helped me today and took such good care of Bong-soo." Seeing how insistent she was, John Do-gun had no choice but to accept. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. John Dogun gravely announced, "Now it's time to take out the trash, isn't it?" The leader of the thugs from earlier was now kneeling on the ground in a pathetic state. Looking at the trembling man, John Dogun coldly questioned him. "What right do those guys have to demand protection money?" He let out a contemptuous scoff. "Ah, these damn garbage thugs refuse to do any real work, instead using their strength to bully and rob people who are just trying to run a business." The rumors about Go City, planning to demolish the slums for redevelopment, are making the residents here extremely anxious. Even more worrying, there are rumors they'll be kicked out without any compensation. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Space Gang started forcing businesses here to pay them for protection, to fight against Go City. Miss Park shared bitterly with John, "Dogun business is slow. We can't afford to pay that much every month." Looking at the heaps of garbage everywhere, John Dogun thought to himself, "I did notice this neighborhood seemed filthy." He realized the filth wasn't just from the trash but also from the pests swarming and causing trouble. "You said your name was Boo, right? Where's your office?" In response to the man's trembling and his question of, "Why are you asking?" that John Dogun's eyes flashed menacingly. "This neighborhood is too dirty. Since I'm here anyway, I think I'll do a little cleaning." This time he meant cleaning up the trash in both the literal and figurative sense. At the office of the Space Gang's representative, Lee Do-hyun, the news that Boo had been taken down left him utterly shocked. What he was defeated, he suspected it was the work of the Red Brick Gang. But his underling insisted they were complete strangers he'd never seen before. Lee Do-hyun angrily gritted his teeth, his metal hand crushing an object on the table. How dare they? So someone actually has the guts to mess with space in this slum. "Gather the men now, I'll go myself." Before he could even step out the door, a subordinate rushed in frantically to report. "Sir, we're under attack," Lee Do-hyun roared. "An attack? By who?" the subordinate announced with a tremble. "They call themselves the Wash Clan." Immediately after, the door was furiously kicked open. Representative Lee Do-hyun and his henchmen stormed in aggressively. He bellowed, "I don't care if you're the Wash Clan or the whatever clan, get your asses out here now." Seeing the devastated scene, he sneered contemptuously. "What is this? What's with this look?" Lee Do-hyun approached, locking his eyes on Nam Ki-seo and demanding, "Was it you? Are you the one who dared to cause a ruckus in my territory without a shred of fear?" Even though his men were utterly defeated, he still acted arrogant and defiant. Seeing this, Nam Ki-seo just gave a faint smile. "Haha, where do all these thugs keep coming from?" John Dogun, standing behind him, calmly ordered, "Nam Ki-seo, you clean this place up by yourself." He didn't forget to warn his subordinate not to use fire, as the place was highly flammable. The enraged thugs swung their clubs and charged forward, seeing them unleash their energy. Du Si-woo asked in shock, "They're all awakeners." John Dogun nonchalantly encouraged him. "Why not? If you want to reach A rank, you have to be able to handle this much." His boss's words ignited Nam Ki-seo's determination. "Yes sir, I'll give it a try." What could be better than fighting these guys to train his abilities and level up? While Nam Ki-seo was fighting fiercely, Kim Nari sat on John Dogun's shoulders, cheering enthusiastically. "Mister, you can do it. Just a little more." The Birdman watched while munching on popcorn. "That guy over there seems to be the boss." Du Si-woo was also surprised by how quickly Nam Ki-seo was taking down his opponents. The whole team calmly watched Nam Ki-seo fight as if they were watching a play. Seeing the unfavorable situation, a subordinate worriedly advised Lee Do-hyun to retreat for now, but he flatly refused. "No need. I'll handle it." Lee Do-hyun slowly stepped forward. He glared at Nam Ki-seo. "You little punk, was all of this your doing?" John Dogun quietly observed, assessing that his opponent possessed a body enhancement ability of at least B rank. Lee Do-hyun wondered about the purpose of this group of strangers in the slum. He began to channel his power, his muscles bulging menacingly. John Dogun silently confirmed his suspicions. So they really were sent by Go Dong-hyuk. Hearing the name Go Dong-hyuk, Du Si-woo wondered if the enemy was referring to the chairman of the Freelance Hunter Association. Representative Lee Do-hyun roared with impatience. "Enough talk. If you're gonna fight, then let's go, you piece of scrap metal." He furiously charged forward to attack the bastard. However, Nam Ki-seo easily dodged the powerful punches, causing Lee Do-hyun to curse at the slippery bastard. Meanwhile, Nam Ki-seo calmly observed his every move. He thought confidently, "I see everything. I've got you all figured out, you scum." Nam Ki-seo's counterattack was so fast his opponent had no time to react. He thought to himself, "This is too easy. So easy, I have to hold back." Nam Ki-seo was stunned by his own strength. Have I really gotten this strong? Is this the result of that special training? Witnessing his impressive performance, Jia smiled in approval. The chef's not half bad. The compliment made Nam Ki-seo turn beet red. Getting praised by a beautiful woman in the middle of a fight made him lose all concentration. He stammered, asking her again in embarrassment. "Is that so?" "Right." Then John Dogun spoke up to warn him. "Don't get distracted, it's not over yet." Sure enough, Lee Do-hyun scrambled up from the wreckage with a ferocious look on his face. "You little brat, still wet behind the ears, and you dare use cheap tricks." He furiously gathered his power, making a violent gale swirl around his arm as he roared, "I'll blow everything away." Nam Ki-seo was shocked to realize his opponent hadn't just hardened his body, but possessed wind powers too. A massive tornado exploded outward, sweeping away everything in the office. While Kim Nari worriedly asked if things were okay, and Jia prepared to step in, John Do-gun calmly held them back. "It'll be fine. I taught him a move last time." In the middle of the sandstorm, Nam Ki-seo suddenly lunged forward with a brilliant blue magical aura in his hand, landing a crushing blow right on the representative's head, leaving him completely stunned. Nam Ki-seo stood tall over his fallen opponent and asked coldly, "Want to keep going?" John Do-gun watched from the side, silently impressed by his junior's progress. Now knowing how to use his magic shield for offense, he glanced at the representative's broken weapons and mocked him. "What trashy weapons. You think you can decide anything with just this garbage?" The Space Gang sign was tossed to the ground without mercy. Kim Nari excitedly tore it down and suggested, "Hey uncle, we should change this right. Look, I already took it off." John Do-gun nodded in agreement, since they were taking over the place now. Kim Nari immediately used her eye lasers to carve a new name into the wall. The name Coconut appeared along with a cute drawing, making John Do-gun smile and comment, "That's a cute drawing." Seeing that Representative Lee Do-hyun could only wail in total despair. Because their majestic base now looked like a mere cafe, he realized with horror that even the child following them was a formidable, awakened, and he wondered if the guy in the hood was actually the weakest of them all. Don't even dream about it, right guys? Standing before the heavy safe, John Do-gun demanded coldly, "Hey, what's the password for this?" Even though he was trembling, the representative stubbornly insisted that even with a knife to his throat, he'd never talk. Without wasting a word, John Do-gun used his bare hands to shatter the safe's magical seal, leaving his opponent speechless. "This way is faster." Seeing the pile of gold and cash spill out, John Do-gun nodded with satisfaction. "We got quite a lot, didn't we, John?" Do-gun pondered how to handle this gang so they wouldn't keep doing bad things. He wondered about them collecting protection fees in the name of security. Because honestly, what the hell were they protecting? However, Jia revealed a surprising truth ever since. This gang grew powerful, violent crime in the area had actually plummeted. But now if anything happens, the gang deals with it immediately. John Do-gun realized that sometimes these thugs were more effective than the police, who just stood by and watched. The police always ignore the slums. They don't want to help the poor. Standing before the mountain of gold, John Do-gun coldly questioned the Space Gang's representative. "The Golden City is going to level this place soon. How do you plan on stopping them?" Lee Do-hyun hung his head in total helplessness, admitting that, besides getting stronger, there was no other way since the police and politicians were all in on it together. He revealed that Go Dong-hyuk, the chairman of the Freelance Hunter Association, had once approached him with a dark proposal. He promised to pay a massive amount of money if the Space Gang would cause security issues in the slums to manipulate public opinion and speed up the redevelopment. However, the representative claimed he refused and started organizing his own patrols to maintain order. He desperately begged for trust, even though some of his men weren't fully reformed yet. "But we all love this slum." John Do-gun smirked with contempt, thinking that people who use strength to extort money have no right to talk about kindness. They just want to keep order to protect their own turf. He stated coldly, "A thug is a thug. There's no such thing as a kind-hearted thug in this world." Faced with his opponent's trembling silence, John Do-gun suddenly slammed his hand onto the table and offered one last chance. He declared, "I'll give you a chance. You guys want to protect the slums, right? Then it shouldn't be a problem to use all this money for the slums, would it?" Immediately, a surge of mana swept away all the trash on the streets. Instead of their intimidating gear, the entire Space Gang now had to wear sanitation worker uniforms. They worked hard cleaning every nook and cranny under John Do-gun's supervision. Seeing their boss holding a broom, a henchman curiously asked if he had the power to magnetize objects to clean faster. He got yelled at, "Shut up, I'm not a magnet." Even so, they had to admit that gathering the trash in one place made the work go much faster. Watching the neighborhood slowly become clean, the representative secretly hoped this change was enough to satisfy the powerhouse standing behind them. John Do-gun stood with his arms crossed watching the streets and ordered coldly, "From now on, you're in charge of cleaning the slums. Change your name to Cosmic Family while you're at it." He didn't forget to drop a direct threat to Lee Do-hyun. "If I show up unannounced and see the streets are dirty, you'll be the first one to get a beating." Lee Do-hyun. Under John Do-gun's overwhelming presence, the entire gang shouted in unison to confirm the order. Once assigned their duties, Lee Do-hyun's men grabbed their brooms and busily started their janitorial work. The henchmen couldn't help but wonder about their choices. However, they told themselves they had no other option, and we can't fight the people from Golden City on our own. Looking at John Do-gun's back, the representative silently admitted that, although the kid was young for some reason, he wanted to put his faith in him. The cleanup operation moved at lightning speed. District 12 was spotless, and they were ready to move on to District 11 tomorrow. John Do-gun and his companion stood looking at the much cleaner streets. Noticing the new backpack on John Do-gun's shoulder, the Birdman curiously asked about it. John Do-gun explained it was a gift from Boss Park to thank them because the group helped him sell out of cleaning supplies. The bag was a perfect size, so he decided to make it a new home for little Dodaki. After finishing everything in the slums, John Dogun signaled the group to head home. As soon as they stepped through the portal, back to the demon realm, Nari excitedly dashed out ahead. She cheered because they'd been gone for so long, and was immediately swarmed by the little foxes and garden creatures who rushed over to hug and nuzzle her. John Dogun looked around and wondered about Manager Kim's absence. Little Owl quickly informed him that he had temporarily moved to the Snowy Mountain Research Institute for work. Then Namki-so suddenly asked everyone if they were hungry since they hadn't eaten anything yet. "Big sis, are you hungry yet? If so, how about my unbeatable soy sauce, egg rice?" This guy was clearly determined to win over the beautiful lady again. Though the dish sounded a bit too simple, making Jia and her brother hesitate, Namki-so was still full of confidence, insisting they wouldn't regret it. While waiting for the rice to cook, John Dogun invited Nari to go look for dessert. The little girl was incredibly surprised to learn that there was edible fruit in the demon world. John Dogun confirmed they were red grapes, and that they were definitely in season. The two of them strolled through the field. John Dogun explained that the grapes here were a bit different from those in the human world. Nari started to smell a sweet scent wafting through the air and quickly spotted their target. She was stunned by a gigantic demon world grapevine, its canopy soaring to an unimaginable height and size. However, Nari's attention was soon drawn to the wolves lurking at the base of the tree. She wondered if these beasts were also here to pick grapes. That's a little ridiculous, isn't it? Wolves eat meat, they're not vegetarians, so why would they be picking grapes? Suddenly, Nari screamed in shock when she spotted someone in the tree. It was a red-haired young man in hunter's attire, clinging tightly to the trunk, with a look of sheer panic. Seeing people appear below, he desperately cried for help. "Is anyone there? Help me." Since he couldn't climb close to the top, he began to panic as he realized the demon world grapes had hallucinogenic properties that were gradually weakening his body. While being chased by the wolves, he had lost his luggage and no longer even had a portal stone to escape. As he was hopelessly apologizing to his grandfather, Nari's voice calling out, "Mister" suddenly rang out from high above. Nari innocently asked, "Should we pick the yellow ones too?" John Dogun calmly replied, "No, just get the red ones. The yellow ones aren't fully ripe yet, so they're very sour." Witnessing a little girl appear in the middle of the demon world, the young man's limbs went weak, and he wondered if he was truly hallucinating. Seeing him dangling there, Nari asked worriedly, "But will it be okay if we don't save him? He looks like a ripe grape that could fall at any moment." John Dogun coldly observed that he looked fine for now, leaving the little girl to do nothing but obediently continue her grape picking. Nari was amazed, as it was the first time she had ever seen such a massive tree. John Dogun looked at the juicy grape clusters and remarked that this tree must be over 60 years old. To Nari's surprise, she asked, "Did you count its rings or something?" He explained pensively, "Not exactly. Actually, this tree feels like one I planted a long time ago." Dark memories suddenly flooded back. An image of John Dogun as Subject 17 lying motionless on a cold lab table covered in a tangle of tubes. A soulless announcement echoed out. "Subject 17's cell injection is complete. The experiment will end early." The researchers allowed John Dogun to leave. He suddenly stopped in front of a trash can and asked, "Are you going to throw this away?" A sprouting demon world grape seed was being discarded because they believed it had no research value. John Dogun sensed a strong life force within the seed, so he asked to take it and received an indifferent agreement. "Do whatever you want with it." The staff members whispered anxiously. "Are you crazy? You're going to give ingredients to a chimera?" They fearfully recalled how number 17 had once attacked the department head just for being rejected. Back in the present, John Dogun touched the giant tree trunk, feeling a familiar flow of magical energy, and smiled. "Just as I thought. It's exactly the same as back then." He was genuinely surprised that the seed from long ago had not only survived but had grown this strong. Its life force after all these years was still as intense as when it was just a seed. A plump cluster of grapes appeared before them. Nari asked excitedly, "Is this one for us? It looks way bigger and tastier than the ones we've already picked." Below, the red-haired young man was aghast when he heard their conversation. Exhausted, he couldn't believe someone was praising hallucinogenic grapes as delicious. A blood-curdling scream erupted as he fell freely towards the pack of waiting wolves below. Instantly, John Dogun flicked his hand, sending out a ribbon of magical energy that wrapped tightly around the man, rescuing him just in time. Looking at the face trembling with fear, John Dogun asked coldly, "You're Lee Woon-soo's grandson, aren't you?" To the young man's astonishment, he continued to give orders. "When you get back, give him this message." John Dogun coldly told the young man, "Tell him he now owes me your life for the second time." After escaping the wolves, Lee Woon-soo's grandson looked around in a daze, not understanding what was happening as he saw the little bird Gu perched on his head. Seeing the little snake Sasa dancing on the table, he asked blankly, "A new worker, what the hell is this place?" Before him was an unbelievable sight. A garden of mandragoras was happily singing and eating. Even the giant parrot Blue had been turned into a strange plaything. A parrot beak slide. This isn't some kind of campsite, is it? The appearance of strangers wearing scary masks made him tremble. And who are these scary people? Seeing the stranger, the bird-headed warrior grew curious. Is he joining our coconut clan too? Jia added coldly. We should check him out, right? While confused and scared, his stomach suddenly rumbled as an alluring aroma unexpectedly hit his nose. And on top of everything, I smell sesame oil and soy sauce. The young man couldn't believe his senses. He must be hallucinating badly. There was no way someone was cooking in the demon world. Immediately, Nam Ki-so, dressed in professional chef's attire, emerged carrying a plate of hot food. All right, thank you for waiting. It was the result of a meticulous cooking process. Scrambled eggs fragrant from the open fire were mixed with fresh glossy rice. Then it was seasoned with rich soy sauce and fragrant sesame oil and stirred with all his heart. Nam Ki-so proudly presented his masterpiece. Behold, soy sauce, cheese, egg rice, served with potato and soybean paste soup and perfectly fermented sliced kimchi. He announced the dish name as professionally as a 5-star restaurant. Nam Ki-so kindly instructed, the melted cheese is key, so make sure to mix it all up before you eat. The wonderful aroma made Kim Nari excited. This smell, it's definitely delicious. Jia also had to nod in agreement. Clearly the kid's skills are top-notch. Seeing the new guest's bewildered expression, Nam Ki-so said warmly, we've met before, haven't we? It's not much, but please help yourself. The young man was stunned. Huh. Although he was still skeptical about being offered a meal, his stomach couldn't resist the temptation. He still decided to take a bite. I'm starving to death anyway, so let's see. The moment the rice touched his tongue, an explosion of flavor shocked him. Ah, this is seasoning in its purest form. How can it be so perfectly balanced? Every single grain of rice was soaked in flavor. Everyone savored Nam Ki-so's soy sauce, egg rice with delight. Jia, his Chimera brother, and even John Dogun had to admit that this dish was truly excellent. Kim Nari cheered excitedly. Mister, this is totally my kind of food. Standing beside the makeshift kitchen, Nam Ki-so couldn't help but feel proud of his creation. Meanwhile, the mandragoras and the small spirit beasts were also busy enjoying the juicy grapes that John Dogun and Kim Nari had just picked for them. Model. What this kid is. Actually, the grandson of the Hunter Association's president, John Dogun, couldn't wrap his head around why someone from such a prestigious family was found hanging helplessly from a demon vine. The red-haired young man dejectedly explained that he had tried to climb to the very top to find something, but the hallucinations triggered by the vine completely knocked him out. Suddenly a light bulb went off in John Dogun's head. Did you say the top of the tree? Don't tell me. You're after that seed. Seeing the boy freeze up, memories of a heated argument at the Golden City Hunter Association headquarters came flooding back. Back then, he had slammed his fist on the table, shouting at his grandfather Lee Woon-soo that he would never join the association. He wanted to live his own life, not one dictated by the fact that he was an awakened. The boy had asked in a voice thick with pain, "Don't you even care how I feel?" To end the dispute, Lee Woon-soo had laid down a single challenge. If you can go to the demon realm and bring back one tiny seed, then I'll never mention the association again. It was unclear if that seed actually meant something to Lee Woon-soo, or if he just wanted to test his grandson's mettle. Back in the present, the red-haired boy confessed to John Dogun that he always wanted to live up to his grandfather's expectations, but he just didn't have the confidence to become the great hunter the old man always talked about. He still didn't understand why his grandfather had sent him on such a bizarre errand for a seed. John Dogun listened quietly before finally speaking up. Look, I don't know much about family dynamics, but I think I know exactly why he told you to bring that back. He began to explain the unique nature of the demon realm vine. It's a plant that produces only one single seed every few decades. To ensure that precious seed survives to sprout, the vine nurtures it with extreme care inside a pod at the very tip of its highest branch. It reaches toward the heavens to keep the seed away from predators on the ground, and it uses its fruit to create hallucinations, to ward off enemies from the sky. John Dogun smiled faintly. You could say, it spends its entire life just for that one seed. Just like how parents dedicate their lives to raising a child. Now, do you get why Lee Woon-soo wanted you to find this so? Just forget about the association and all that pressure. In the end, Lee Woon-soo has probably lived his whole life just for you. John Dogun figured the old president just wanted his grandson to realize that. Meanwhile, standing by the window of a high-rise tower, Lee Woon-soo thought to himself, maybe I should ask the boy to grab dinner tonight, since it's been so long. Back in the demon realm, the red-haired boy couldn't stop the tears from falling as he finally understood the deep, silent love his grandfather held for him. Lee Woon-soo gazed pensively at the family photos on his desk, his heart heavy with worry. Have I been nagging him too much? He picked up his phone and scrolled to the contacts saved as, my puppy, thinking, it's been a while. Should I call him for dinner? But all he got was a long, hollow dial tone indicating the other end was turned off. He sighed, muttering to himself. He's probably out partying with friends again. After a moment of worrying about his grandson, his gaze shifted to a sealed sphere of human flesh sitting on his desk. Lee Woon-soo had a gut feeling that something big was brewing. from the incident at the Hanbit Institute to the strange case of dozens of Rank A freelance hunters who went up the snowy mountains, only to return mysteriously stripped down to Rank D. When asked if the gag order could be broken, he stated firmly that it was impossible. Someone suggested it might be an anomaly from passing through a gate, but he immediately shot it down. There was no way such a specific anomaly could happen to that many people all at once. Lee Woon-soo knew this was absolutely not a coincidence. He had seen it with his own eyes, someone riding a parrot-beaked vulture soaring through the sky. He wondered if that person was behind all of this, even though he had chased them all the way to the slums that mysterious figure had quickly vanished through a gate without a single trace. How did the mana seals and the slums tie together? Trying to connect the dots made him think of that child from years ago. In the middle of his thoughts, a subordinate burst into the room, panting. President Lee Woon-soo jumped and then heard the shocking news. Apparently Baek-ho had actually gone to the demon realm to find that vine seed. The old president stood there, frozen his face, pale with shock at his grandson's reckless stunt. He realized he had made a terrible mistake with that challenge. As night fell over the demon realm, everything grew silent and everyone turned in early for the night. Beside the flickering campfire, the birdman Gu whispered, "Ja and the others are already out cold. Maybe dinner was just too good, and Rank A chef's skills are no joke." Looking around and noticing their new guest was missing, he asked curiously, "Wait, where did that other guy go?" "You mean Baek-ho," John Do-gun replied calmly. "Nam Ki-seo dragged him off to wash the dishes. Guess he couldn't get a free meal out of us after all." Huh. John Do-gun added that Nam Ki-seo told the kid that doing chores is the best way to clear your head when you're feeling down. Gu burst out laughing, realizing Nam Ki-seo just wanted someone to do his work for him even if it was a junior. Suddenly, the birdman grew curious. "By the way, how do you know Baek-ho's grandfather John Do-gun?" Closed his eyes slowly as memories of a distant past resurfaced. "That goes back a very long time." In his memory, a young Do-gun stood alone amidst the ruins of a burning city, looking around dazed and wondering, "Where on earth am I?" The young John Do-gun knew he needed to get to the demon realm, but it seemed he'd ended up in the wrong place, despite setting the coordinates perfectly. Looking at the shattered gate stones at his feet, he started to panic. Even the spare stone he brought wasn't working. With his time running out, he began searching for another gate stone to escape. Suddenly, a natural gate tore open, and a ferocious two-headed creature lunged at him in a blur. John Do-gun's reflexes kicked in instantly. A brilliant blue mana burst from his hands as he let out a breath. Aha! After subduing the two-headed beast, he realized the spatial interference was being caused by this small creature, which was now safely tucked away in his sealing sphere. John Do-gun muttered, "So it was you guys all along. The seal is working perfectly now. I should definitely use this for the bad guys later." Suddenly, a desperate cry for help from under the rubble caught his attention. "Somebody, please help, I'm trapped over here." After being pulled out and given some water, the stranger thanked him profusely, tears in his eyes. He'd been trapped there for 3 days. He handed John Do-gun a card, leaving the young man confused. "What's this, John Do-gun?" Read the card under his breath. Interim President of the Hunter Association, Lee Woon-soo. The man across from him smiled and explained that it was an organization he'd started to support hunters. Even though it wasn't officially recognized yet, he admitted he wasn't an awakened himself, so all he could do was handle the welfare and logistics for those risking their lives. Seeing the man's burning passion, John Do-gun thought to himself, "Damn. Support, I'm not even a real hunter." When he asked if John Do-gun was missing a gate stone, John Do-gun coldly told him to go his own way, saying he didn't want any more trouble. Seeing John Do-gun about to leave alone, Lee Woon-soo was stunned. "What, you want to go by yourself?" He argued that if he had a gate stone, he wouldn't have been stuck here in the first place. John Do-gun suddenly stopped and said firmly, "I'll get one for you. We can grab one just by going to the next area." Overjoyed, Lee Woon-soo followed, insisting he knew the way. He friendly offered a roasted potato and asked, "Do you like potatoes? This is the last bit of food I have, but at least we can share it." Looking at the potato in Lee Woon-soo's hand, John Do-gun was lost in thought. Even after being trapped for 3 days, this man still maintained a rare optimism. The two walked together through the rubble. John Do-gun reminded him they had to find a gate stone within the next 3 days. Lee Woon-soo started asking about his name and where he lived to get to know him, but Lee Woon-soo only received a blunt reply. "You talk too much," he retorted indignantly. "You look much younger than me. Why are you talking so informally?" And it was true. Now that man was old, while John Do-gun had barely changed. Back in the present by the fire, when asked if they kept in touch afterward, John Do-gun quietly answered no. That was the last time. John Do-gun thought to himself that until the very end, the man never knew he was actually a chimera. Just then, the birdman Gu-oo excitedly tended to the fire. "Looks like it's fully cooked, huh? Time to peel it then." He quickly peeled off the charred skin and deliciously savored the hot potato. "So good. Now this is what I call romantic." Gu-oo then grew worried about the coming winter, because when everything was covered in snow, they wouldn't be able to find dry firewood for warmth since the trees were too small. Hearing this, John Dogun had an idea. How about we build an underground cellar? We can gather firewood beforehand and store it. At that moment, little Dodaki poked its head out of his pocket, chirping Huang. John Dogun immediately understood what it wanted and asked, looking for moisturizer again. Such a tiny plant and so vain, always fussing over its skin. He had to refuse because the cream manager Kim gave him before was all used up, causing the little creature to deflate with disappointment. John Dogun reassured it. Hey little one, just wait a bit. When manager Kim gets here. As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing magic portal opened up. Manager Kim rushed over, exclaiming, Mr. John Dogun, you're back. His timely appearance made even John Dogun remark, speak of the devil and he shall appear. After learning Nam Kiseo was busy washing dishes, Manager Kim hurriedly opened the suitcase he brought and excitedly announced, we've finally succeeded in developing a cure for the mandragoras. 2 radiant yellow vials appeared, promising to completely solve the digestive issues the little ones were facing. However, Manager Kim suddenly looked worried. But there's one problem, to use the medicine they need to receive it through an IV drip, but they refuse needles. Seeing the 2 little mandragoras trembling and hugging each other in fear, John Dogun mused. An injection for a mandragora guu also confirmed with pity that the little ones were terrified and asked if there was another way. Manager Kim explained that this medicine had to be infused into the body very slowly to be effective. After thinking for a moment, John Dogun suddenly asked to borrow some moisturizer from Manager Kim. He figured the mandragoras' bodies were similar, and Dodaki really liked this cream. Instead of using a needle, John Dogun began skillfully rubbing the moisturizer all over the little mandragora's body. The small creature let out a satisfied hu-ung sound. Witnessing this masterful massage technique, Manager Kim couldn't help but ask in amazement, is this a special massage just for mandragoras? John Dogun smiled and explained that he used to do this for Dodaki and it loved it. Sitting on his head, little Dodaki also behaved very well, knowing to give way to its sick friends. Under John Dogun's gentle hands, the little mandragora gradually absorbed all the medicine and fell into a deep sleep. This sight left Guu and Manager Kim utterly stunned, because this was the first time they had ever seen a demonic creature sleep so soundly while receiving treatment. John Dogun began to perform the medical procedures on the sick little mandragoras. After lulling them to sleep, he carefully inserted a small needle into their husks. The little creature jolted in alarm, but luckily everything was fine. After being treated, they started to doze off in the pot. Seeing this, John Dogun ordered Manager Kim hurry and get this IV drip started. He continued to prepare for treating the next ones. Under the bright moonlight, Manager Kim cheered. It's a success. The 2 little mandragoras were now connected to IV bags to monitor their progress. John Dogun let out a tired sigh and admitted, I'd rather go fight monsters than do this. Taking care of the sick like this is more exhausting than grinding. Manager Kim also felt lucky that everyone else was asleep and didn't have to witness the difficult scene. Suddenly, John Dogun wondered about Nam Kiseo's situation. Mr. Kim replied that he planned to talk about it when the person in question arrived. It turned out Manager Kim had another piece of great news. He silently cheered. I've finally succeeded in developing a hair loss treatment. The sound of a pot lid hitting the ground shattered the quiet atmosphere. From the shadows, Nam Kiseo and Baek Ho emerged, their faces full of astonishment at the scene before them. Seeing Kiseo, Manager Kim was overjoyed. He held up 2 bottles and began to explain. The blue bottle is a treatment to restore dead hair follicles, and the yellow one is to stimulate hair growth. He emotionally told himself he never thought this day would actually come. It was all thanks to recent research on red spirit stones and liquid metal. Even better, if he added a catalyst to the yellow solution, he could even control the hair's length. Hearing this, Nam Kiseo went wild with joy. He shouted in amazement, you can control the length too. When asked what hairstyle he wanted, Kiseo looked in the mirror and thought about his ideal model, the beautiful Jia. He declared decisively, I think the more hair the better. I want it long down to my back and as thick as possible. Seeing his determination, Manager Kim determined that he would need 4 bottles of catalyst. He began to shake the bottles vigorously with a serious expression. Well, then I'll begin. Who knows what he'll turn into after this major transformation. Outside in the backyard, John Dogun, Gu Yu, and Leb were watching from the darkness. John Dogun wondered why Nam Kiseo wanted to do this alone. Gu guessed that he was probably afraid of Jia waking up mid-process or wanted to show off the surprising result. The Birdman worried, but what if Jia wakes up? Should I stop her? I'm not very confident I can. He looked at Baek Ho's tense expression. John Dogun silently noted, this guy looks even more desperate than the one actually going through it. Perhaps bystanders are always more clear-headed. Baek Ho fondly remembered the time they spent washing dishes together. He had heard all about Senior Joe's past and his deepest wish. He whispered a silent prayer, I truly hope that dream of yours becomes a reality soon. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light, followed by a massive explosion, erupted from the wooden room, scaring the living daylights out of everyone. The thick clouds of dust and smoke slowly began to settle. John Dogun and the others rushed over in a panic to see what was going on. What on earth happened, they wondered. Before their eyes was an unbelievable sight. Manager Kim stood there frozen in shock next to a gargantuan black mass. It was actually Nam Kiseo's hair. It was so long and thick that it covered the entire area. Just how much more was it going to grow? My head is getting way too heavy, Nam Kiseo cried out. The experiment had been far more successful than anyone could have ever imagined. Manager Kim started panicking as he watched Nam Kiseo's hair grow at an uncontrollable speed. It feels like it's growing even faster now, Manager Kim gasped. There was definitely something wrong with the formula. He was being buried alive and smothered by the massive mountain of hair. I can't breathe, Manager Kim wheezed. John Dogun immediately lunged forward and hauled him out of the tangled mess. He barked out a cold command. Nam Kiseo, stay perfectly still. If you move even an inch, your head is coming off. With a decisive swing, a sharp mana slash rang out, ignoring Nam Kiseo's desperate wailing. As the dust cleared, Nam Kiseo sat there completely dazed in the middle of a literal battlefield of hair. Looking at his junior, who was now draped in hair as if it were a long cloak, John Dogun casually asked, well, that's interesting. So do you like it? Thankfully, with Dao's timely assistance, the situation was under control. Nam Kiseo tremblingly touched the silky black hair in his hands. Suddenly, he jumped up and let out a deafening shout of pure joy. Woohoo! Yes, Nam Kiseo screamed in excitement. Boss, the length is absolutely perfect. He then turned to Manager Kim and showered him with praise. And Brother Kim, you're a total genius. You're literally the savior of the world. Manager Kim let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Even if there was a little hiccup along the way. But right at that moment, the commotion woke Jia up. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped out and asked, hey, what's with all the noise? Jia froze in her tracks when she saw a strange man with incredibly long hair kneeling on the grass. She slowly approached him, her golden eyes narrowed in suspicion. You there? What kind of creature are you? Seeing Jia suddenly appear in her nightgown, Nam Kiseo turned beet red, his heart hammering against his ribs. Huh. It's you, Jia didn't hesitate. She stepped closer and gently lifted his chin to get a better look, leaving Nam Kiseo completely paralyzed with shock. His heart was racing because Jia was standing so incredibly close to him. She stared at the massive pile of black hair in front of her, with a sleepy and disgusted expression. Realizing it was someone she knew, she spoke bluntly. Oh, it's just the chef. I thought you were some new type of monster. I was seconds away from attacking you. Jia's words hit Nam Kiseo like a bolt of lightning, leaving him to mumble in utter despair. A new monster, but Jia couldn't care less. She let out a long yawn and turned around. Whatever. I'm going back to bed. Seeing their junior's soul practically leaving his body, John Dogun and Gu couldn't hold back their laughter. Meanwhile, Baek-ho and Manager Kim could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. Hang in there, buddy. You'll get him next time. By the next morning, the entire garden was buzzing with unusual activity. The little Chimera kids were working hard with their brooms. At the same time, Baek-ho was straining to carry heavy wooden beams under Gu's relentless nagging. Hurry it up, will you? Watching from a distance, Kim Nari looked concerned. Uncle Nam Kiseo looks like he's completely drained. John Dogun replied nonchalantly. Just leave him be. It seems like he needs some quiet time alone. Indeed, Nam Kiseo looked like a literal zombie at this point, his hair hanging messily over his face as he obsessively muttered about being called a new monster. Is this what a broken heart feels like, everyone? Kim Nari asked, noticing someone was missing. By the way, where did Manager Kim go? John Dogun explained that he had locked himself in the lab again. He wanted to perfect the hair growth formula into a flawless commercial product before launching it on the market. Kim Nari couldn't help but admire his dedication. Manager Kim really is the best. Suddenly, on the other side of the field, a cloud of dust erupted from an explosion. The Chimera brothers had been working meticulously on every single detail, and they had finally finished an underground firewood storage room. Looking at the massive structure, the Birdman nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly John Dogun's style, don't you think? Kim Nari was beyond excited. She ran around the glowing entrance, cheering. I bet he's going to love it. Uncle, come over here and check this out. Even though the entrance was dark, it had such an imposing aura that Kim Nari couldn't help but comment that it looked just like a demon lord's Ween's lair. Although it looked compact from the outside, the Birdman explained that the space below was actually quite vast, with stairs leading down and illuminated by glowing stones. On the other side, Baek-ho was huffing and puffing while carrying a massive pile of dry firewood on his back. John Dogun walked over to check on him. Is this enough wood? Baek-ho wiped away his sweat and said confidently, oh, it's more than enough. Even if we kept a fire going all winter long, we'd still have plenty left. Seeing that the wood cellar was finished, John Dogun gave the signal. All right, now we just need to move all the wood into the storage. Little Dodaki popped out of his pocket, eager to help. Just leave it to us. John Dogun watched Baek-ho as he worked tirelessly. He silently noted that for a C-rank hunter, this young man was quite capable and much more hardworking than he appeared to be. He walked over, pulled out a spirit crystal, and handed it to him. Here's your payment. John Do-gun then reminded him coldly. It's about time you headed back. After all, you're just a C-rank hunter. Suddenly, Baek-ho stood up, his eyes filled with determination, and made an offer. Would it be okay if I joined the Coconut Clan permanently? After spending a bit of time here, it seemed he felt like this place really suited him. To everyone's surprise, Baek-ho pleaded, I'll do whatever you ask, just please let me stay. John Do-gun asked thoughtfully, why do you want to join? The red-haired youth clenched his fists, expressing his desire to be trained to become stronger, just like the stories Nam Kiseo had told him. Even though he didn't know if he could live up to his grandfather's expectations, Baek-ho firmly stated, if I've come this far, I want to see it through to the very end. Witnessing this, Nari and Jia could only look at each other and comment that the tribe was about to get another worker, and Nam Kiseo finally had a permanent partner to help him with the dishes. John Do-gun replied indifferently, well, I don't really care either way, but you'll need to get permission from your grandfather first. His words left Baek-ho stunned. Permission John Do-gun was decisive. What a coincidence. I actually have a few things I want to ask Lee Woon-soo myself. Follow me. We're going to your house. In an instant, they were both in Gold City, standing before the luxurious mansion of the Hunter Association's president. Baek-ho took a deep breath and tremblingly pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Through the intercom, he spoke hesitantly. It's me, Baek-ho. As soon as the gate opened, Lee Woon-soo came rushing out, his face pale with worry. Baek-ho. The old man couldn't hold back his emotions and lunged forward to pull his beloved grandson into a tight hug. While holding him, he began to scold the boy loudly. Baek-ho, you little rascal, you could have at least said something before taking off. Baek-ho silently leaned his head on his grandfather's shoulder and whispered, I'm home. Lee Woon-soo hurriedly checked to see if his grandson was injured. Choking up, he said, do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Ever since he heard that you left to find the seed he's been on. Pins and needles, worried sick about his precious grandson. In the middle of his questions, Lee Woon-soo suddenly froze. He noticed a figure standing silently in the background. But, who is this with you, John? Do-gun slowly stepped out of the shadows. It's been a while, my regular customer. Seeing that face, the old chairman's eyes widened in horror. John Do-gun commented casually. Perhaps it's because you awakened late, but you really have gotten much older. Potatoes. You still like those, don't you? And that's all for this video. Make sure to hit the like button so the bear can bring you more great series. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.